big settlements or payouts. You're not going to see them on the nightly news. No, they go to Instagram, they shake it up, they shake their money makers right on over to GoFundMe. Help people who have been injured by the vax. This person here says, I pray that everyone keeps donating to help with the circumstances. Like, yeah, keep throwing the money at them. They're raising $50,000 for these 5 crisis shakers. That's the term I coined today, crisis shakers. Hey, if any of you watched South Pole's Saturday Night Live parody, there was a skit that was mocking Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk and their rocket envy. Well, look what got posted today. This is a comparison of Blue Origin and the rocket that's going to go to Mars. This space race thing is all reminiscent of 1969. You have a lot of competition between these, and it does turn out that, yes, Jeff Bezos is going to space with his brother. However, Richard Branson's going to get there first. Richard Branson has already started his countdown. If you follow his Twitter, he's going to space on 7/11, the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. Interestingly enough. All right, let me go through the rest. I think I have all of the voicemails covered. I want to double check. Here's Richard Branson talking about going to space to check out the customer experience.
I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots by my side as we fly to space. I've always been a dreamer. My mum taught me to never give up and to reach for the stars. This July, our dream will become a reality.
This July, our dream will become a reality. I mean, you see how reminiscent this is of 1969? This is why you have to read the Metascript. Go to the metascript.com if you haven't, because there is a templating going on to our reality. And if you can see it in the big picture, then you'll see the nuance. And 2020 summer was templated off of 68. And we were looking, last year I was saying, if this is their methodology, if this is their MO, then next year we're going to see 1969. We're going to see space race, rockets to the moon. We're going to see another Charles Manson, and who knows what else. You just go through the history books and see. And in many ways, we do see this rhyming of history right in front of our eyes. So I find that to be very fascinating that on 7/11, the anniversary of Skylab, we've got Virgin Galactic going to space. Another kind of interesting occurrences here. Statues of Queen Victoria and Queen Elizabeth II have been toppled, desecrated, and damaged in Canada. In the same day, I see a statue of Princess Diana go up. I've also seen a video of simulations showing satellites being taken down by the Chinese military. And someone sent me this. This is Call of Duty Season 4. And you have imagery of satellites being taken out of orbit. It's just one of the things we'll be covering soon. Anyway, if you're concerned that anyone you know is becoming an extremist, I have a link here. It's from Facebook. It says, we care about preventing extremism in Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. How can you help? Facebook and Twitter are both trying to stop extremism at the source. So if you know any extremists, make sure you go report them to Facebook and other social media giants. All right, thanks for joining. This is Where's the Curve by Chief Crow. Subscribe below and get the replays, podcasts, and also InfinitePlaneSociety.com is now a hub with all of the links that you could possibly need.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society help. No. For another crisis actor with soulless
Hey, thanks for joining. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earthworms Auto Hoax. I'll put a link to the song in the chat. You can get links to all the music played at Infinite Plane Radio. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com. That's the new hub. Phones are open right now, 833-311-1984. And I'll go over a few topics. It's kind of open phones, open topics, open phones for open minds, but we're also very tolerant of closed minds. So if you're closed-minded, and also if you hear the gunfire out there, it's just fireworks. It's not. Sounds like a war zone. Okay, again, 833-311-1984. The people out there are celebrating their freedom. It's not as ironic this year since people aren't wearing masks, except for the ones who voluntarily wear them. And I find that the anti-masking position is now kind of in a funny way, because if you're opposed to the masks, don't wear one, but the people who want to wear them still can, and we're really not obliged to stop them. And I think all along it's always been not anti-masker, you've just been anti-mandatory masking. And that's how you know they were trying to brand you and impugn you by saying, oh, you're an anti-masker. It's like, well, no, you're pro-face, or they're anti-face. If you're going to go with labels, the mask Karens were anti-face. And many of them still are. But no, in truth, you were just against the mandate. And as it's been lifted, you see people just dropping it. And I still do see people here and there. And I find them to be interesting. I'm like, well, okay, they watch a lot of TV. If you're that scared, why are you leaving the house? I used to avoid people on purpose, just by, for lines, avoiding traffic. I would do things at night. Like, it's not hard to avoid people, but if I thought I could die and I have to wear medical protective devices to go outside, I wouldn't go around people. So I think they're very brave, we'll say that. The brave people wearing the masks, conquering their fear. It's like, wow, you broke out of quarantine? Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I chose 311 because the present zeitgeist, which gets an update every so often. So after 9/11, we had the post-9/11 universe that we lived in for 19 years. Now we're in the post-3/11. So if you've been paying attention, 3/11 was the date that they declared the pandemic. It was the new 9/11 for all intents and purposes. That's where all the predictive programming pointed, as it did with 9/11. You had a lot of preparation for that particular date. Only 3/11 wasn't hyped the way 9/11 was. So looking at it through that lens, you can see, okay, well, the next 19 years, we're going to be in this new universe. So it's the post-3/11 world, post-COVID. And not post, because it's not over. It won't be over. What's also interesting, and this is one of the topics, is that they've reinvented the previous threat of radical Islam, but now it's the radical QAnon. It's quite literally that, as you'll see, as you've probably noticed, that the radicalizing verses of the Quran have been replaced by the radicalizing verses of QAnon, and now you've got vanilla ISIS everywhere. White Al-Qaeda. And I put the 1984 in the number because that's the year it's always going to be. I don't think Orwell was warning anybody about how things could go wrong. I think he was just describing things as they are. All right, here's a couple of the topics I wanted to get to tonight. One, I want to talk about this metascript again. We're often talking about the zeitgeist that we're in and how it's guided That's the thesis of the book, The Metascript Decoded, is that there is guidance, that there is a bit of news bending, a projection of agendas decades into the future by framing the news, framing the entertainment, framing the movies to lead the mass mind to specific conclusions, like drills in the mind. So anyway, last summer, and this is one of the things we talked about extensively, last summer, 2020, was templated off of 1968. And that was reflected in a number of ways, which we talked about. But I was thinking, well, is this the MO? In other words, if 1968 is being used as a template for 2020, are they going to follow this? Are we going to see 69 being reflected in 2021? And sure enough, as you've noticed, 1969 has kind of resurfaced with the talk of the race to the moon, the space races. And there are a number of space races going on right now. Races to the moon, races to space, competition between the space CEOs here in America. Then you have the Chinese and their race to Mars. Then you have Tom Cruise and his race to film the first movie on the ISS. So this has all been against the backdrop of the crypto talk, which kicked off with Elon Musk and the Dogecoin to the moon meme. So this to the moon talk and its association with these space personalities has been pretty prevalent if you're just looking at the zeitgeist here. So I'm looking into this 1969 and I came across something very interesting. So one of the things that we noted last year, 1968, aka 2020, you had these peaceful protesters. And they were called peaceful. That's just how the media framed them. And it was kind of perplexing. I'm like, are they just gaslighting us? Why would they keep calling them peaceful when they're stopping cars, fighting in the streets, burning things, breaking things, even if they're only damaging property and not killing people all the time? It's not peaceful by definition. But this got me thinking, okay, well, this could be part of the script. And so here's where it ties in to the past. So 1969 was when the peaceful hippie types became violent. At least this is exactly what Charles Manson was talking about. And by the way, when Charles Manson became a cult leader, he became a cult leader after he was released from one of his stays, and I think he was 33 years old. Cult leader Charles Manson became the 33-year-old. Anyway, this is one of these stories I wanted to get into today. The story of Charles Manson and Helter Skelter and its relationship to 1968, 1969, and how it seems to be kind of reflecting today. And we'll get into this. I have a bit more to talk about on that. But before we get any further, I also want to comment on this. Richard Branson going to space in 7 days on 7/11 happens to be the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. So I'm like, okay, that's kind of interesting. Richard Branson is competing in the space race between these space popes here, between Bezos and his brother and Branson. Let me go ahead and go through your comments before we go any further. One Step Too Far says, did you see the cop kill the guy who stopped the mass shooter? No, have not yet. Have not yet. But go ahead and post a link and I'll go over it. So let's go ahead and get into this. My main point is this. Charles Manson had this prophecy about this race war. And he was trying to instigate it, interestingly enough, with a psyop. That's what they were doing. And he imagined in his head that the Beatles album, the White Album, was communicating a message to him. And this is what he was communicating to his cult followers. So you have this this album that he's reading all kinds of significance into. And so the song Revolution Number 1 is the one that he interpreted. Much like QAnon, you can take messages and interpret them in any way. with this particular, with the Manson cult, they interpreted these Beatles songs in very self-serving ways. So they took revolution number one to mean this, though, that it was a transition from peaceful protests to violent revolutionaries. That this was basically what he was suggesting, that they had, that he was there to kick off this revolution, which he called Helter Skelter. Now, here's one of the lines in here is, well, this is what his interpretation was, that they were in the end of days, basically. Now, Helter Skelter, this song, Revolution Number 9 is another one. Revolution Number 9 is just noise. It's machine gun fire and oinking of pigs with the word rise being chanted. I mean, I find it to be unlistenable. I think it's garbage. But the fact that Charles Manson was basically creating a psyop, a false flag, blaming these murders, real or fake, I think they're probably fake, but blaming these murders, scapegoating blacks in order to kick off a race war. It's like he should have just gone to work for CNN. I mean, that's a very Jussie Smollett type of operation. But that's what they were doing. Anyway, I find it to be very curious, very interesting material. And again, I'll get into why, and it has to do with this Reflections of 1969 in 2021. And that's one of the things I'll be returning to as we get deeper into this. In fact, I've been updating some of our mind maps. Other things to talk about. A few other things. This is Big Think. We are all conspiracy theorists. Trump's rally just ended, and Salon just put something out a little while ago. Donald Trump's real legacy, the weaponization of alternate reality. It's funny, like the media has no self-awareness. It can talk about how putting people into an echo chamber of conspiracy theories can make them violent, or they're in an alternate reality. They're being manipulated by demagogues. And it's like, what do you think you're doing? Most of the hate crimes are instigated. All of the wars are supported and instigated by MSM. It's not the conspiracy theorists causing the problems. But we talked about this earlier. What we're actually seeing is a mass purification. It's a holy war. It's a holy war, and they make it look like they're trying to, clean up the surfaces of things that could, germs and viruses. They want to sanitize things, but no, they're trying to clean your minds. We're looking at a global brainwashing operation. I've been saying for some time that the pandemic was really just a cover for getting rid of memes and ideas. In other words, they're fighting an infodemic. The infodemic is real. The scamdemic is what it is. I mean, there's hardly any point in really going deeper into that. Also, just so you know, tonight we're going to be adding more music to our 24/7 live stream. I'm also going through archives. So if you have any requests, if you have any tracks you haven't heard in a while, we're also creating videos for some of these tracks to put them back into circulation. And I'll be playing a couple of those tonight. In fact, let me go ahead and take a quick break while I make sure my phones are on. The number is on the screen, but this is a track from One Step Too Far. This is Moon Man. Be right back.
I roll a Ada in a book, they ask me what that took. I manipulate mathematics, roll up on a math book. You getting shook, I'm shaking bacon. All these looks that you be making cause offenses that I be taking. So watch it before you make them. Shooting stars and asteroids, the night sky is fantastic, boy. Making making straight galactic noise when flashbacks hit from Acid Boy. And every time a flashback hits from every single acid hit, I remember just what happened when the last few times I had a bit. Anyway, let me get back to the night sky where you're looking, you'll find me when I die, so fried, oh my, I'm burning a bunch of lies. The shit that ain't never harsh, in fact the shit is always kind. So I made a game plan to stay landed on the moon, leave me stranded dancing in my moon pants and chanting about a new sense of sense that I'm free from urgency and nothing could be hurting me. And when I walk I'm hurdling, gravity's now absurd to me. I'm on the moon, man, I can't stay on the ground, just call me moon.
All right, that's a sample of one of the new tracks, with a few others. And of course, I'm also going to make an effort here. And if you're listening, if you're one of the contributors to Infinite Plane Radio, I do want to have short interviews, maybe introductions to some of these tracks from some of our artists. So I'll have them call and we'll pre-record some interviews, etc. Maybe even take questions, which is one of the things we can do with this phone system. We can take third-party callers, fourth party. Not that I care to. You know how it devolves so quickly, especially when people are vehemently in disagreement with one another. Okay, so I have a few things here I want to go through as well. This is something that might give some hopium. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim, how's it going? I called a few weeks ago with the Sharp Power Economist magazine.
Oh, yes. And I
remember?
Yes, the Sharp Power Economist magazine cover from December of 2017. And I talked about that a few times because it says the new sharp power of Chinese influence. And I'm like, new influence? That sounds like flu or influenza and then Chinese. And so, yeah, that was a great find. And you also pointed out some of the video games, the video game covers, like Warcraft.
Yeah, I have a few others for you if you're interested, too. I just came across recently. And I was wondering, too, if you ever looked into the, I think his name is Larry Salona, the guy who wrote the obituary on Kubrick.
No, actually, I haven't looked into it, but I think somebody had mentioned something about the date of the obituary. Why don't you fill me in on that one? Because I think that was a really important point.
Yeah, like when I called, it was just like off the top of my head. I didn't have the information available, but I went and looked it up after we talked. And so he worked for The Guardian, obviously, because I thought it was like The Times for some reason, but Kubrick was living in London at the time. So this guy named Larry Salona, he was like the main obituary writer for The Guardian, and he wrote Kubrick's obituary. And Kubrick also had this exact writer write the obituary for the woman who died in Eyes Wide Shut, and even says Larry Salona in the film. And then another interesting thing about that is Larry Salona is an anagram for Royal Lancer, so that's kind of an interesting point too. And if you want to look up like an interesting video about this, there's a channel called Collative Learning, and he has a video called The Plot Thickens, and it's about, this topic.
Awesome. I'll look into it. And if you care to, infiniteplane.media is the forum, and I'm having people post links there, and we have a lot of people looking into it. And yeah, that's a pretty solid one there, because there are many indicators that Kubrick's death was faked. That it was, I mean, he's probably dead, I'm sure of it, age-wise. However, his theatrical death, and of course, the release of his last movie being timed with the Apollo anniversary, everything about it suggests pre-planning. So the fact that it's encoded into his movie, which is a key plot point, the death of that particular character, doesn't surprise me.
Right. If you wouldn't mind looking up something, there's a Time magazine cover that I think really plays into the whole, everything is scripted thing. And it's from 2008, I believe, and it's called Why the Economy is Trumping Race. That should come up on an image search.
Okay, here we go. Why the Economy is Trumping Race. And I think I remember saying this one, and this is the one that has President Barack Obama with the devil horns and divided into black and white and color. What is it about this cover?
Well, it's got the word Trump in it, so right there, it's like black and white Trump like pushing the race issue.
Got it. I see that. Yes, absolutely. And that's something about Trump that I find very interesting and telling here, because if you want to think he's rogue, go ahead. But there's no one I can find more hardwired into this metascript than Donald Trump. In fact, today is the 36th anniversary of Back to the Future. And that movie, of course, Donald Trump is in it. He is Biff Tanner, the inspiration for Biff Tanner. And it's loaded with predictive programming for 9/11, as I'm sure you know.
Yeah, for sure. No, Back to the Future is crazy. And to add on that too, the Biff Tannen character is a conglomeration of Trump and Elvis, which ties into the Jurassic liars theory.
Totally. Totally, yeah. I mean, if you took Elvis and Trump and you just merged the two, you would arrive at Biff Tannen. And they did that on purpose, I believe. I think it's all intentional. That movie is very significant also because of the time travel and the numbers in that movie. It was released in 85, but it like Trump there's all kinds of references with Donald Trump to time travel, always involving the number 85 and 58. I mean, even Trump Tower is 58 stories high. There's so much about that movie. In fact, I have some links on it. So no, I always appreciate when you find examples of predictive programming like this, because it just tells us, yes, we're looking at a stage.
Yeah, exactly. Have you ever heard of the movie Daybreakers?
No, what is Daybreakers?
It's got Ethan Hawke in it, and so it's pretty intense. It's a movie about widespread virus, like pandemic, that starts with a bat, and it basically turns like terrible people, if you will, into vampires, and then they turn people around them into vampires. So it's kind of like a vampire pandemic. And then what's really interesting about the movie is there's a character in it literally called Elvis, and his blood is the key to the whole like finding a cure for the thing. And he even wears a jacket that has like a phoenix dragon symbol on the back, and he drives a Firebird. On the side of the Firebird, it says like rising from the ashes. So it's got some pretty intense imagery in it.
That really is. And I hadn't made that correlation. Okay, so this is all very fascinating to me, because the symbol of the bat has been used with the Batman franchise with Dark Knight Rising as a phoenix, this burning bat. And the phoenix means reset. You burn down, build back better. And what was the catalyst for the reset? Well, it was the bat, the virus. Mm-hmm. And I hadn't made the correlation between the bat and vampires until very recently. Like at Transylvania's castle, they were giving out vaxes, or you can kind of scramble Dr. Fauci's name into Dracula if you bend the F into an A. My point is, I hadn't made that connection though to Dracula or vampires very much until just now. And now that I think about it, the very first zombie fiction was I Am Legend, which became The Last Man on Earth, which became all these other ones. But it really started with Richard Matheson's I Am Legend. And in that one, it's a plague of vampirism. And he's the last human in a world of vampires. Like, that's the plot of the movie, The Last Man on Earth. So, yeah, this is a very interesting find here. Daybreakers, all these elements, vampirism, plagues, and bats.
I think there is something to the vampires, because like we're inundated with all the zombie, stuff in mainstream media, but also vampires are everywhere. And even in that movie Daybreakers, there's kind of like a factory basically where one of the main characters is played by Sam Neill, who's in a lot of these predictive programming movies. And they have like a harvesting center where they're actually hunting down humans with pure blood, and they're storing them because that's what the vampires feed on. So it looks like the Matrix too, where they're almost in like Matrix pods in like this big like containment facility.
Fascinating. Yeah, that's a story right now in Newsweek. Actually, it's an article from a couple of months ago. But can blood from young people slow aging? Silicon Valley has bet billions on it. I mean, I heard that Peter Thiel was injected with young blood. I mean, if he was, it's not working. I've heard that Al Gore has a refrigerator van following him, and it's full of blood packs that he ingests. I think David Icke said that. I find that believable, but I haven't seen anybody conspicuously not aging.
Yeah, I find that not credible too. Like I've heard people like Alex Jones say that they have like this anti-aging technology and all that, but I don't see that in effect. What I kind of think it is the people who don't get this, V, they're going to have like the pure blood that's going to be so desirable to these people.
Now, what about this? Because I do think vampirism is a thing, but could it all just be a psychic, as in like if they feed off the fear in some way, could they be harvesting our energy? And is that all they need? Or do you think there is going to be some eventual culling, as so many think?
Well, I think both are plausible. There's even a scene in Daybreakers where Sam Neill, he's kind of like the head vampire. He drinks someone's blood, and he's even like, this blood's even tastier than normal because it's full of your fear. So they do talk about that pretty often in these programming things.
Unbelievable. See, that's what's so insane about this is that, like, I was talking to one of the biggest skeptics of this whole notion. He's an author who wrote a book really countering everything QAnon says. But you can't say they don't have a point when everything in the culture seems to constantly reference this predation, this intra-species predation, that the elite class are somehow involved in blood drinking or whatever. And it's all over. I mean, I'm always talking about the one where Lady Gaga has the piano shaped like a human brain, and she's got Freddy Krueger gloves while she's playing the music. And the song.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
And the song's called Adrenachromatica. No, it's called Chromatica, but you think adrenochrome. And her mouth has this glowing mask that's glowing purple. So I think that song is just kind of flaunting it, the performance. So I can see why people arrive at these conclusions. And Sam Neill, I'll have to check this movie out because he's always in movies that contain a great amount of symbolism. Like he was in that In the Mouth of Madness, which is one of the few movies I've watched probably more than 5 times.
Yeah, that movie's like all of John Carpenter's stuff is it's almost like a Kubrick level the way he implants all these things in the films, and he just seems like he's just as connected.
I think so. I think some of the ones who, there's a few of these directors that I think are meta scripters, and it's indicated in their films. And I have a list of them, and also authors as well, worth looking at. And that's why I find it fascinating when you bring up things like these Economist covers. Well, we have Economist covers, we have the movies. All these things are communicating the zeitgeist right out in the open, and that's what we're reading. These video game covers are also very fascinating. So Daybreakers, the battle for blood begins. Even that is very suggestive of the Vax Wars, the battle for blood, and it's got the crossbow, like the penetrating device.
Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. There's a lot of crossbows in the film.
Fascinating. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. What else have you come across as of late?
Well, speaking of John Carpenter, it's kind of interesting that there's an alternate cover for Escape from New York. If you look up Escape from New York Laserdisc, I think it's the Japanese version, but it's another really in-your-face 9/11 one that I haven't seen anyone reference before.
Okay.
But if you look at you can see like the helicopters, they're all facing the towers, and like all their lights are just like directly over the 2 towers. And then you have the one eye symbolism and all that.
Right. Okay, I think I see the one that you're talking about. And this is I'm actually, I'm looking at the novel. Escape from New York, a novel by Mike McQuay, John Carpenter, and Nick Castle. And it has the burning towers. It says the high.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, so the book cover, he's facing burning towers. That's the fire's in front of the towers, but you can look at the way the picture's arranged. So that's an interesting example. And now I'm looking at the one you referenced. And this one, is this the one with the Statue of Liberty on the ground?
No, that's the main cover. There's one where it's like a big, Kurt Russell's head is like the main focus of it with the one eye. And the towers are kind of in the background with a bunch of helicopters facing them.
Okay, I'll come.
You might have to add in, if you do like a Japanese laser disc, maybe.
Yeah, exactly. And okay, I'm finding it here now. The Japanese version. And you're correct. I can see added layers of symbolism. The one eye symbolism is always prevalent on so many movies. That's fascinating. Yeah, another metascriptor, another author worth looking at, and even this novel might be worth looking into. For example, Tom Clancy's a novelist who's being credited with having predicted a number of things. And it's uncanny. Like, did you know Some of All Fears predicted 9/11 more or less? And on 9/11, an American astronaut was reading that book, and he claims that
Oh, there, I see it on your screen.
yeah, he claims that he witnessed 9/11 while reading a book about it. I mean, so unbelievable.
Sorry to interrupt. I saw it flash on your screen there. It's not that one you have. There's a few, obviously, but it's the one where Kurt Russell's head is really big.
Oh, okay. I
But,
see. I see. The one where his head is there's like a the snake is back. There's so many here. I'm kind of inundated with covers, but uh, notice though how conspicuous these things are between the twin towers and the Space Needle. That's where a lot of the focus seems to be. Do you think the Space Needle has had its comeuppance yet?
I don't think so. I'm kind of. I know that Jurassic, his dates, haven't quite panned out yet exactly, but I kind of feel like it's going to happen. Maybe like I don't know, within the next 3 years.
Yeah, I've been following Jurassic's work, and I think you might be right. And oh, by the way, I did find your cover here, and yeah, it definitely has helicopters firing, and the bullets are going right through the towers. And Donald Trump claims that he saw the second plane from his one of his his building.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was like. You probably know this, but his apartment was used in the movie The Devil's Advocate, and it probably did have a front row seat for that whole event.
I think so too. I think they were laughing. I mean, I think that they really get a kick out of this stuff. The dancing nurses says it all. And did you know the date of the Freedom Tower, or rather the One World Trade Center tower, the one that replaced the Twin Towers? Do you know the date that that thing was opened?
I think it's 11/3. If that's correct, I learned it from you.
Yeah, yeah, as an 11/3, 13 years from the 33-year construction to destruction ritual. So they're built in 68, taken down in 2001, 13 years later, a Phoenix number. The new tower opens on 11/3, and it's 1776 feet tall. And I have found a number of references with that number that tie it to the Tower of Babel, another topic, but nothing is coincidental. And you can see the integration between the real events and the fictional events. I mean, this is incredible. Great find here on Escape from New York.
This is kind of a weird one. I never heard of this movie before. I think it was a television movie, but if you look up the Tenth Kingdom, and it would be like the VHS covers of it. It's got the New York skyline, and it's like a total like as above, so below, and it's even got like a big like devil on the top. But I mean, it's really an interesting one when you think about like this is like the inverted kingdom.
Okay, this is interesting. Let me take a look because now I see this. I see this. The Tenth Kingdom.
And there's two different versions of the cover.
Okay, I'm going to go through a few, and I found the one that you talked about that has the devilish face on the top with the twin towers reflected on the bottom.
And then they do the opposite too, where the towers are on top and the other like Fantasyland is on the bottom. It's like they're purposefully inverting it with their two versions.
Someone sent me an image today, and I bet I can pull it up really quick. It was from an article about how the space station may need to be retired. They were talking about the death of the space station. And the cover had this appearance where it looked like the solar panels on the top were the towers, and the ones below were a reflection. Not that dissimilar. Here it actually is. The article is the ISS as we know it may be coming to an end. But take a look at the solar panels and tell me it doesn't look like the twin towers and then like a reflection, like they're mirrored. There's just kind of an
oh yeah, definitely
kind of reminiscent of the cover we're looking at here, and I think that might even be the meaning because I think we're looking here. I believe we're seeing the Tower of Babel. I think that's the main symbolism behind this thing, and it should be an interesting week. By the way, in 8 days or 7 days now, Richard Branson is going to space, coincidentally, I'm sure, on 7/11, which is the anniversary of Skylab falling to the Earth 42 years ago.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's quite the coincidence.
And people who look at
They're also doing that. Oh, sorry. They're also doing that EMP test on the 9th.
oh, the EMP test, and this is consistent. Anything they do in drills, it's not because they want to stop it from happening. I mean, this is so peculiar. You do fire drills so you don't get burned at school, but everything else they drill for happens to us. Oh, we drilled for terrorists. It happens. We drilled for COVID 19 years ago. It happens to us. So if they're drilling for space junk and it happens a year later, you can bet that these EMP drills they have been doing are putting key agents and assets in place. So they're going to do it. And whatever they do, I hope they don't kill the internet.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, if their predictive programming pans out with Blade Runner 2049, sometime around 2020s, they had like a full, solar flare or something, some major EMP event where all the digital data got wiped out. So I mean, I hope it doesn't go that far, but it might.
Yeah, and commenter here says drills are rehearsals, and that's kind of how I look at it. And there's a number of video games that are showing satellites being shot down. That's been a reoccurring theme of late. In fact, I was mentioning the song Helter Skelter because the first line says something about a she falling down. And the whole song is about, of course, this instigated war. And as I said, I believe 2021 is partially templated off of 68. So I'm looking for predictive programming that way. I mean, if predictive programming is real, as we're demonstrating here, then you can look back and you could find it to be a predictive model if you know what you're looking for. And anybody who's looked at the Metascript, like the metascript.com, the breakdown, the connections with the number 42 will understand why it's so consequential that Richard Branson, Virgin Galactic, another reference to the goddess of the night sky, why Richard Branson would be going to space on the anniversary of Skylab falling. I mean, that's quite a ritual, if you ask me.
Yeah, and I think you've touched on this before, but his character is based on the character of Zaphoid Beeblebrox, I think it is, from Hitchhiker's Guide, and that's the 42 from that book, too.
Exactly. He's based on a character out of the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, and Jeff Bezos is another interesting character. They're all interesting characters, but they all kind of relate because he's in New Mexico right now. Branson. He's going to do this in New Mexico. Bezos is from New Mexico, not far from where I live right now, actually. And I think they're also templated, Bezos in particular, is templated off of The Man Who Fell to Earth, David Bowie film, and a character about a Martian who comes down to Earth, uses his superior knowledge to become extremely wealthy, like owns all the biggest corporations, and then he basically goes back to Mars. And I think there's a correlation between all of these characters, and we've analyzed this before. So anyway, it's just very consistent that the guy from Virgin would be taking a flight on the anniversary of Skylab. It's a trip, right?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I've seen that movie before, The Man Who Fell to Earth. There's actually an interesting Elvis scene in that movie, if you remember, where he's like sitting down watching the wall of TVs, and an Elvis song is playing, and they make a lot of mentions to different numbers. I think the number they mention is 84, which is like one of Jurassic's numbers that he talks about.
Oh, yes.
So that's an interesting scene.
And, okay, Elvis and Bowie share a birthday, which is 1/8, which is also kind of fascinating. Let's see. Then there's a number of things that relate all these characters together, and it all seems to tie to that number. Like Elvis dies at 42. David Bowie, of course, his name, DB. D is 4, and B is 2, 42.
Oh, yeah.
And then, what's more with David Bowie, he's based on, because that's not his real name, it's based on the character from Space Odyssey, Kubrick's film, David Bowman, the guy who later becomes one with the monolith. So all of this is integrated and connected. And David Bowie's persona and his music and his movies have all tied in and paralleled with the advancing of the space age. Not a coincidence that the first music video in space was a David Bowie song, or that the Tesla Roadster is named after him, Starman, which of course is an anagram for Mr. Satan, another reference to the man who fell to earth. I mean, it's a very integrated story, and I think whatever happens on 7-Eleven is going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Have you ever seen the movie Upgrade or heard about that?
No, what's Upgrade about?
Oh, that's a definite must-watch. It's really entertaining too. Like Daybreakers is entertaining too. But so Upgrade is about a guy who becomes basically a quadriplegic in a wheelchair, and a character who's almost exactly like a younger Elon Musk. His name, I think, is even Eron, like Eron. He gives him this chip to put into his back that's going to give him back his movement, but then the chip slowly starts to take over his entire body, and it's very similar to the neural net or the Neuralink that Elon is supposedly developing. And there's even a scene in that movie where someone sneezes nanoparticles onto someone else, and it starts to affect them. So I mean, it's got a lot of the nano neural net predictive programming in it.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch that one. That one looks solid. I mean, I saw an article by Futurism today, and they called him Elon Muskenstein, or like Frankenstein, or Franken Muskenstein. They think he's gonna do this thing where the Internet of Things is gonna somehow involve all of us and AI, artificial intelligence. And have you heard Grimes talking about how artificial intelligence is gonna allow us to perfect communism?
Yeah, I did see that video. It's pretty wild.
Now, here's a bit of foreshadowing, I think, because that whatever you think of AI, I think it matters because a couple of things here. AI is 19, A is 1, I is 9. So 9/11, of course, 19 hijackers, 19 years later, COVID-19. Now the World Economic Forum is talking about this global AI initiative, or Gaia, and global AI. And World Economic Forum is all about the post-reset. So rebuilding society with this global brain. And even going back, by the way, Pearl Harbor, that was actually called Operation AI. So it seems like so many of these major psyops that transform the world have that code attached to it. So it's worth looking at. And this movie Upgrade says, not man, not machine, more.
Yeah, exactly. That's like what Klaus Schwab says.
Precisely, exactly. Klaus Schwab, Klaus Vader, who is, at the head of this organization, which has the 666 in its logo, and Reset literally is just Phoenix. It's the same thing. It's their occult order, and it's presented in this way that's meant to be, I guess it's palatable to most people, this new religion, and people are going with it. Have you seen the digital monolith at NATO?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so this takes everything a little further because everything we've seen, I believe, the major events from the 60s on forward have had Kubrick's signature all over them. And the monolith, which was appearing in 2020, again, another 1968 callback. In 2020, monoliths were appearing all over the place. Well, just now at NATO, all the world leaders, including Joe Biden, were ogling at this big glowing monolith, and they call it the digital monolith. And it's an idol basically, but it's the new god. It's the new monolith is digital because I think this is basically about this AI god thing that's going to police us all. I think this is their god.
I wonder if that's who they're going to set up as the leader of the New World Order here. It's like literally, like everyone's kind of expecting a person or an alien or something, and it might just be like a monolith AI device.
That would be consistent with Stanley Kubrick and his vision and this idea of the space odyssey. And all of this stuff is very much, I think, fascinating to talk about because clearly it's part of our story. They're shaping our zeitgeist, and every one of these book covers and movie covers just reinforces it. I mean, how many coincidences do you have to see before you can just call it a pattern? And at this point, I mean, this is almost an art form. reverse engineering decades of propaganda to figure out what the truth is.
Yeah, I had a kind of an interesting thought. I was researching, viruses because of all the stuff that's been going on. And have you ever heard? It's just kind of weird. So, like, if you think of like the last year of Trump's presidency, have you ever heard of the Epstein-Barr virus?
Okay, I'm glad you brought this up. So, for the way I came in contact with this is that A.G. Barr, his father Donald Barr, worked at a high school who employed Epstein. Now, Donald Barr wrote a bunch of gothic fairy tale, oh, not no, gothic tales, but they were like romance novels, but they were very dark, basically about keeping teenage sex slaves on desert islands, but not islands, but small planets in outer space. So anyway, that's Barr, and I'm like, wait a minute. So A.G. Barr's father hired Epstein, and this guy's a total creep, and he wrote books about what Epstein created in the future. So I thought that was strange, but when I was searching across them, I found, that there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus, and I looked into the Epstein-Barr virus, and it causes people to have the Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
Well, I didn't get that far. What's that?
Okay, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a neurological disorder where people feel smaller than they are, larger than they are, or they lose track of time.
Wow.
So this is all really strange. I mean, it sounds like being Cosby'd, but there's an STD called the Epstein-Barr virus that gives you the Alice in Wonderland syndrome.
I was thinking about it in terms of like scripting too, because it's like, what are like three of the biggest things that happened at the end of Trump's presidency? You got Epstein, and then Barr, his attorney general, and then the virus.
Ooh, Epstein, IWS, is associated with brain tumors or psychoactive drug use, and it may be the initial symptom of the Epstein-Barr virus.
Well, that's wild. I never heard of that.
Right. Well, it's all, to me, this all sounds really, strange considering how often you see Alice in Wonderland associated with mind control. And here you have Epstein and this story about child trafficking and human trafficking. So that all kind of ties together. And then again, Donald Barr, the book that he wrote, it's worth looking at on the Wikipedia. It's called Space Relations in Outer Space on Little Islands. And this was the boss of Epstein.
Yeah, that's out of control. I'm definitely going to check that out. A Transformers knockoff, I think. But if you look up Mighty Orbots, it's kind of like an anagram of robots.
Okay, Mighty.
And then
Find him. It's Mighty Orbots. I got it.
And then Devil's Asteroid is like the specific movie, I think. So it's another one where they relate, this virus with space. If you
again, you see the virus from space. It's just the spiked ball, just like the cover that you brought up earlier. The sharp power. It's such a common theme, isn't it? They're constantly.
Yeah, and like that doesn't even look like an asteroid. It looks like one of those underwater mines or something. Like it's totally out of place. And then they call it the Devil's Asteroid.
Right, the Devil's Asteroid. This is all very fascinating because, like I said, they correlate outer space with inner space. And so it was going on a couple weeks ago at the ISS. The arm was hit by a piece of space junk right out, like, the arm's 32 feet long. And right past the elbow, it got a hole in it from a piece of space junk. First time it was ever hit by space junk in its 20-year plus history.
It's so silly. And, like, you just made me think, too. So the word junk probably means something that,
Good point there. Junk DNA, and also, another thing, injected materials is often referred to as junk. And so, these correlations aren't unintentional. There's another cover by The Economist worth looking at. It's the one that's called The Aliens Among... No, I think it's called... Yes, The Aliens Among Us, How the Virus Shapes the World. And this cover is another one where they clearly make a correlation between outer space and inner space, where it looks like probes and satellites, but no, these are viruses and bacteria.
Yeah, that looks like that Warp Speed game.
Exactly. And then also the Aliens Among Us. Well, who are the aliens among us? These, of course, would be the invaders, the ones who are carriers or super spreaders. So there's a subtext here, to this virus and the invasion story, and then the outer space story, and then also if you look at the cover of Independence Day, it has the mothership blasting it with.
Oh yeah.
Now the significance of that, it's the same basic symbol. If you ask me, it's the same symbol of the Space Needle, where you have the disc, and then you have the vertical shaft or the tractor beam. The tractor beam is what you're seeing here. But anyway, Independence Day is another movie that this one was foreshadowing 9/11 in some ways. People compared it to 9/11. But when they lit up the Empire State Building, outer space, invasion, and the symbolism is connecting again to the needle, the Vax needle.
Yeah, that's pretty ominous. And when they lit up the Empire State Building, that was crazy, where it was red with the siren going off.
And I have an image of it here, and it looked like a big needle, and they said that they're going to keep this thing lit until the pandemic is gone. And I'm like, so you got a big glowing needle on the skyline there.
And I think that they, I don't remember exactly when or what it was for, but they were projecting like images onto the Empire State Building, like different like gods and goddesses and things like that. I don't remember that off the top of my head.
Awesome finds. Escape from New York. I'm going to take note of all of these. The 10th Kingdom one. Let's see. I'm going through, I'm bookmarking all of these, and I'll put these on my minds.com account for people listening. Definitely appreciate you pointing these out, because this is very revealing. And I think one of the best things you've pointed out so far was the Economist cover, Sharp Power, 2017.
Sure. There's one that says Space Invaders scene too. I don't know if you've seen that. The Economist.
No. Which one is that?
I think I don't remember the exact title, but it might, if you just put in Economist Space Invaders, I think it'll probably come up. But it's another one that just, equates all this to space.
Oh, okay. This is fascinating, because, I see it now. It says, will vaccines work? It's got the Space Invaders game and a bunch of needles that look almost like Empire State Buildings. That's fascinating.
Yeah, it looks just like the Atari game again. So, like, they're really, like, they started this, symbology early with the, prior to even 8-bit games or 8-bit.
Now, the significance of Space Invaders, here's another correlation here, is inner Space Invaders, right? Or the virus. And they look like little viruses. But also the game Space Invaders is the most influential video game of all time, and it came out 42 years before COVID. So there you have the number 42.
Oh, wow.
Always associated with space and Space Invaders. So 42, another example of it correlated with 2020 and tying into this particular agenda. And on the cover here, it also says, searching for alien life. So what is, the other articles often relate to the picture in a subtextual way, searching for alien life. And then you have, of course, the viruses correlated with UFOs.
Yeah, that's they got everyone, expecting an alien invasion or something, but I feel like it's already here.
Fascinating. I'm going to put all these in our collection. This is great work here. The Economist just has to be listed among the metascriptors, along with the various authors and directors that we are, finding to be a part of this.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks a lot for your time, man.
Yep.
I appreciate everything you do. Awesome.
Well, hey, thanks for calling, and call back anytime. And again, everyone listening, the number's 833-311-1984. All right, have a great evening. I have a couple of other people trying to call in.
You too. Thanks.
And if I missed your call, just leave a voicemail. Let me get to your comments. I think somebody had a link here. One Step says, I posted the first TV spot for Spider-Man that includes a bank heist that ends with robbers escaping in a helicopter and getting caught between the Twin Towers. Okay, somebody asks, is there a 30-second skit of Giuliani in drag with Trump motorboating him? Really odd. Oh, yeah, there is. In fact, I could probably find that for you. What about it? I'm sure there's a rational explanation. It was a roast. This was a press roast in 2000, and I don't think they foresaw YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. I don't think they ever imagined that this would come back to haunt them in any way. But yes, that is what happened. But whatever it is, I don't think it was like blackmailable material there. Yeah, great call. Appreciate that very much. We get all of our best tips from our listeners. All right, how did we get to a video of Giuliani smooching Donald Trump? Okay, let's get back on track. Phones are open, 833-311-1984. I think I had accidentally cut a call. Just go ahead and call back at your convenience. Evolvement posted this in Discord. I don't know if these are actually like on the market right now. Mask Kini, is that what that is? Okay, it looks like a couple of masks tied together, and then it looks like a swimsuit made out of masks. I don't think it's real. Although I have seen people swimming with masks on. And it's like, what do you do if one of them doesn't come back up? Like, do you rescue them? Okay, I'm going to go through a few other links. Oh, by the way, Donald Trump spoke in Florida today. I just heard a broken record. Let me know if you heard anything in that. I didn't catch anything. Got a shout out from Toto Cult. Says it's been a minute. A lot of people who have fallen away, who have lost touch with Infinite Plane Radio, are finding us again because some of our old channels that have been banned are coming back from the dead. They always come back. You know, sometimes it takes a little while, but they do come back. I do have a bit of hopium to share if anybody's interested. We'll probably get to that in a few. Yeah, we'll get to that. Came across something. It ties into everything else having to do with this time travel. Donald Trump, Time Traveler, Baron Trump, and all these books that seem to suggest that, yes, we have a time traveling president and they're involved in some kind of, what would you call this? I mean, the war in the deep state involves all kinds of elements that people aren't really fully aware of, I don't think. But you wouldn't believe what I came across today, so let me pull this up. It has to do with Ingersoll Lockwood, the author of the book about the time-traveling Trump. And what this person found is this. There's a secret message on his website, the author site. So somebody set up a site for Ingersoll Lockwood. And on the site, there's hidden like messages, like Easter eggs. So here I am. I'm at ingersolllockwood.com. And if you select all, you'll find that against the white background, he has messages in here for people to find. So I went through the messages, and here's what I found.
This is not CNN.
And that was also an Easter egg, I guess. But this is all hopium. So this is what it says. It says that military intelligence intercepted a plan by the deep state to destroy America 16 years ago. So they knew this plan was going down, and they needed somebody to fight back. So it says white hats needed someone loyal for the role of the president. So after approving certain clearances, the military installed Trump into the RNC. Think about that for a second. The military installed Trump. Now, I didn't write this. This is on that website. The media was complicit. The algorithms weren't strong. The white hats controlled the election. Anyway, it goes on. There's a few other parts I want to get to here. So it says, all the people, it looks like they will get away with their crimes, but they won't, because Trump and the military have been dismantling the web of criminals in the dark. The top levels of corruption are under control. Trump has started this space force that talks about how they're basically monitoring all the bad guys. I'm going to scroll to the end of this. It says the media was left in the dark. They're trying to delay the military from making their next move. Again, this is all hidden on his website, and a QAnoner clued me into this today. It says right now everything on TV and politics is fake and has no legal standing. So that's good to know. It says, don't forget, Barr is a patriot working behind the scenes. Anything stating otherwise is false. I'm going to move on to see if there's anything else good here. To take down the establishment. There's more good than bad. Dark to light, military operation, trust the plan. So if you think that sounds delusional, you're probably right. But that's making its rounds. Now, you want to believe that Joe Biden doesn't eat babies, but what do you make of this? Biden munches on ice cream and cherries during his Michigan trip. Again, you can't say the QAnoners don't have a point. They're constantly throwing stuff out there to make us wonder, like, what are they really doing? Does anybody else find that to be very questionable? All right, a few other things I had to get to. Again, phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. I have a number of topics that I had on the Minds account here. Most of the stuff we went over earlier today. Okay, happy birthday, Tom Cruise. Interesting. Also, 36th anniversary of the timeless film. Back to the Future opened this day, July 3rd, 1985. A little bit of trivia, but again, if you look into predictive programming, it is somewhat noteworthy, worth looking into. Here's Claire Halton says, on this day, Back to the Future was released. Here's a few images from it. Again, Biff Tannen is Donald Trump. And so if you want to know what we were talking about there, you can find that the creator, the writer, Bob Gale, says, yes, Biff Tannen was inspired by Trump. Says the character possesses aggressive and selfish personality traits, bullying those around to get what he wants. In a new interview, Gale explained how Trump inspired him. This admission came after the outlet pointed out the parallels between Biff and the president. And that's pretty interesting right there in itself, that they had noticed these connections before he even announced it. And I would say that these are not coincidental. Everything about that movie has to do with 1985, has to do with even 1858, if you look at the sequels, and everything. It's called the Trump 58 Matrix, something we may look into here very soon. In fact, we'll do a mind map on it because it's unbelievable. But when you see it, you'll know, okay, well, it's there. This is, again, why I suggest that maybe he's not rogue. Restless Bear says it's the 50th anniversary of Jim Morrison's death. Okay. Oh, by the way, Rush Limbaugh was on the air for 33 years. Doors fans remember Jim Morrison in Paris on the 50th anniversary of his death. Just another empty casket. No autopsy, very unusual. A sealed, no witnesses. All of this very unusual. He's probably there in the background somewhere. '27 Clubber, Jesus Christ Complex. So the story is, and then of course his dad, military intelligence, Gulf of Tonkin. There's quite a lot there to look into here. But the story is that he faked his death and he came back as right-wing pundit Rush Limbaugh. There's a few things that would substantiate that. Another topic for another day. Let's see. Knockout Bear says Biff does love them motorboat ladies. Really? I'd have to watch the movie again. Does he do that? Now, the Trump 58 Matrix just shows you again that you can't really be talking about a rogue character if he's this like integrated into our collective conscience. I mean, that's kind of what they've done. Listen to this. Ring of Fire, World War III fears. Just bringing this up. Pearl Harbor style attack. Bringing this stuff up. I think it's all very interesting. Also noteworthy that Michael Flynn, the QAnon leader, that his brother, now this is worth looking at. He controls the Pacific. Let me go ahead and bring this up. Yes, General Charles Flynn takes command of U.S. Army Pacific operations. That's kind of nice to know. Brother of QAnoner, who suggests that Trump could be reinstalled. 777 says, peed on breadcrumbs. You know, that's what has been said about QAnon from the beginning. But I talked to someone last night about this. We had an interview worth listening to if you want to know how wrong QAnon has been and how little it actually matters. And it doesn't matter because they say that the Q drops, and look, the Q drops in total have 60,000 more words than the New Testament. But they say that the Q drops pertain to the future. So you can find a Q drop from July 2018, and it probably pertains in some way to right now, today. But we did speak with Mike Rothschild, author of The Storm is Upon Us, How QAnon Became a Movement, a Cult, a Conspiracy of Everything. And what I'm convinced of is that QAnon is not a hoax. It's not a few people who arrived at something and it's just this runaway train. No, it's a movement. It's organized. And I think it was probably, it is just as scripted as everything else. It's a plot line. It's a narrative. It's gate kept. It's guardrailed. And it's leading us on a predictable track. And I think what they're doing, and I alluded to this earlier, for this post-3/11 world, they've reinvented the universal terrorist threat. But instead of it being ISIS or Al-Qaeda, well, now you've got the vanilla ISIS, the QAnon radicals, the QAnon extremists. By the way, Matt Groening from The Simpsons is a Freemason. That is a picture of him with his Freemason regalia on. And I've seen him making the 666 sign with his hand. The AOK sign, which is not okay anymore. It's a hate crime now. But anyway, this might explain why The Simpsons are so often like integrated into this predictive programming all the time. And in case you want to hear it, I do have a couple of clips here. Have General Flynn talking about reinstalling Trump.
Lawfare for those that don't know, but lawfare, which is part of the warfare that we were in, you have legions of lawyers that are out trying to block and tackle some of these different investigations that are ongoing in different states to try to discover the truth. I mean, it's just that plain and simple. It's an incredible level of deceit and dishonesty to say that anybody that wants to determine whether or not our elections were free and fair is a conspiracy theorist is just a real disgusting way of saying, we stole the election and we're going to get away with it, and we don't want anybody else to know what the truth is. And one thing I do know, and I'm a perfect example of it, is the truth will eventually come out on top. It'll eventually.
So someone in the comments here says they can't believe anybody would still be following the QAnon thing. Well, he's massively popular. Now, here's a video of the McCloskeys on their front porch waving weapons at the peaceful protesters. Now, the thing is, their house was not in danger. There's no reason for them to get out with the weapons as they did. I mean, I guess you can debate that. My take on this whole thing, though, is that this is fake. They're out there getting autographs. They're meeting people. They're running for office. These two individuals are part of a psyop. And if you look at their wardrobe, and this is all about symbolism, it is an exact copy of the cover of the Turner Diaries, which, like Space Invaders and like Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, came out 42 years before 2020. So here's the cover of the Turner Diaries, which inspired Timothy McVeigh. And then here are the McCloskeys in action. Same wardrobe, same storyline. Although the Turner Diaries is quite a lot to go into here. It's laughable. It involves nukes, which are fake. So, like, no, the white nationalists aren't going to nuke everybody else. It's not even possible. Totally unbelievable story, but the public will believe it, and they find it believable. Prince William and Prince Harry united to unveil a statue dedicated to Princess Diana. It looks nothing like her. In fact, somebody transvestigated it, and they pointed out that it has an Adam's apple. But interesting that the Queen has her statues in Canada pulled down, and now here you have this thing put up. It's not as grotesque as the statue of Baphomet in Michigan, but it's pretty bad. And there's this statue of Elon Musk you got to see. I mean, you think they could 3D print or something, a mold, but this statue of Elon Musk looks nothing like him. I keep showing this to people. I'm like, hey, do you know who this is? And like, no, it kind of looks like my friend's dad. Like, nobody would associate this. This is not Elon Musk. I'm sorry. You can't gaslight me into it. It looks more like Mayor Bloomberg than Elon Musk. There's nothing even remotely Muskian about it. Like, how does this happen? How does this happen? Anyway, let's go ahead. Let me go ahead and address your comments. Again, phones are open if you want to call in, 833-311-1984. Let's see what we have. Lickety says Flynn calls him a betrayer. Oh, yes. She called it. Lynn called General Flynn a traitor. I didn't know what the big deal was. But now I can see. Because if you look at it closely, it looks to be the case that the QAnon is a massive provocation in order to ensnare the right entirely in this campaign to broad brush anybody who doesn't believe the mainstream news as extreme, and also to bring up this idea that mentally ill people can catch extremism like you can catch the flu. Oh, if you're mentally unwell, unstable, you're mentally ill, you can possibly catch a conspiracy theory that radicalizes you. So that's just another way they're figuring out how to demonize information. Like I said, this has all been about the infodemic they're trying to quell. Here's a note from Facebook. Are you concerned that someone you know is becoming an extremist? We care about preventing extremism on Facebook. Others in your situation have received confidential support. Snitch. Do you remember a year ago it was, oh, your neighbors are coughing, snitch, they might have COVID. Your neighbors are going outside, snitch, they're breaking lockdown. Well, now they're saying, oh, you know somebody who might be an extremist? I mean, how many people do you think have reported me? 100 YouTube channels taken down. I'm pretty sure they know me already. Oh, by the way, Rachel Dolezal embraces the social media influencer who transitioned into a Korean. This is insane. Meanwhile, Telcom X, Sean King, is getting ripped on for exploiting people by pretending to be what he's not. This is all insane. That's why I say it's always going to be 1984. It's never going to change. And not only is it never going to change, but I don't think the ratio of people who see through it to those who can't will ever change either. Like, I think it's unchangeable. Take a look at this. Here's several examples of harnesses on the space station. There's literally hundreds of examples we could point to. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You're an anti-science cretin for not believing what they tell you to believe, for not believing that they're floating in space. Elon Musk said his Starlink satellite network is on track to beam broadband internet everywhere in the world except polar regions by August. The significance here, I think, is this. One, he said he's putting 42,000 of these CubeSats into space. 42,000. The reason that number stands out is that it references, of course, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Now, the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy is being referenced as well because, like the caller had mentioned, Richard Branson is based on one of the characters, one of the Tritagonists, Zaphod Beeblebrox. This is Richard Branson, right out of that movie, Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So Musk has said he's almost completed his mission of providing broadband internet everywhere in the world. Well, I want to point out that the movie itself, in the very intro, which I won't play the audio because it's horrible, but it starts out with the globe, as seen from outer space, surrounded by cube-shaped UFOs. You know, like CubeSats. And what do? They blow up the world. So the movie actually begins with the Earth blowing up. But again, it's cube-shaped UFOs. So you see the pattern there? Cube-shaped UFOs, cube-shaped orbiting routers. I mean, I had this notion in my head that maybe Musk is actually putting, I don't know, bombs up there, tungsten rods, kinetic weapons, or something. But, yeah. So, just a heads up. Salty Siren says, I knew he looked familiar. Oh, yes, he's Zaphod Beeblebrox. Jeff Bezos is, I mean, there are a number of characters you could say that their archetypes borrow from. Maybe Dr. Evil. There's quite a lot of iconography around Amazon worth talking about. And he's being ripped on because of the way that his rockets look. Oh, and by the way, another connection between these space popes and the number 42. Construction begins on Jeff Bezos's $42 million clock. Yeah, he has a 10,000-year clock that's being built into the mountains. And it's $42 million, 500 feet tall. But I think he's based on the man who fell to Earth. Jeff Bezos from New Mexico. The man who fell to Earth lands in New Mexico. So let's look at the iconography really quick here. Whenever you look at Bezos, what's the first thing that stands out? For most people, it's the eye. Jeff Bezos' crazy eye. The one-eye symbolism. The last caller brought this up as well with that movie cover from the John Carpenter film. The one-eye symbolism isn't that subtle with this one. And my contention is that not only is it probably a surgical alteration, entirely intentional, it's symbolic. And it has to do with his role as one of these, among the priesthood of the cult of the obelisk. But now let's look at David Bowie, who plays the man who fell to Earth in the movie. And when you look at Bowie, one of the things that should stand out to you is that he too has a very distinctive asymmetry. One of his eyes has a very dilated pupil, which is it's emphasized on all of his album covers. And then of course you often have this as well, the lightning bolt, Satan falling from the sky like lightning. And by the way, when the Tesla Roadster was sent to space, it was playing the song, a David Bowie song. The character in it is called Starman, which is an anagram for Mr. Satan, which I think could also be another reference to this idea, the man who fell to Earth. But there he is up there. Another example, though, of how Bowie is all over this space odyssey. And Bowie, of course, David Bowie is based on, rather this character, is a reference to David Bowman of Space Odyssey. So it's interconnected. Jordan says, watch G.I. Joe reruns on YouTube. It explains everything. I believe it. Now, the song Space Oddity is the one about Major Tom. And I'm wondering, could Major Tom actually be, I don't know, Tom Cruise, who's going to the space station here soon? We shall see. All right, let me go through the rest of the topics for the evening. For some reason, the nonners are looking after Britney Spears. This is from George News, a big QAnon channel. This is what they're saying. Britney Spears is a trafficking victim. The situation ties to Pizzagate. An exposure of what happened to her can expose the bigger epidemic of trafficking in Hollywood, Project Monarch, and much more. Goes on to say, getting Britney's story out will save her and liberate so many other Hollywood victims who have been enslaved and abused by the satanic Hollywood machine. Pray for Britney. So, Britney, if you're listening, the QAnoners are out there praying for you. Knockout Bear says, leave Britney alone. Martyrs. They're looking for martyrs, I guess. Now, how do you catch a person who catches predators for a living? Have you seen this? The Chris Hansen from To Catch a Predator is being sought after because he skipped court. Apparently, he was subpoenaed and he decided not to go. So now they're trying to catch Chris Hansen. Not sure how they do that. Zara says Rose McGowan spells it out nicely. Now, Rose McGowan, didn't she date Marilyn Manson? There's a connection. Now, there's a few connections to go into there with Rose McGowan, Marilyn Manson, and a few others we should probably look into here. Okay, this is a good one here. Let's look at Rose McGowan. Wasn't she part of the Children of God cult? Was that her, or was that... Yes. Rose McGowan's childhood in the cult Children of God. So this is all very interesting. I'll have to hear what she said. So I'm going to have to catch up on this because she was involved in the cult that Joaquin Phoenix and River Phoenix were a part of. So this is a cult helmed by a rogue preacher, had all kinds of Pizzagate stuff involved. So you may say Pizzagate is a hoax. You may say that the QAnoners don't have a point, but whatever you think, there's something here. Joaquin Phoenix and Rose McGowan spent their early years in a religious cult, then it became infamous. It says, I remember this stuff. It's pretty dark, pretty sordid. And isn't it interesting that whenever you find these stories, it's never the Satanists. It's always just Christians. It's the Jesus types. It's like, do they project much? You have a satanic panic. They're warning about Satanists. Like George, that free Britney. It's like, we got to save them from the Satanists. It's like, I think you need to free them from the Jesus people first, because they're the ones who are turning up behind all these cults. I mean, they thought Charles Manson was Jesus. It says they melded worship of Jesus with 60s era free love, that the apocalypse was coming, and that their doomsday prediction encouraged them to live hand to mouth, to beg for food. What are the allegations? All kinds of stuff. But anyway, this is all really intriguing. I'm not going to read it. You can read it yourself. Children of God cult. I didn't want to get sidetracked. However, the part that I find interesting is that it connects Rose McGowan to Joaquin Phoenix, who played a pivotal role in the build-up to 2020 as, the Joker, and also with his activism, his climate activism, his veganism activism, his communist claptrap at the Hollywood thing. All this stuff is interconnected. Very fascinating. Also, of course, Joaquin Phoenix, his brother, River Phoenix, is supposedly dead. His death is, of course, connected to other individuals who are connected to this conversation, people like Johnny Depp. So the death of River Phoenix connects Johnny Depp, who's actually good friends with Marilyn Manson. So we'll have to mind map these covens and these cliques to show how this stuff is interrelated. Zareth says he was Process Church and MK Ultra. I'm talking about Manson, right? That's right. Manson does the same thing with the eyes. I was actually looking at some Marilyn Manson covers of the day. Look, 42 weird facts about Marilyn Manson. First article that pops up. And you're right. The emphasis here on the eye. And this is what I was pointing out with, of course, Jeff Bezos. Manson, of course, is very open about his musical influences, and Bowie is one of his influences. Now, there's something really strange too, and we're finding out stuff now about Marilyn Manson and how much of it is real. His accuser's 33. Instead of going to the cops, she starts this story. It's like, are they tearing down an idol? He was accused of having Nazi knife sex, whatever that means. So I find it all to be very dubious, although there are some kind of strange things about Marilyn Manson, but is it all just shock value? That's what I would have to ask. I'm not going to do a deep dive now, because as far as I'm concerned, he has served the PSYOP entertainment complex. He's basically a crisis actor. He was there with Littleton, playing a role, certainly not calling anything fake, but helping to say, oh no, these shootings are a referendum on America. Zaret says they're all tied together. I agree. I definitely agree that there's these connections, and that's what I want to explore. I also want to look at the Manson killings again. In fact, we'll do this tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sunday the 4th. Because again, I want to talk about this 1969 and its relation to 2021 with the space races, whatever's going on with society now. We're going to see a few things, I think, in the coming days or weeks because of the instigations with Trump. It's getting very interesting, if you ask me. I'm going to leave phones open for a few more minutes. I want to scroll through my Twitter feed. So if you want to follow along with my Twitter, it's at real Tim Osman. That's my Twitter feed, at real Tim Osman. And what I mostly do there is I take notes on things. I like things. I retweet things that we'll be discussing later. Here's a quote from Branson.
As the Virgin Galactic founder, I am so proud to have this remarkable crew of mission specialists and pilots.
Again, just want to remark on this Virgin. Virgin is another reference to Isis. The ISS is a temple to the sky goddess Isis. The New Agers, the Thelemites, call Isis Babylon. So you'll find terms like Isis, Babylon, Virgin, interchangeably used, referring to the space station. And that's why I've been talking about this thing being the Tower of Babel, and that it's going to take a fall. So none of this is coincidental. If it's on TV, more or less, it's scripted. There's obviously some things that aren't 100% scripted, but that's why I'm talking about a lot of these things from the metascript perspective, where you can see how there's this bigger picture that everything fits within. And it's so consistent through the decades. There's quite a lot to talk about, but like I said, we'll continue with this tomorrow. If you have anything to add, if you want any of the links, just go to infiniteplainsociety.com, go to the forum, and I'll post the links to everything we've discussed here, everything the caller brought up as well. All right, one more thing. Like I said, we have a lot of new music being added into the 24/7 stream. So if you go to infiniteplainsociety.live, we always have the 24/7 stream going. So I'm going to take off. This is a new track. This was posted by Symbia. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, Tim.
Hey, what's up, caller?
Not much. I just thought I'd call in and see how's it going with you.
Pretty good, actually. What have we been discussing tonight that piqued your interest? Did you hear the last caller?
No, I didn't really catch the last caller, but I heard you talking about 42, Elon Musk. And then it got me thinking, like, have you looked at his dad and how weird it is that he married and had a kid with his stepdaughter. Have you covered that?
No, although
That's 42,
no, I haven't.
42 years younger.
Okay, that's interesting. Elon Musk's family tree. I remember that he said his dad was evil and he cried. And I thought this guy's got to be acting because why would somebody I mean he's crying, he's in his 50s, but he said, quote, "My dad has a carefully thought out plan of evil. He plans evil and he's done every crime you can think of." He's roasted his father, and that's actually a direct quote.
Yeah, it says that it's like, yeah, his estranged father marrying his stepdaughter that's 42 years younger than he is.
I
just
see
thought
that.
that was,
Okay, Elon Musk's dad, 72, had a baby with stepdaughter who's 30, 42 years younger. Yeah, great connection there. Very, very bizarre. This whole story just gets weirder all the time.
yeah, how did that make any sense? Like, what's going on there? Like, that's not a coincidence.
Well, if I had to guess, just given this whole my view of what the space program actually is, the esoteric side of it, it all revolves around, I believe, sex magic and this belief that they're incarnating certain energies when they're conceiving at certain dates and times. And so I think this is some kind of occult eugenics. These inbred elites with their religion. Like there's something sick going on here for sure. That can't be a coincidence.
Yeah, I thought I'd call in. Yeah, I don't know if you covered the Yulin Dog Meat Festival
I haven't
going on
covered.
in China, where they're eating like a few thousand dogs. I don't know about your feelings about eating dogs, how that goes.
I've heard about that. I've heard of rescue operations. It's yes, it's insane what I've seen. I don't know how much is real, how much isn't real. We can get into that, but really quick on what you just said. Someone said Chalk Body Outline did a stream on Elon Musk's father.
Interesting. I have no clue who they are
I'll take a
or
look.
what that is.
I'll take a look. But yeah, of course, that's
Do you take up any issue with people eating dogs, or is it just like to each their own, or what's your opinion on that?
I guess I would need more information. Can you send me a link or post a link at infiniteplane.media in the forum to any documentary on the topic and I'll comment on it? Anything people post there, I'll go over, but I don't have
I
enough.
just meant like like domesticated house animal, canines. Like, do you take up issue if someone were to eat them?
Yeah, I
Like,
I see what you're saying. And yes, I mean, I hope people aren't eating Fido. I get that. And I will look into this topic about what's going on in China. All I know is that from what I've seen, there are people who are involved in rescue attempts. I'm not sure.
so what?
I mean, who's saving the
If
bats?
you have an issue with the people eating dogs, what's the big difference between a dog and a pig?
Or a bat for that matter. Who's going to save the bats?
Yeah, or a bat for that matter.
Appreciate
or
the call. Look, I'll look into this dog festival and I'll comment on it because it sounds dark and satanic. So appreciate the call. Have a great night.
Likewise, thank you.
Infiniteplane.media. Go to the forum, post whatever you want. We will talk about it. And I'll show you what I mean. This is why we have the forum too, because a lot of these discussions are ongoing. So if you have something that you want talked about, you will get views here, and I will share it, and we'll learn what we can. So let me see what we have in here. McTunes and Fight the Flat Earth destroy Horatio Barron. I'll look at that one. John McAfee's Dead Man Switch. Another nothing burger. No surprise. Although, I'm going to dig in this one a little bit more tomorrow. The sister of the guy that was killed after McAfee's dogs were poisoned thinks that McAfee's still alive and that he faked his death and got away. Also, I may revisit my conversation, not debate my conversation with McTunes, and offer, I don't know, some kind of commentary on it to see what it's worth. But we're dealing with broken machines. They've given over their perception to the monolith. And I think that's actually what it means. And I put this in the book, The Metascript. The meaning of the monolith, the space age, the space odyssey, is about man merging with machine, man's consciousness merging. That the monolith is just a giant smartphone with a person's mind inside, and they can go across the universe. And that's kind of what I think we're seeing here, is that the more you're integrated into the surreality, the more that you're plugged into the matrix and the world stage, the more you're on the other side of the screen. You're in your smartphone, you're in the TV, you're in the monolith. And I think that's the bigger message, and I think that's where most people are. And if you're debating people who are in it like that, well, you're not even debating. You're coming from a different viewpoint. I mean, it's worth talking, it's worth discussing, but I think you have to know the limitations of each other's positions. I don't accept video footage from this particular agency as evidence, but I can understand why you would believe what you do if you do happen to take that as evidence. Zareth the Alchemist says, people taste like bacon, so I've heard. I saw this conspiracy theory that said that the cabal, the elite, that they have certain gene pools they pull from. So for example, and this, I don't know where I read this from. I think it was above Top Secret. But it said that there are human hybrids already, and that there are these hybrids that are human and pig. So you have these human-pig hybrids that are apparently making up a large number of the police forces out there. Now, this isn't a joke. I read this on Above Top Secret, and I thought that's nonsense. I thought it's just totally unbelievable that you have groups of people who are like genetically connected to pigs. And then I thought about a certain person whose father was a cop, and I thought, well, looking at him, maybe. Yeah, it was from Above Top Secret, so it's not any stranger than the reptilian thing. Anyway, Dead Man Switch. The Dead Man Switch was supposed to have gone off. It's been a week, right? How long after someone dies? I think it might have been 7 days. If he hasn't tweeted, it would go off, and we're supposed to get 31 terabytes of data. And this was not destroyed, as some had believed, in the collapsing condo. That actually didn't happen. I have to go through one more quick piece here, just because the title. Donald Trump's real legacy to America, the weaponization of an alternate reality. The weaponization of an alternate reality is what happens left and right. This is what happens when they insert something not real, like radical Islamic terrorists, like the invisible body-possessing demon that's now spreading across the land, and it's going through variants. They create an alternate reality, they weaponize it, they polarize groups, and if you ask me, the only thing in the vax is a schism. And that's, I think we've been vindicated on that. All right, thanks for joining. If you know of any extremists, make sure you report them to Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey. Anybody with extreme opinions. All right, this is PGA and Symbia Speak Penguin or Die.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak penguin or die. Time to hijack mass media narration, inject the real into all their creation. Go full red pill and don't exit. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3:12. Go full red pill and don't exit. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rap and don't max it. All for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all rap, pull and don't max it, auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. No speak banging or die, speak banging or fucking die. Go die already. Go full rap, pull and don't max it, auto hooks for life, it's time to hijack mass media narrations, inject real into all their creations. Go full rap, pull and don't max it, auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for the dines, bitches, don't make us wait, it's 3 past 12. Go full rap, pull and don't max, auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rap, pull and don't max it, auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak banging or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Now speak banging or die. Speak banging or fucking die. Speak.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next or die.
You're playing different things, man.
The sun's out shining, and I'm still wearing a coat. I'm just reading some words that I wrote. Drink more water and lay off the Pepsi and Coke. Question, everyone's questioning quotes. Mention the facts and the proof that is shown. The truth's always there right under your nose. We do what we do and not do what we don't. I've been ready since before they said get set go. Hoaxing is what we do the most, so you have to look closer to see things I hope. Shit, it's easy to see that they're putting on a show. Smile and wave, that's how we say hello. I'm riding a wave, like to say I'm on a boat. As long as I get there, I don't care if I get there slow. Like some views don't make you a pro. Gold, oil, drugs, that's their god that they know. Their G.O.D. has them praying for hope. It's either one rocky road or a slippery slope. But me, I saw both and climbed to the top of the rope. Whilst laughing at jokes, eating cabinet oats. A true man bows at the end of his shows. I'm auto-hooking like a motherfucker. Yeah, ooh, I don't care now. I'm auto-hooking like a motherfucker. Yeah, ooh, yeah. I'm auto-hooking like a motherfucker. Yeah, ooh, I don't care now. I'm auto-hooking like a motherfucker. Yeah, ooh, yeah. Although the night is long, just know you're not alone. Keep it going strong until the break of dawn. Although the night is long, just know you're not alone. Keep it going strong until the break of dawn. Just keep moving, there's always room for improving. That's just the way that we do things. I can see straight for miles when I zoom in. We just keep moving, there's always room for improving. That's just the way that we do things. I can see straight for miles when I zoom in. We just keep moving, there's always room for improving. That's just the way that we do things. I can see straight for miles when I zoom in. We just keep moving, there's always room for improving. That's just the way that we do things. I can see straight for miles when I zoom in.
42 years on this earth since my birth, ever since been searching for worth. Don't panic, it's an appeal to consensus sort of fallacy.
My father named me Damien despite my mother. Yeah, she was a Roman Catholic, him an atheist. Poisonous venom, bitter as a lemon wine, got me climbing walls like a wild vine. Even my mother saying you are no child of mine.
Your mind.
these people, they're sitting around me, they're living in fear. Fear of the virus, fear of the violence. They ought to be fearing the tyrants. Take a look at all the tyranny here. We'll make you the clear witness to bear. You're consciously cognitive dissonant. We're coming in burning brighter than the filament, filling these people with the light of the truth, and they still wanna battle me. Shining that very same light onto this ever-fictitious reality. Society's living in sickness. This pandemic's escape for the richest. In this matrix we see to the glitches. Snitches no longer get stitches. They get rewards. I'd rather just leave them in ditches. Birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. To give up the pen of the game. There's birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. The birth on this pen of the game. To give up the pen of the game. The birth on this plane to give up the pen of the game. My mission is beckoning. We are the fingerprints of life's outstretched hand. This is the reckoning, exposing the truth of the negatives. We always picture the positive narrative. Sleepyhead NPCs been popping them sedatives. Night night, we put them to bed with a lullaby sounding like Fright Night. Better put on your nightlight. There's no waking or walking dead. We watching them flutter by. We transform like a butterfly. We ready for the fight, that's right. We taking a flight like the sparrow, piercing straight through the heart like an arrow. Soaring on a different frequency. You can never fathom all the hurts you receive when you beef with me. I swear it's a zombie apocalypse coming, I'm running. It's like the sixth sense. I see mass people and vax people. Our community does not consent to the immunity from all these pharmaceutical companies. Free from impunity, free from impunity, free from impunity.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know,
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas.
Away from the sun, it's the darkest night you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on
H, A, Bravo.
You just have a leak. And what you would do is lose air.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak Penguin or die. Time to hijack mass media narration, inject the real into all their creation. Go full rat pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3 past 12. Go full rat pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rap pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full rap pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. No, speak Penguin or die. Speak Penguin or fucking die. Go die already. Go full rap pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life. Time to hijack mass media narrations, inject real into all their creations. Go full rap pill and don't max it. All hooks for life, it's the next shit. Keep your constant blackwash and mandoozle blah blah for your fucking self. We're here for the science, bitches, don't make us wait. It's 3 past 12. Go full rap pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. We don't want to discriminate, not against nations, orientations, religious groups or races. But if you want to fight us searching for truth, we'll rip the skin off your faces. We meant it well with you, but we're losing our patience. Go full rat pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. It's time to speak Penguin or die. You fail to communicate on every level of cognition. Your streams lack the expressed need for exploration. With you, it's all just narration. You're entirely unable to represent us in mass media. You may think you're safe, but we see ya. Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next shit. Now speak Penguin or die. Speak Penguin or fucking die. Speak.
They're afraid that the sky is falling.
Speak.
Go full red pill and don't max it. Auto hooks for life, it's the next
or die.
Another angry white kid, just about kept away. Greta's going to be pissed. Just I don't know.
Just to focus away. Another angry white kid. Just to focus away. Gritty's going to be pissed. Just to focus away. Another angry white kid. Just to focus away. The crassest actors are here.
And our special guest, Chet Hanks.
Bill Volume 1, hey. Around my Q-tip in your nose, Billy. It's time to let you know that you went to court silly. You think you're so wicked, but your raps are pretty shitty. Like a Microsoft Palace with no extra status. Diggity fresh prince, but I'm just a little man. I come like vanilla ice. Starts the wife, my land up in a twice. You done steamed up them Windows 9. Growing Adam's apples, say something factual, asshole. You're just another fecal stepping hippie, turn wannabe this me. Skinny computer geek is simply getting greedy. Your antiviral software don't even work really. Please somebody pinch me. Never mind the facts can't even get me high no more. Tell me why I got these needles sticking out my veins like a dinosaur. Turn the space into a circus, no dignity. See your vaccine stacking, but yeah. Tell me, was it really worth it? You must be kidding me. Jokes are literally killing me. I think I need a antihistamine. I've had about enough for these stealing me. You're nothing but a little bitch to me. Informer. A licky bomb now.
Living this life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. What a waste of your life. Why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your lives.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want to control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them. Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new normal with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance has got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. Why they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus? If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With an essence of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out the day, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. No, the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio way. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took down my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Step on the strings, but they can't follow the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, man. That's me on mouth. I stay in my play. Infinite plane society, yeah, man. Tell I do is black roll out, yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. Can't do it, man. Taking the word is flat, man. Globe is a hoax, man. Take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck is, man. How about the Eagles and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all right. All the hoax, man. All the hoax, man. All the hoax, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, what up, bro? Yeah, man.
Purchase your tracks today.
Restless people run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. I live in a world that's all about the fame. Broken people giving me their word, but it doesn't mean a thing. No, it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm posting vaccines in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting vaccines in their maskies. Posting vaccines in their maskies. Where down is up and up is CG. It's like a Photoshop reality. What of love? What about love? Where is the love? I live in a world of a scripted tragedy, with people dying everywhere and believers who believe in the insanity. It's no conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. We got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear. Where is the love? It's here. It's right here. Inside is love. Infinite love. There's nothing on us, but we got this love, this infinite love. Have no fear. 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 Have no fear.
right, thanks for joining. Today is 77777. Infinite Plane Radio, open phones for open minds and closed minds and agenda-driven government trolls. I mean, really, anybody can call in. 833-311-1984. We do not discriminate. We're very interested in what you have to say. We have a lot of things to cover today. In fact, I've taken to posting blogs on minds.com. And the blog consists of links, so you know exactly what we're going to cover. And then, of course, whatever we're talking about, I'll make sure I link it, just so you can, fact check. Make sure that I consulted Snopes before my every utterance. My third eye says, this is a great song. Oh, yeah, we opened up with Pope Elon, and then we heard the intro just now to Just a Bowl Cut Away, which is, in a way, it's a reference, if you ask me. It's a reference to this theory that David Hogg was originally starring as Adam Lanza in a previous film, a previous production. Little side topic. Matthew Lowe said, Musk said his Starship could chomp up space debris on the way to Mars. I saw that. I have a really good idea for space debris reclamation and recycling. And I'm waiting for one of these billionaire blimp club owners to steal my idea so I can go after him, because I put it out there. I called DARPA and I said, hey, what does it take? You guys are the ones who monitor the space junk. What does it take to clean that up? Because I have this idea for an orbiting compactor that just takes it in, compacts it. It just uses electromagnetics. So it orbits around picking up space junk, compacts it, puts it into a ball, stamps it with Amazon's logo, and sends it to the moon for later use, like when you're building your colonies. But they said, as a civilian, I can't get into the industry even if I invent the thing, because if you touch another nation's space junk, you could cause a war. So it's not free market. Space is not free market. My third eye says, I have something like a bowl cut, makes me look young. Hey, nothing against bowl cuts here. I'm just, one of the things we pointed out here, though, it was conspicuous, and this is what really piqued my interest when I started looking at the characterization of these different shooters. It just stood out to me how they were creating certain stereotypes, and I thought, why is it that all these shooters have the same crazy eyes and the same barbers? And then you notice, well, these patterns kind of fit, like the way they created these templates of what a radical Muslim terrorist looks like, and so on. So I realized, okay, this is not a real character. These are demons. These are boogeymen. Salty Siren says bowl cuts are hot. Who was rocking a bowl cut but the character portrayed by, I believe, let me double check this, because there's a new Mad Max. And right now, Mad Max, it takes place in 2021. So this is the year that we're supposed to be experiencing the whole thing. But there's a new series, and one of the characters in the new Mad Max, played by Charlize Theron. Yep, it was her. Charlize Theron has a bowl cut, and she looks incredible, according to this article. And so, it's not exactly a stigma that it once was. And I believe her title in the new film, in the new Mad Max, was Imperator, which is Musk's title as well, which is also very interesting. All right, let's move on. Yeah, the fasci cuts went to the bowl cut. In fact, we were looking at this too. Look, this happens all the time. Remember the shooting at King Soopers, store number 33, with 33 union workers, the shooting on 322? The guy who did the shooting as retaliation for Christ Church. Well, at that same weekend, you had the parlor shooter. And the parlor shooter, because we're analyzing these characters in depth, he had a fasci cut, which kind of reminded me, back in 2016, it was about the fasci cut, now it's the bowl. The AOK symbol has morphed from a sign of allegiance to the devil and the Antichrist to white power. Somehow it changed. But anyway, it was even rumored that the parlor shooter was portrayed by the same guy that played Dylan Roof, another bowl cutter. Now, something about the parlor shooter. So he's shooting up parlors. And there are so many connections between these shootings, it's mind-blowing. And it shows you it's all fake and structured. In fact, I want to go over a couple mind maps. The Pillow Guy has one, Mike Lindell, that I used as a thumbnail. You'll have to look at that here in a minute. But I believe they had him, a radicalized conspiracy theorist, QAnon hate monger. I think they had him shooting up Parlors because Parlor is the name of where all the radical right-wingers were congregating when they got kicked off of Twitter. I think that's how deep these mind games go with these psychological operations. It's all about steering the mass consciousness, and they want to control what you arrive at. Now, I said today is 7/7/777 because it's 7/7/21, and I brought this up because today Trump had a press conference, which was predictable and boring, but the date stood out to me because I remember one of the first QAnoners I ever met said, it is God that put Trump here, and I can prove it to you. And they sent me this link, and so I dug it up. So take a listen. This is stuff you can verify. There are a number of remarkable number coincidences relating to Donald Trump, Israel, and the number 7. Is this mere coincidence? Donald Trump was born exactly 700 days before the it gets increasingly interesting as we go. 700 days before the founding of Israel. And on his first day in office, he was 70 years, 7 months, and 7 days. Now I have links to confirm every single one of these. If you count the day he was born, he was inaugurated on his 70th year, 7th month, and 7th day. He was elected on Prime Minister Netanyahu's 7th year, 7th month, and 7th day in office. Now, it goes back in time. There's a few other ones as well. I'm not going to go through all of them, but as you can see, there's a pattern, and there are so many of these that it seems like, to me, that this is deliberate. On July 11th, 2018, the 77th week. See, I didn't know that. It's the 77th week since his inauguration. According to Forbes, he was the 777th richest man in the world. So they're in on it too. This is a scripted character. Number 777 is Donald Trump. Real-time net worth as of 7/11/18, $3.1 billion. My third eye says Trump is Moses. I've heard that Trump is Moses. I've heard that he's Elvis. I've heard that he's John Candy. I heard that he's a woman, a witch, high-ranking, literally the whore of Babylon. I've heard that he's an agent of the Kennedys. And am I missing any? I think that's all. I heard that he has a twin, and that if he's a red tie and he cocks his head to the left, it's one guy. If he's got a blue tie, it's another. I've heard so many conflicting and overlapping stories about who he is. I've heard that he's basically Christ. I've heard that he's the Antichrist. I'm leaning towards Antichrist. And is it true that they used Trump's penthouse in Devil's Advocate? Because if that's true, I'm going to lean towards Antichrist. Milton's apartment is one of New York's most prestigious addresses, 5th Avenue, 94th Street, Carnegie Hill. It's the real apartment of Donald Trump, occupying the top floors of Trump Tower. Okay, Trump is the devil, or a proxy, or very close. Yeah, his private residence was used as Alex Collins' home. And you know what's more, and I have some still shots here. I remember someone had done, and here it is, it's in the movie, an analysis of the artwork in Trump's penthouse, and it's all about, well, Apollo, the sun god. In fact, I'll pull this up. Oh, and it's Neo. I forgot about that. Okay, let's look up Trump's penthouse. And I have found some convincing things to suggest that Jared Kushner is the Antichrist. Okay, here we go. Donald Trump's 66th floor exposes his idol, the sun god Apollo, son of Zeus. America has idol worship for anybody with money, power, and fame. Let's see what this is about. This is from rallypoint.com. Okay, this is the 66th floor, and I have a YouTube video here. And it does appear to be essentially a temple to Apollo, which shouldn't surprise you. His wreath is what you see on the UN flag. Statues of Eros and Psyche. Trump's coat of arms. It's like we're looking through the devil's private quarters. He's got class. Okay, let me look at what this is by Dabu777. Now, here's a conspiracy within a conspiracy within a conspiracy. In fact, Heath Ledger comes to mind right away because someone had mentioned that the hockey player who was supposedly killed in an unfortunate accident with fireworks, that if that's fake, what would the indicators be? And the only thing that really stood out to me was he had a Heath Ledger print on the side of his helmet. Heath Ledger being a known death faker. So you might find this to be very interesting. I think it's funny, but Dabu777, and there's that number again. And I didn't intentionally look this up. These are just coincidences. Okay, so there is this conspiracy theory that this YouTube channel that I'm describing is run by a guy who is none other than death faker Heath Ledger. Let me go ahead and play this before we go any deeper.
At a minimum. I'm guessing he probably lives maybe around the block. Let's look at him with some more hair. Kind of bring that in. Look from the eyes to the...
So this channel, Dabu Exposed, is going over a few things about how this character Dabu looks like an older and more reserved version of Heath Ledger. And in his other videos, he explains why it would make sense and how he was repurposed, in his view, to do gatekeeping in the conspiracy theory realm after having spent time as the Joker. A kind of an interesting theory. Again, it's a kind of a fringe thing. I don't think Dabu agrees. If anybody knows who he is, he's a popular truther channel.
Okay. I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. So don't bicker with me, don't argue with me, don't complain. If it's not the same guy, big deal. But it certainly looks like the same guy to me. That's what I'm saying, all right? So hopefully that soothes over a lot of the bruised and worn egos out there.
Apparently this guy got a lot of flack for saying such a thing. I mean, it's kind of a strange compliment, I guess, if somebody calls you an undercover secret agent who faked his death and fooled the world and joined the 27 Club. Sure. And these movies are this is something else to consider, how closely these movies are all connected to conspiracy theory researchers. The Batman films are very well integrated with the Boston bombing. The Sandy Hook thing, they actually merge the narratives of these movies with these major psychodramas, these major media events. COVID was written into these scripts years in advance. In fact, I have quite a lot on that. But before we go any further, let me bring this up. So Heath Ledger and Kobe Bryant. Let me bring this up. This is a very interesting kind of connection. So Rob Pelinka, if you know who Rob Pelinka is, he had told a story. He was at an event, and he was talking about how Kobe Bryant was so impressed after watching the Batman movie by Heath Ledger's performance that he actually went and hired Heath Ledger, that Kobe hired Heath Ledger to give him acting lessons. And this was communicated to people by Pelinka. So here's the headline, and I'll explain why it's off. Kobe Bryant finally explains Rob Pelinka's curious story about the Laker legend's dinner with Heath Ledger. So there's this weird story, it goes on, that the Lakers general manager Rob Pelinka shared about Kobe Bryant's dinner with Heath Ledger. You may remember a video making the rounds that showed Pelinka addressing his team alongside Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He was sharing an interesting anecdote about the time that Bryant had dinner with Ledger to talk about his portrayal of the Joker in Dark Knight. According to Pelinka, Bryant watched the 2008 movie and was so impressed with the way that Ledger immersed himself in the character that he was inspired and he reached out for a meeting. He had dinner and he learned from Ledger, and apparently he used what he learned from Heath Ledger to drop 61 points at the Knicks game on the Knicks at Madison Square Garden in 2009. So he became a better basketball player, by studying Heath Ledger's acting methodology over dinner. And this is according to the general manager. Let me play the clip for the full context, and then I'll explain why it's off.
Outside of just basketball.
Yeah.
And I remember just a really quick story. There was one time when Kobe, who I worked with for 18 years, was going back to play Madison Square Garden, and he had just seen The Dark Knight. Obviously, you guys saw that movie. And he's like, hey, hook me up with dinner with Heath Ledger, because he got so locked into that role. I want to know how he mentally went there. And so he had dinner with Heath, and he talked about how he locks in for a role, and Kobe used some of that in his game against the Knicks in terms of mental preparation. And so I know for you, your craft, your art, how you've gotten to be number one, and then how you stay there is going to be inspiring.
Okay, so this is the coach talking about how he set up Kobe to have dinner with Ledger to learn how to be a better basketball player, because you could seek advice from the Joker somehow. Like, channel the Joker for me. Like, any of this makes any sense. Now, the problem with the story is that Heath Ledger was already dead. He had already joined the 27 Club. So who did Kobe go out to have dinner with? That meeting never happened. And when I heard this story, which they kind of scrubbed and they tried to cover it up, it got me thinking. I'm like, I wonder if he was getting some advice from another death faker and it slipped somehow. My third eye says basketball is just acting. I've heard that. I've heard NBA, nothing but actors. I mean, there are athletics involved with basketball, with football, and even with wrestling. Do you remember how mad some people would get when you would tell them that wrestling was fake? Like Santa's fake, wrestling's fake. And then you get into the religious stuff. Like, the older you get, the more you learn about the world, the more you see through things. And the people who aren't there yet get mad when you call this fake or that fake. And I think we're at the point where, a lot of people are seeing that these characters on the world stage and in sports are being used for propaganda ends, and it probably means they're sacrificing the integrity of these games. I've seen some convincing YouTube videos of magnetics and the like with regards to goalposts and sports balls. Who knows? Who knows what they're doing? But there's a lot of fakery. In fact, I could point out a few events that would demonstrate how scripted many of these high-profile injuries actually are. Like, as strange as it sounds, and I put this in my book, The Metascript, I believe you can trace the role of Kaepernick to something else. I'm talking about the kneeling at the national anthem, the protest. I think there's a deeper meaning to the kneeling on the national anthem. And I think it ties into a broader story that goes back even further. And I believe the story is told ritualistically with names, numbers, and dates. And it is fascinating when you look at the players behind him. In a certain way, you can see something of a lineage. Starting with Joe Theismann, probably, but Joe Theismann, I call him because how it's spelled, who had his leg busted on 11/18/85, and exactly 33 years later to the day, it's exactly like the same day, Alex Smith had his leg injured in the same way, at the same spot on the field, with the same outcome in the game. I mean, it was just so many coincidences, and what's more, Joe Theismann was there watching. He was there watching the event when it happened. Well, this, if you haven't seen it, it's pretty much, her life is taken over. She's replaced, and nobody knows the difference. I mean, you could really make this happen during a pandemic, I imagine. And now with body doubles. In fact, Super Recognizer did a really good piece on the Justin Bieber and the Weeknd thing. Now, Super Recognizer is a channel on YouTube. And he's the one that first drew my attention to Yuri Gagarin and his resemblance to Neil Armstrong. So Neil Armstrong, in all likelihood, is a Russian agent who first played the role of the first man in space before he was the first man on the moon. Well, I mean, if you go by this theory, and the pictures kind of, I think, give this one away pretty easily. Back then, they weren't so good at faking. Like here, if you're looking at the screen, you look at Neil Armstrong, Yuri Gagarin. I'm going to play about 30 seconds of this video from Super Recognizer, and then we'll get back on track. I want to show you a couple things regarding The Weeknd and Justin Bieber that has to do with not clones, which now I'm starting to think that all of the conspiracy theories about cloning has been misinformation to hide the way that they can do something even better than just body doubles with people who can pass as someone. We're talking about deep fake tech, but with costumes. So it's not just on TV, but in person. But let me play a clip here from Super Recognizer about Neil Armstrong and Yuri Gagarin. And I'm playing this now because in 2 days, as in on July 16th, we'll be noting the anniversary of the takeoff of Apollo 11. Yeah, July 16th, interesting date. I mean, it's the anniversary date of Apollo 11 taking off. It's the anniversary of JFK Jr. crashing and dying, supposedly. And it's the anniversary of Eyes Wide Shut's release. All right, let's go ahead and listen to Super Recognizer.
A picture is worth 1,000 words. On your left, the first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong. On your right, the first man in space, Yuri Gagarin. Icons, heroes, doppelgangers. Have you met your doppelganger? It's sometimes implied we all have one, like a soulmate, but do we? Does anyone? Just how unusual is an uncanny facial resemblance between strangers? Even supposing we all have doppelgangers somewhere, what are the chances that your doppelganger would find themselves not only in the exact same job, but in the exact same world historical, national mythic role? That's a hell of a coincidence theory.
There you have it. And when you look into the death of Yuri Gagarin, it's a mysterious, fiery death. They couldn't find his body, just like the myth of Osiris. They're hunting for his body. In fact, they find his body. Well, rather, they identify that he had died in the crash because somebody had supposedly found a tiny piece of skin with a mole on it that they recognized from having seen Yuri at a bar. I think that's a joke because he is a mole. He's a Russian spy, an agent. So anyway, look at this headline. 50 years on, Yuri Gagarin's death is still shrouded in mystery. It's like, well, no, it's not. And the death date, 1968, very noteworthy with regards to the space age. Just wanted to introduce you to that channel. But now, I don't agree with everything this individual has arrived at. I think he's hit or miss, 50-50. I agree with the first one. There's a few others I do agree with. I don't think it's a stretch to think that maybe George C. Scott was repurposed to play another role, but that's another story. I want to get into this one. Justin Bieber and The Weeknd. But we will get into these astronauts, and here's why. If Stanley Kubrick is truly what we think he is, a meta-scripter, if his involvement in setting the stage for all of these major transformative psychodramas, if he's the one behind, like one of the architects behind how 9/11 would be executed, and that seems to be the case, if he was the architect behind Apollo 11 and the other subsequent moves into space, then it's worth examining all of the actors who played these roles. And this is kind of opened a very interesting, I would say, Pandora's box, because one of the interesting things that has popped up recently is that Lee Harvey Oswald worked with a group of people at a place called Riley's Coffee Company. And all of them found their way to NASA, either close to NASA or at NASA, related to NASA or Boeing. And Oswald, in a letter to his girlfriend, basically said that, yeah, he was going to go work for NASA. Well, no, he actually went and killed the president, but his friends all went to NASA. Well, that didn't make any sense until I started looking into this Kubrick thing, in which case getting recruited at NASA doesn't necessarily mean that your job doesn't involve some kind of psychological operation like an assassination. Who knows? Maybe they do all kinds of movies beyond just the rocket launches, but it would have put him in touch with the individual who's not only been, I think, correctly identified as the director of Apollo 11 and 9/11, but also of the fake execution of JFK. So he's like, hey, I need someone to play the role of the assassin of the president. I mean, he's in that circle. It's not that far-fetched. And there's more to substantiate this. Like I mentioned, this thing about Kubrick being identified as the director of the JFK assassination psyop. Interestingly enough, Dr. Strangelove was screening on 11/22/63. And, again, another JFK connection. Apollo 11 took off on 7/16, 1969. And it took off from, was it Kennedy? Is in the spaceport's name. I think it's 1969 Apollo. Again, the name Kennedy is what I'm pointing out here. Yeah, from Cape Kennedy, July 1969. And then, again, July 16th was the day that John F. Kennedy Jr. died. And that was the date of the release of Eyes Wide Shut. And when we go deep into the research here, and there's a great blog at chartword.com, and I post links to this one all the time. When you go deep into this storyline here, this director, Stanley Kubrick, there's a storyline that's being told through all of his movies. And it actually pretty much leads to where we are right now. So without getting too far off track, I want to point out one more thing that I came across today. Someone in Discord had pointed this out. The UN building is basically a giant monolith. You know, we look at the architecture. That's part of the language, the hidden language of the cryptocrats. So that's worth noting in context. Here's a clip from Chartword's site. At the 9/11 site, there's a hotel that was designed to resemble 2001's monolith. It's the Millennium Hotel. And this was actually foreshadowed in The Shining. Anyway, let's get back to the Weekend thing with the super recognizer. So he looked into this. Could the Weeknd be playing the role of, or rather the other way around, could Justin Bieber be playing the role of the Weeknd? And we've looked into this in depth, and there are so many overlaps, wardrobes, girlfriends, so many things that the only question remains, well, how is that possible? You know, is it technologically possible? Could you turn person A into person B? Well, in the video that I just showed you, and in the recently declassified information from the CIA's chief of disguise, absolutely it's possible. And the word mask doesn't do it justice. So is there a thin layer of something applied to this guy's face so he can play somebody else? That's the only question. And we have plenty. We have plenty. We've been at this is what, 2 or 3 years now since this particular conspiracy theory has gone out there. I mean, the teeth are a match. There's so many matches, it's hilarious. And people will point to pictures where you see the two of them like in the same studio or something. And you have to really remember what you're dealing with here. If you're talking about an agency that can pull off deep fakes for decades or longer, then is it a stretch to think that they could engage in a little bit of trick photography? No, not at all. Not at all. What's more, in their narratives, there are stories behind these characters. There are scenes that are mirrors. Like, for example, there's a Saturday Night Live scene where Justin Bieber is surrounded by a bunch of clones or body doubles, just like The Weeknd with all of his body doubles at the Super Bowl event. Now, this whole thing about clones and body doubles, again, I've never really believed it, but it would make sense that the clone explanation would just be what people arrive at, trying to understand what they're seeing when someone isn't the person that they believe that it is. Now, what Super Recognizer did is he overlapped their different concert dates, and he realized, well, the only way that Justin Bieber could be The Weeknd is if he could be in two places at once, unless he's got body doubles who can do lip syncing. Now, is that outside the realm of possibility? Well, if you look at his Super Bowl performance, it was all about body doubles undergoing facial reconstructive surgery. So his own story kind of tells you that you're dealing with not a clone, but kind of like in that Black Mirror episode with Miley Cyrus, you're looking at a a construct. Basically, for all intents and purposes, he could be an animatronic. Anybody could play this if it's just a matter of choreographed performances and lip syncing. Let me go ahead and play a moment here from Super Recognizer Justin Bieber is the Weeknd.
Suggesting he had gotten plastic surgery. People expect these shows to be bursting with esoteric meaning, but how many of them ever thought of facial confusion or wearing facial prosthetics as forms of Illuminati symbolism? The bandaged dancers suggest a group of aspiring lookalikes. Very much like this Saturday Night Live skit with Justin Bieber, they dress like him but don't resemble him. Yet. People have been known to surgically alter their faces to try to look more like a celebrity model, maybe even to be a more convincing body double. He did use them as cover to vanish from that scene. He had performed in these full plastic surgery bandages for the American Music Awards, a pretty bold, sarcastic take on the medical masking that was the big fashion trend of 2020. But the first stage of the face odyssey was this just got beaten up look. Provocative, since celebrity black eyes are taken very seriously by some as a sign.
All right, again, this is Super Recognizer and his take on it. Fascinating. Overall, though, I like his take on this phenomenon. And he provided a lot of links here. I think he might be onto something. In fact, he's done some very deep research. I think he's provided a very comprehensive overview of this. Do I think they're the same person? Well, I know it's within the realm of possibility, and if I had to bet on it, yes, I would say probably we're dealing with some kind of a studio construct. And when you dig into the character of the Weeknd, and I don't want to get too sidetracked, but you can find plenty of articles where they talk about nobody knew who he was, nobody had seen him. In fact, the first time he showed his forearms in public, it made the news. In fact, it was mocked. They broke the internet. It's like, you're 30 years old, you're one of the best-selling artists, and no one has seen you without gloves and a turtleneck. I.B. Henriksen says Dave Chappelle is a fake and imposter too. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. But it's a stretch to say it's a clone, which is usually like he's cloned. Well, no, they probably got an actor, a replacement. Commenter says Eminem did a live version of Body Doubles at the Grammys years ago with lookalikes swarming the stage. Right. Eminem is totally in support of the PSYOP entertainment complex. All of his videos play into it. He did a video chastising America for letting the Las Vegas Harvest Festival shooting occur. Well, that was a PSYOP. He did a video about how he hates shopping at Walmart when people don't wear masks. Because, quote, your coffin can put him in a coffin, and, quote, if you don't wear a mask, you're whack. So he's always rapping for Big Brother now. Like, what's he going to rap about next? Dangerous misinformation? And that's such a major hole in their claim to want to like protect us from dangerous information. I mean, all of these artists and musicians and filmmakers put out content that's far more destructive than those of us who are just questioning the basic news of the day. But we're treated like pariahs. All right, let us continue down the line here. I got through that. We're talking about, again, don't believe everything you see. That was from a YouTube channel. I could put a link if anybody wants to see it for themselves. But basically, what you see here is an actress undergoing a complete change of face and neck. I mean, this goes below the shirt line. She goes from black to white, and it's seamless. In fact, it's so grotesque when they take the face off inside out. It looks like they're doing an autopsy, you know, where they pull the scalp down. And that's how close this thing is to the skin, and that's why it's so realistic. Anyway, this is called Don't Believe Everything You See by Zay Speaks Truth. I'll put a link in the chat. It's important to have this in your frame of reference so you know what's possible. So when you get the feeling that you're looking at a mask, but you've never seen a mask that good, well, now you have. Okay, let us continue down these links. I had about 50 things earmarked that we have to get into. A number of people are asking about the think tank. So let me explain this briefly, because if you want to get into the think tank, you join our Discord. It's basically a way of filtering posters, commenters. It's a way of filtering the people who are in the room to improve quality. But here's the background on the Infinite Plane Society think tank, because it's somewhat cutting edge. So what happened is at the very beginning, we started out as a YouTube chat room, but because of the things we were doing, like we were calling the news fake, people weren't dead, Earth wasn't a ball, dinosaurs are probably fake. We were just covering all these different bases. In fact, it was the Vegas thing that got my channel, my first channel, taken down. I had 300 videos. Anyway, the think tank was a YouTube chat room, and we were always inundated with trolls and haters who would spam the chats. And back then, they didn't have all these safeguards in place so that you could have 5 or 10 people jump in your chat, and for a whole hour, they could blank out your chat just by spamming it, and there's nothing anybody could do. So what we did is I started handing out wrenches, as in mod status, the blue wrenches, to anybody who would email me and ask for a wrench and give me their YouTube channel. So that was a basic way of vetting the think tank. So we had a public chat room with hundreds of people in it who were all on the same sheet, and anyone who wasn't a part of it would get the insta ban. So you walk into a chat room, everybody has a wrench, you get banned. And then the explanation is, if you want out of the dungeon, send me an email. So I get the email, I pull them out of the dungeon, give them a wrench. So everybody goes chat room to dungeon, then they get wrenched. And what this did is it built up a very consistent think tank that persisted until they completely banned us, and we kind of regrouped on Discord. So we created Discord before there was a Discord. And another thing about the mod status is it gives the participants the ability to post links. So it became then a way for us to discuss things as a group of researchers, crowdsourcing information, and also having other content dropped in. So that was what we had done. That's the origin of the think tank. And so it still exists, and it has existed since we started it, but it's basically indestructible now. And you can go find it. Just go to infiniteplanesociety.com, join for $2 a month. You get the newsletter, live stream, notifications, and access. And if you ever stop paying, you're not going to get kicked out. I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just a formality for the most part, and it gets you in. And if you're in the Discord server itself, you'll see the value, because we generally have leads on everything. We know what's happening before it happens. If you were following this channel, you knew that China was going to cause some space junk incident months before it happened. You already knew that the Capitol Hill riot was just bad performance art. Oliver Stone is out talking about the Kennedy assassination. And what's fascinating about this take on it is that it assumes that Kennedy is dead. I find it very interesting, because now that we spend a lot of time talking about Kubrick and the faking of the JFK thing. And this is an important point, because the QAnoners are all about this. Whether or not you take this seriously, they do. The entire QAnon narrative is based on the Kennedy family, who have been mythologized. They're here to save us, and JFK Jr. faked his death to escape the deep state so he could come back later with Donald Trump and possibly Michael Jackson and possibly Princess Diana. So this story is real. They take it very seriously, and it's all based on this revenge for the deep state having killed JFK before he improved the world in a way that Trump will finish. So this whole thing is based on, this Kubrick angle is based on it being a hoax. Now, when you get into the conventional conspiracy theory, it's a whodunit, who killed him. Oliver Stone is in that camp. So he's been saying that there is more information about who killed Kennedy, but Trump didn't want to go there. So here's what he said to RT, quote, "When you blow off a president's head in the middle of a motorcade, it's a very organized black op. The security on the route was changed. The parade route was changed. All the mechanics of that day were controlled, and they were part of an operation." He says that a careful examination of the original evidence used to blame Lee Harvey Oswald, including ballistics, autopsy reports, but that the lone wolf theory is a sham. Goes on to say, and this is from RT, that Oliver Stone claims Oswald was a CIA asset and that the man who killed him, Jack Ruby, was an FBI informant. So anyway, this is surfacing again for some reason, but my assessment on this, as you all know, is that JFK wasn't killed that day, and the whodunit is misdirection from the fact that we're looking at theater. And I think that, if anything, what this should tell us is that this QAnon story about the Kennedys, this is something that is not spontaneous nor organic, but it's something that's put out there by the same people who faked Kennedy's assassination. So it's not going to go away, and I imagine it's going to be interesting, whatever it is. All right, let's see what else we have here. Again, phones are open. I have a voicemail. Let me go ahead and play this one.
Hey, this is Bobby. I was just hitting you back. I'm probably in a different time zone than you, and have my own thing going on, but I'll try you back.
Okay, yeah, generally speaking, 9 to 11 p.m., that's the window, maybe 10 to 12 p.m. Mountain Time. And I try to keep it consistent daily. And if you happen to miss the next day, about 12 hours from now, we will premiere this live stream live on a YouTube channel. So that's another reason to join and get on the notification list so you don't miss any of these. And individuals in the chat tend to bring about a lot. They actually add a lot to the whole conversation. Some of the best research comes from individuals in the chats. All right, let me go ahead and continue with that. A couple more voicemails. If you want to call back, 833-311-1984. Phone's back on. So Not a Lone Wolf, new documentary on JFK assassination reveals organized black op. So the only place where I would really differ from Oliver Stone is that the black op was the hoax. If they even filmed it that day. You know, that's another thing. There's this misconception that it was somehow filmed or that people saw it live or something. And no, that video, I don't think it even surfaced until like 12 years later. And then I believe it was on the Geraldo Rivera show. So that's another psyop in itself. But let me go ahead and pull that up. Zapruder film. Okay, this is the silent 8mm color motion. Here we go. On this date, 1975, Geraldo Rivera aired the Zapruder film for the first time. So that's 12 years after the event. It says, we all know JFK was assassinated in 1963, and we've all seen the Zapruder film. But what you might not know is that the film didn't air on U.S. network television until 1975, when it was debuted by a youthful Geraldo Rivera. All right, and that's the guy that took the bathroom selfie with Anthony Weiner. These guys are all so strange to me. Let's go ahead and watch a short clip.
To reopen the investigation of Kennedy's assassination.
Abraham Zapruder, and it's the execution of President Kennedy. And Bob and Dick, would you please narrate what we're seeing as we show this film?
Now this is the Zapruder film.
Okay, so the cars are coming along now into Dealey Plaza?
Yes, these are the lead motorcycles of the motor.
By the way, the Mandela affected are always fighting over whether there were 6 seats in the car or 4 seats in the car. They have major schisms. They really fight over this point. And what they miss, and this is why I think the Mandela affected are being misled, is that nobody died. That this was all staged, and this footage, who knows what happened to it. But it's not reliable. It's not evidence. It's as reliable as the Apollo 11 footage. You know, it's basically hearsay from the government. But that's not surprising to me that you would have this TV personality helping to drive the PSYOP in. And by the way, one more thing about the JFK thing. So you know the date, 11/22/63. And I brought up earlier that Stanley Kubrick's first, or not first film, but the film Dr. Strangelove screened on that day, and that film has some 9/11 references worth noting. But just take a note of the date, 11/22/63. So you had Derek Chauvin who 9/11 to America, and we talked about the symbolism connecting that event to 9/11, to Rodney King, to many others, but in particular 9/11. And then on 9/11 2020, the 19th anniversary of 9/11, Derek Chauvin had a hearing, which we've talked about, and about how America came out at 8:46 in the morning to wave their flags, which was really kind of grim, because 8:46 originally, for the last 19 years, was associated with 9/11, because that's when the first tower was hit, 8:46. However, 8:46 is now associated with George Floyd. So at Derek Chauvin's trial, his legal team were all wearing 846s on their masks. Meanwhile, America's waving flags with 8:46 in the morning. It's just like overlapping psyops. My point being, they had Derek Chauvin at a hearing on 9/11. But when they released him at the Hennepin County Sheriff's Department, when they actually released him before the trial, it was at 11:22 a.m. So I'm like, wait, 11:22 a.m. They're kind of unconsciously maybe directing you to associate him with Lee Harvey Oswald. And if you look at the images of Derek Chauvin, Derek Western Chauvinism, and Derek, by the way, is a name that derives from a very famous hangman. Kind of a side topic when you get into the names, but again, it goes pretty deep, because this 11:22 they release him. This is a purposeful connection, I think, to the idea of an assassin, somebody who's killed a beloved, king. I mean, JFK being killed by Lee Harvey Oswald made Oswald a very despicable character. Another connection here, JFK was 46, George Floyd was 46. I don't think these are unintentional, the 9/11s, 11:22, just scratching the surface. By the way, someone sent me some astronomical charts showing me that on September 11th, 2001, at 8:46 a.m., Mercury was rising. Let me go through some comments here. Knockout Bear says, Infinite Plane changed my sleep schedule and my mind. Awesome. And someone asked me the other day, they said, why don't you do those 6-hour live streams like you used to? Because we used to. And now it's 24. But we used to have the super chats. We used to have ads from Google. So it used to pay for itself. But now we've had to kind of figure out ways around it, because I refuse to censor my speech just to keep the channel financed. I'd rather not sacrifice, quality. So nothing's changed, but we are working on pretty much getting more and more content daily. 2 hours a day, great. I would like to make that maybe 3. And we also have more guests lined up. So that's another thing too. I've been reaching out to people to have them call in. Instead of scheduling like a one-on-one podcast, I'm going to be scheduling individuals to call in for the hour. So if you want to be a guest, so quote unquote, if you have something you want to specifically talk about, by all means, you can send me an email. We can actually more or less plan to have the call-ins. Tyrone says, JFK Jr. returning is a classic missing prince returning to rule. Right. Yeah, there's something about this whole thing. The way they've created a mythology. And King Kill 33 by James Downard, the one that talks about the symbolism in the JFK assassination, he goes into detail about the King of Camelot and how it is all about royalty, killing of the king. And think about the symbolism here with the word king and these different notions like corona, king. You'll see these things used interchangeably. And the numbers 33, like Christ, the age Christ died. Christ, king, corona, 33. These things are all connected. That's why it's not a coincidence that they have characters like Rodney King hit on the crown of his head 33 times during the 1 minute and 19 second beating. And you can find this on Wikipedia. They're like, yeah, he was beaten for 1 minute, 19 seconds, 33 times on the head. By the way, the 30th anniversary of that beating was the day they passed the George Floyd Act. And Derek Chauvin, at his trial, they only allowed 33 people in the room. They made that a point to say that. And he was convicted. They gave him his verdict 330 days after the death of George Floyd, which was on, of course, the date they read the verdict was on 4/20. And one more thing, because I said he 9/11'd America, and I drew attention to the timing, 8:46. I mean, not only did George Floyd get kneeled upon for 8:46, but the sun set at 8:46 in the Twin Cities that day. So you can look at 9/11, 2001, and look at 5/25/2020, and look at these astrological alignments, and look at these symbolic links, and you can see that, no, you're dealing with ritual. It's beyond just a false flag, and it's beyond just a hoax. It's much deeper. But, people are trained not to believe in or understand what magic actually is or how it works. That's the other side of this thing that I'm very interested in getting into, or understanding rather, is where does the media manipulation and lesser magic end, and where does it become something else? Maxwell Cooper says Heath Ledger's Joker mask was based off of the mask in Kubrick's film The Killing. Now, if that's true, and I don't doubt that, I'm going to find an image. That would be very interesting in itself, because the Heath Ledger mask, and of course Heath Ledger, a lot we could go into there. He was okay, I see it. I see the connections there. Yeah, so the new Joker mask, played by Joaquin Phoenix, very interesting, because he's a mercurial character. Mercury is a very interesting character in this whole PSYOP entertainment complex when you get into the symbolism. So that is an interesting connection there with Kubrick and the Joker mask. Someone else also pointed out Jack Nicholson playing the Joker. These are all interesting connections. We'll probably explore all of them here soon as we deconstruct this. But about this mask thing, this is interesting to me, I think, because we're looking at connections. And Heath Ledger's mask in the Joker movie has that particular smile. Let me bring up the Heath Ledger one. It looks like both of them. It looks like the new Jokers. The other day I was talking about that bizarre thing where Rob Pelinka talked about sending, I believe he said he sent Kobe to have dinner with Heath Ledger after The Dark Knight Rises, which is an absurd proposition considering that Heath Ledger was already dead 6 months. So it's like, well, how did Kobe go get acting lessons? Yeah, I'm kind of comparing the two. I'd like to do some more comparisons here. I've also been really interested in the similarities between Heath Ledger's Joker smile and the smile of Brandon Lee in The Crow. And he's another one of these characters, death fakers, I would say. And it's the upturned smile. And in the Crow movie, you have another version of the Phoenix. In this case, because this is a character who dies and is reborn, a lot of Christ symbolism, son of Bruce Lee, and he dies in a way reminiscent of the way that Bruce Lee's character died in one of his movies. He died on a movie set, supposedly. But again, the crow is the symbol of the resurrection here. We'll go through all of these. We're doing iconography. And someone sent me a link. Click Here podcast sent it. I got it. I got to find the image. There is a mask in Eyes Wide Shut. One of those masks is orange, and it looks like Trump. So I'll probably find it here soon. Now, Bruce Lee, Death Faker, he supposedly died on 3/31, which is the date that Nipsey Hussle also died. You find a lot of, with these rituals, they use the same dates. It's one of the dead giveaways that you're dealing with ritual. Like, it's totally not a coincidence that Branson had his launch on the 42nd anniversary of Skylab falling. They're obsessed with these things. That's why Jeff Bezos is launching in 6 days on the anniversary of Apollo 11. And the numbers are insane. We talked about this, how even the Mars rocket happens to have 42 engines on the bottom. Why the 42s? Commenter says, by the way, one of Rodney King's cops that beat him was Stacy Cooney. Oh, Stacy, no way. Probably, yeah, actually, wouldn't shock me. Unbelievable. And okay, you're right about that one. And recently there was this, because there's been a few of these. I don't. I assume these are probably psyops, but there was this sergeant. I believe his name was Sergeant. Um, it'll. He was a racist sergeant who basically told someone, Jonathan Pentland, who accosted a black neighbor just for walking down the street, and this went viral, and they arrested the guy. But anyway, he was 42. And I point this out because you'll find the number 42 is not only used with this space program and all these space popes, but it's also very big with all of these racially charged psyops, as you'll see. By the way, Bezos, who's launching on the anniversary of Apollo 11, spent $42 million. There's that number on a clock. Now, a clock, what is that? It's what does it symbolize? Time, but specifically Saturn. And Saturn and 42. These things are symbols for, they're symbols for the same thing, the same idea, concept, whatever you want to call it. It's a symbolic language and system. So Saturn, Chronos, time are all part of their religion, and this is their main god. And so the fact that he built a $42 million shrine, meanwhile Musk's rockets all have 42 engines, none of this is coincidental and has nothing to do with science or has nothing to do with whatever they say it's about, all of their various endeavors. It's all just ritual. Now, with regards to Richard Branson, someone posted this. Skylar Milan, I appreciate posting on the forums. So if you didn't know, and I'll put a link in the chat, infiniteplane.media. We have a forum, and I will be reading anything. I'll go over anything posted in the forums. So it's another place where you can interact. He says, in James Bond Moonraker, 007 goes to outer space to prevent a plot to wipe out the world population and to recreate humanity with a master race. We have here Richard Branson takes off in Virgin's spaceship, and it looks like the Delta Star Trek symbol, and he's dressed like a Trekkie. In Star Trek, Deltans were known for being highly developed in the areas of sexuality, required to take an oath of celibacy, in a sense, virgins. Okay, and so apparently there's a group of, I guess, space aliens in the Star Trek world called Deltans. And so let's go and compare the Deltans to Branson and his crew. And I can already see where you're going with this. I would say you're probably right. I find Branson to be a totally unbelievable character. I think he's 100% also based on Zaphod Beeblebrox from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, another book obsessed with the number 42. Now, one of the reasons why 42 and Saturn are synonymous, I believe, there's the numerology, there's their Kabbalistic computations and all that stuff. I don't really believe in it, but I notice it. I can't not notice it. It's just in your face. But their symbols tell you everything. And if you put the 4 and the 2 together, so Saturn is an agrarian god, the reaper, Father Time. Well, it's because it's about cycles, and he carries the sickle for the harvest, the cycles of life and death. He's the god of the earth. Anyway, one of the primary symbols for any agrarian deity, the cross, for example, they'll usually recognize the 4 seasons. So look at the number 4, and it's pretty much a cross. And then if you look at 2, and if you look at basic numerology, 2 is basically splitting in two, cleaving, like a scythe. So the symbol of Saturn, if you put these two glyphs together, the 4 and the 2, you actually get the cross and the scythe kind of built into it. So the number 42 is quite literally a combination. I mean, if you combine, that's how they're using it. They're using the number 42 as a symbol of Saturn. Combine those numbers and you get that sigil. And this is just one example. We've been delving into their symbolic system, their numerology. And it's a very internally consistent language. And I don't get into numerology. Like, I don't really care to understand what this number means or supposedly means. I'm more interested in objective reality. and where we have diverged from that. So just to mention a couple of things regarding this particular number and how it's being used, how it has been used very consistently. I brought it up yesterday, as in July 13th was the anniversary of the famous blackouts in Manhattan. But listen to this nonsense. So July 13th, 1977, you have these major blackouts. July 13th, 2019, 42 years later to the day, Times Square goes dark, 42,000 without power from 42nd Street on the 42nd anniversary. So this is just one example. Now, you might just say it's a coincidence. Well, then the other day we have the Skylab, 42nd year of Skylab, and then we have the Chinese space junk falling. And 42 is figuring prominently in all the news reports. You're talking about 21 tons, 42,000 pounds. It's going to fall between 42 and 42 latitude. They inculcate these stories with this code. But the common theme, blackouts and falling. Very, very common theme here. So a few other examples, things that stood out. Not a coincidence that there's going to be 42,000 CubeSats in space, or that he put 42, Musk that is, Elon Musk put 42 on his rocket that crashed very conspicuously. We have plenty of examples within the George Floyd event. I had mentioned yesterday just this strange relationship between just how close these characters are. So, for example, Kobe Bryant's final interview on Earth was with Stephen Jackson, the twin of George Floyd. Stephen Jackson was 42. Then I mentioned Kobe Bryant's 42nd birthday was celebrated as Mamba Week in August. And this was the week that Jackie Robinson, Mr. 42, this is, again, tying into black civil rights. All of MLB's players put 42 on their jerseys that week. That was the week when the actor who played Mr. 42, Chadwick Boseman, died, after he had just started his Project 42 to raise $4.2 million for COVID relief. He dies at 42. So these are very consistent things. And we've gone into this in depth, but it goes deeper. I mean, even George Floyd's drug dealer, who would have been responsible for his death, is 42. Again, I said his verdict, the death date, the verdict was actually on 4/20, not a coincidence. I also found some other interesting things as well. I was digging into symbolism, tying into this number and this concept of falling. Like I said, Skylab's fall, the anniversary was 42 years ago, last Sunday. You have an example here of when Prince died. He died in his elevator, supposedly died. I mean, he probably came back. He might, it's rumored he showed up at his own funeral, that Prince showed up at as his sister at his own funeral. Now, we wouldn't get too far off track if we looked at that briefly, because we've been talking about hyper-realistic masks, right? So if you look at Prince's sister, and if you can imagine a layer of just rubber glued on there, you might be able to see that, yeah, it might be possible that Prince is behind that. It's fakeable. But this is one of the theories that I don't particularly know if this one has any legs. Wouldn't shock me. But anyway, he supposedly dies at 57 in his elevator, and it's caught on film, very dramatic, purple suit on. Well, later, after he dies, there is this concert in Madrid. It's like the Mad Cool Festival. And at the Mad Cool Festival, there is a performance to the song Purple Rain by Prince. And an acrobat is above the stage 100 feet in a cube, another symbol. So he's in a cube performing to Purple Rain, and he falls. So again, Prince dies in an elevator. This guy's, for all intents and purposes, in an elevator. Acrobat who died in a fall moments before Green Day performs. So he plummets to his death in front of 3,000 people. I think it was fake. I think it looked fake. 100% fakeable. I think it was a ritual. But anyway, another example of a 42. The 42-year-old acrobat was performing when he fell to Purple Rain. His name, Pedro, which maybe there's some symbolism here. You know, what does it mean? Like Peter, rock. There might be something to it, rock star. In fact, Starman, which happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan. Starman, the Tesla Roadster in space, playing the David Bowie song. There's some interesting connections here we could probably get into. But the idea, of course, of Starman, the man who fell to Earth. There you have the falling theme. We have Isaac Cappy. Remember Isaac Cappy? This is when I first started paying attention to the number 42. Isaac Cappy fell to his death, or he was thrown 42 days after he was sort of threatened by Tom Hanks in a very cryptic Instagram message where Tom Hanks takes a picture of a bottle cap and a piece of roadkill on Route 66. Well, Cappy gets thrown off a bridge on Route 66. Roadkill, Cappy, 42 days before. So maybe there's a pattern there. Aphrodite Rose Starfire says 6x7, Jupiter and Saturn, the bipolar twins, Enlil and Enki. Fascinating. Interesting. Well, you know, on 12/21/2020, we had the Great Conjunction, Saturn and Jupiter, which created the Bethlehem star on a winter solstice, which hadn't happened supposedly since the last time we reset to zero. And the previous conjunction, which wasn't on a winter solstice, of Jupiter and Saturn creating the Bethlehem-looking star thing, that was around 400 years ago. About the time of, well, where they want to set our clock back for this reset. And that's the 1619 project, which I talked about yesterday. How that's being juxtaposed with the 1776 commission started by Trump, which he started on MLK Day. Let's see what else we have here. Now, someone says here, what are these numbers meaning? Okay, look, here's what I've discerned. Okay, 42 pertains to Saturn, and we're talking about a cult. We're talking about a religion, a worldview, and they align all of these major events with the, not just the sun, but with the positions. Like, for example, we all do this. We just don't know it. Like New Year's. So you think New Year's Eve is just a harmless party and that date's somewhat arbitrary. But actually, no, if you get into the timing of it, the dog star, Sirius, is at its highest point at midnight on New Year's. Here's an example from earthsky.org. Look up for the brightest star in the sky, Sirius, in the constellation Canis Major. And, of course, the dog star, then after its highest point, falls. So what does the ceremony involve on New Year's? Well, we all look at the ball, Times Square, and the ball drops. Well, we're celebrating the energies of Sirius. And, of course, we wouldn't know this because we're exoteric. We're profane. We're outside the temple. We're not initiates into the mystery schools and the secret societies that run this place and align everything with that particular star. The movie The Truman Show gives you a hint where he's initiated into the reality of how fake his world is and how he's surrounded by agents and liars and manipulators, that he's in a false construct. You know, he's a false man. He doesn't know it until a piece of the stage falls and it causes him to wake up. And it happened to be the light that represented Sirius in the night sky. So a stage light falls, Sirius falls, and it causes him to awaken and become a true man. And that's Jim Carrey in just one of many movies where he plays the same archetypal role. And most of his movies have covert references to Sirius. But the people paying to see the movies aren't really in the know about the esoteric meaning behind the movies. And that was one of the first things that got me to really pay closer attention to the media I was consuming. It was that movie. Because I had just read a book called Cosmic Trigger, Final Secret of the Illuminati by Robert Anton Wilson, who had died just a couple weeks before the movie, the number 23 came out. And the number 23, that movie, seems to be based on that book, The Cosmic Trigger. But when I was watching that movie, I was realizing there's all kinds of Dog Star serious symbolism, just like there was with Truman Show. And I realized this symbolism is following this guy across all of his movies. And then I started to kind of see here there's a bigger picture, bigger stories, but it's esoteric, as with all the religions, as in there is an initiated interpretation and one for the profane. So the people who work in media, you can probably understand why they're so condescending, arrogant, and elitist. It's because they're in the know about the big deceptions of our time, to some degree or another. They're more informed than we are about how fake things are. I mean, that's what their job is, these reality curators. And our focus on this channel on movies and on the news side by side is intentional, because there isn't any meaningful distinction to be made between the movies and the news, Hollywood and the news. I used to say this facetiously, but now I say it 100% seriously, that they're on a continuum, but they're all part of the same. It's like church. You know, part of the church is music, part of it is meet and greet, shaking hands, and then part of it is reading from the Bible. But you have all these different aspects. So here you get your news, and then you get your entertainment, where it's giving you the mythology of the day. Then you have your establishment science, which gives you your concept of, your new concept of the wrath of God, eschatology, as in global warming, climate change, and a new concept of sin that even the atheists will accept, and that is, of course, the virus. Like, you'll never get an atheist to touch holy water, but they'll cover themselves in hand sanitizer. You'll never get them to fear God and curtail their behaviors because they don't want to trigger a flood. But you will get them to social distance and quarantine, and to stop going to nightclubs, and to stop socializing in order to prevent the COVID devil. Or even global warming now, because they're doing climate lockdowns. And climate lockdowns are the next logical step. And a lot of people have been doing it anyway. That's what going green is. And of course, going green, we've discussed this when you get into the symbolism here. The green god is Osiris. This is all earth worship. It's 100% earth worship. We're talking about a repackaged, archaic worldview disguised as science. I mean, I think you could argue that we're in a theocracy. Oh, by the way, I mentioned that Branson had some connections to Epstein Island. Guess who else? Guess who else is a regular visitor at Epstein Island? Andrew Cuomo's, I believe, his wife. Let me go ahead and pull that up. I want to make sure I'm getting the right Cuomo. I mean, both of them are very shady characters, but... And if you've heard about... There's a few things here I have to get into. By the way, these audits, they're not going away. These attempts to undo the election or undo the sense that they lost, that's not going away. Biden's responding, and I thought I heard him use the word Confederate today. Confederate. Which, the rhetoric here is all very consistent with, of course, well, Civil War talk. Okay, here it is. Did Chris Cuomo's wife help Jeffrey Epstein become filthy rich? The Daily Wire published a piece regarding a recovered 1997 black book from Jeffrey Epstein, and its contents were recently published on Insider earlier this week. Christina Greenvan Cuomo, the wife of CNN anchor Chris Cuomo, who's the younger brother of New York Governor Andrew Cuomo. So apparently it says here, Jeffrey Epstein's discovered address book, newly discovered, is from 1997. It has dozens of new names and traces previously unknown relationships. And one of them is Christina Cuomo, a New York editor and entrepreneur. So what is the deal? What is the deal with this COVIDiot's wife? Do you remember when he talked about how he caught COVID and it gave him visions? He used a word that I don't think I've ever heard on CNN. He said that COVID-19 gave him phantasmagoric visions and that he was locked in the basement. He called it a beast. And he said that the beast comes out at night. Let me go ahead and play a couple clips here.
Most likely, someone you know has COVID-19, and perhaps someone you know has died. And now, some of the famous people with the disease.
Now, one of the things, I mean, he sounds like lycanthropy, but let me go ahead and play it. You got to hear this.
I've never seen anything like it. Okay, so yeah, I've had a fever. You've had a fever.
Now, right now, he's in the grip of this death bug, even though he's on the news and he's wearing makeup.
But 102, 103, 103 plus that wouldn't quit. And it was like somebody was beating me like a piñata. And I was shivering so much that I chipped my tooth. These are not cheap, okay?
So he chipped his teeth and he just had them replaced. And then at one point they ask him, you know, are you feeling bad right now? And he says, well, no, the beast comes out at night.
And they call them the rigors, like riggers, R-I-G-O-R-S.
Cuomo says he even had a vision of his father, New York Governor Mario Cuomo, who died 5 years ago.
Okay, so dead family members were visiting him at the foot of his bed. And then the visions got, quote, phantasmagoric. I hope I have the clip where he says that.
I'm telling you, I was hallucinating. My dad was talking to me. I was seeing people from college, people I haven't seen in forever. It was freaky what I lived through last night. And it may happen again tonight. Doctor says it may happen like 5, 8 times.
He showed Dr. Son.
So it might come out 5 or 8 times. Like, this is insane, right? You hear this? What a liar. And then the next thing that happens is he's outside on Easter, on an Easter egg hunt with his family, running around, hunting eggs. And someone drives by his house and says, hey, shouldn't you be locked up in quarantine? You locked down everybody else. Your brother locked down everybody else. And he gets kind of verbally abusive and he threatens the guy. It blows up. Let's just go ahead and play a few more seconds here. I don't want to give any flashbacks from last year. Let me go ahead and speed this up.
Sanjay Gupta, his blood oxygen sensor.
This is a great gift to people who are fighting COVID.
I spoke to Dr. Oz about the device.
How does it work? It looks at how the oxygen...
Okay, that's enough. By the way, 119, it's a new thing. One world against COVID-19. It's all about this. This is the new universal religion. And I've talked about this before, that COVID-19 is a devil that the atheists will believe in. They've got an eschatology that their scientists have convinced them to believe in. This is all the new religion. It's a one world religion, and it replaces all the other ones. It doesn't cancel them because they all basically kneel to this one, even though they might have their own separate beliefs. This is like the meta religion. It's the new universal faith. It's the concept of sin. It's your new creation myths. It's the doomsday eschatology. And now they're getting into transcendence. But it's all about digital transcendence. It's about transcending into a machine. AI, this AI God talk, the Gaia agenda. And this is where it gets really interesting to me, because this is what's coming next. The World Economic Forum launches the Global AI Action Alliance. So here, we're talking about this global religion. Well, this is the global authority. You see, the digital monolith kind of, I think, gave it away. They believe, I think they're going to convince people too, that this is necessary, that people are fickle, untrustworthy, emotional, non-objective, and we need to have a higher authority to make our decisions. And I think people are just about there. Let me go and consult the comments, see if I've missed anything. Let's see. Go Fire Go Light says the Phoenix Enigma did a great mind map on Cappy. Well, look. Okay, one more thing about this with the 42s. Okay, with the 42s, you have the reoccurring themes of falling and darkness. So let me bring this up, because this is just another example. Last month, you had the St. Vincent volcano eruption. And I looked at this because it was a fascinating little study. They called it apocalyptic. This was in April. Apocalyptic. St. Vincent described, this is the eruption, left 16,000 residents out of their homes. The thing about it is, it was 42 years from the previous one. It says it's been 42 years since the last time. But in this story, you had people on an island who were trying to escape, and only the vaxxed were allowed access to the escape vessels. So to me, this sounds like a psyop. I mean, maybe it really erupted or whatever. Maybe. It's fakeable, if you ask me. But what they did is they presented a scenario, a worst case scenario to the world. And the scenario was, get vaxxed and you'll be saved if everything comes to an end, if everything falls apart. If you don't get vaxxed, if you're not saved, you get the lake of lava, the lake of fire. Like, you see what they did there? And again, this is blackouts, the eruption, and everything falling apart. This is kind of consistent with the use of the number. Another example of it, Joe Rogan, who's been targeted for censorship, for cancellation. They're trying to make him take a fall. In fact, he may be taking a fall for toxic masculinity. Well, one of the things that stood out about this story is they kept pointing out that Spotify deleted, quote, 42 episodes. And this was around the same time as the volcano eruption. Spotify deletes 42 Joe Rogan episodes. So another example, though, in code, that you have someone who's being targeted. And something else, and this is kind of noteworthy, I think, is that he's been called out for cancellation by someone who's on a mission to destroy toxic masculinity, and that would be Trisha, I believe it's Paytas. And so Trisha Paytas has this back and forth beef with Joe Rogan, and she's all about canceling his, quote, misogynistic Joe Rogan, among other things. Now, she's 33. So here's the pattern. Anytime that you're seeing these numbers, it's pretty much fitting this pattern. 33 is used with the symbol of the sun and rising. 42 is generally used with Saturn and things falling. So what it looked like here is you have somebody who's more of a rising star and someone who might be taking a fall. And if you look at the news here and how they portray it, I think it's all fake and staged, by the way. Like, I think this is all fake beef. It's absurd. But again, this is more examples. Not a coincidence that Jake and Jelly, the guy who led the riots on 1/6, was 33 years old. I mean, the biggest story of the year, probably. The QAnon shaman, 33-year-old Jake and Jelly of Phoenix. Now, I've told you the number 33 is often being associated with Phoenix, King, Crown, all of these things connected. So again, 33-year-old. Let's just go back a little bit to a guy, I think his name is Wee Lion. You had the whistleblower in Wuhan who told the world about the virus escaping. And again, this was like Li Ween Lang, Wuhan whistleblower. I heard it pronounced. It sounds like Wee Lion. Anyway, another 33-year-old, a conspicuous 33-year-old, at the center of a major transformative global psyop. In fact, we're going to be doing a Zoom conference soon covering a lot of the symbolism in the last couple of years in depth, but in a very concise and focused way to show you that, yeah, these numbers, I don't know numerology, but I know there's patterns, and these numbers are consistent in their use. Posel says, watch Pennsylvania for UN. South Africa is a test run. The UN will be in American cities in August. Mark my words. Wouldn't surprise me. Let's see here. Posel says they love to induce fear on the normies. The archons love this. You know, I just picked up a book. I don't know if I have it within reach, but basically it's about archons and this idea of another layer of reality. In fact, I found it here. It's called The Archon Conspiracy. And this one here is, of course, it's a novel, but it's about the archons. This idea that there's these beings that are feeding off of like the Matrix has this idea of mankind being enslaved. Archons kind of fit that description. But anyway, this book I picked up is called The Archon Conspiracy. I found it at a thrift store. But it goes into some things here. It says top Soviet psychics and CIA researchers risk everything to gain supremacy with this new power. And it talks about a new age, international peace and prosperity, but the new power comes from highly involved intelligences. And what they do is they are accessing these highly involved intelligences through sophisticated computers. So here you have this merging that I find interesting of this archonic presence, like this evil, I wouldn't say race, but these entities, demonic you could say, a realm, that need a gateway to access our world. And it merges with this idea of the Neuralink. And this is all being led, all this talk of AI, like the AI god taking over. It's nonsense, right? Well, look what Grimes, Musk's wife, has had to say about artificial intelligence and how if we could hand over control of world governments, and this is her proposition for the communists, she suggested that it could perfect everything. Quite literally, it would solve all of our problems. It would solve world hunger. It would make it unnecessary for anybody to even have to work anymore. You could just lie around and make NFTs. Grimes talks about communism AI on TikTok, leaving everyone confused. She says, I have a proposition for the communists. So typically, most of the communists I know are not big fans of AI. But if you think about it, AI is the fastest path to communism. It would automate the farming, weed out systematic corruption, and bring us as close as possible to genuine equality. She goes on to say, basically, everybody loves communism, but they don't like the enforced farming. So, again, girlfriend of a billionaire or wife, whatever, has this great idea so that we don't have to work. Now, let me compare this, because we're talking about artificial intelligence, and she's even talked about, let me mention this really quick here. Grimes sending her mind to Mars. Grimes revealed her plans to travel to Mars, and she was asked, would you rather go to Mars or upload your consciousness to the cloud? She said she wants a humanoid vessel to interact with her consciousness in the cloud. So she wants to go like Avatar. Now that's his wife right now, but his previous wife, Justine Musk, this is an interesting character. She put out a book called, and they're probably unreadable, basically like Harry Potter type stuff, probably a little bloodier, but one of her books is called Lord of Bones, and the other one is called Blood Angel. And they run into the themes of AI, of clones, and of fallen angels inhabiting clones in these subterranean military bases where these satanic rituals are being performed. I had a few of these books when I had a bookstore, and I glanced through them, read the premise. So again, Blood Angel number 2, if you choose to find this book, it's about this. A young artist whose prophetic dreams led her to a teenage boy with an angel trapped inside. Anyway, this is all about this. The demons need to inhabit bodies to survive. So apparently, you have these hybrids that are being bred underground, created to it be, I guess, vessels for demons later. Now, I didn't read the books, but that's just the premise, and I think it's noteworthy because that's his ex-wife. Does it say anything about him? I don't know, but the theme is what I'm pointing out here. Commenter says, the archons are mind parasites, somewhat related to AI, but also different. Well, sure, I don't even believe in artificial intelligence in the way that it's been described, but it's the story that I'm following here. And the story also ties in, we talked about Black Mirror. It ties into this idea of our devices even somehow themselves being fed by our conscious interaction with them, that maybe they're studying us. And when you get into the symbol of the monolith, you talk about like an alien technology that's used to, I guess, speed human evolution. But you talk about an alien technology, in other words, it's like a trap. And with this space odyssey theme of man merging consciousness with machine, it all kind of comes together now, especially with the emergence of this digital monolith. Although some days I feel a bit Neuralinked. I tend to notice notifications before they come in. I used to wake up before my alarm clock. I mean, I'm sure many of you know what I'm talking about. Okay, let's go ahead and open phones. Numbers on the screen. 833-311-1984. Open topics. We've covered a number of things. I see a few people have called, usually a couple of hours too early, but I think we're going to start better synchronizing a lot of these incoming calls. I'll make sure that the voicemails are always the voicemails ready, because I think it was off yesterday, but we get some of our best tips via voicemail. Commenter says, check out the plot for the video game Inside. I'll take a look. And has anybody checked out Abigail? Abigail is one of the most obvious and egregious examples of predictive programming that I've seen with regards to the pandemic. This is a Russian film from 2019, steampunk fantasy adventure. But this movie is about a fake pandemic used by the government to seize control and to flush out all of the, quote, magi. So you replace magi with free thinkers, and you have what we're going through right now. And I think that's why we're seeing these drills going on for the cyber polygon. They're preparing us for some kind of internet blackouts. Yeah, well, that's like the equivalent of they want the internet equivalent of a pandemic. And this is all part of, I think, the broader agenda, which is curing the infodemic. And the infodemic is real, as I've been saying. Got a quote here from Zbigniew Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technocratic Era. Very timely as we enter the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The technocratic era involves the gradual appearance of a more controlled society. Such a society would be dominated by an elite, unrestrained by traditional values. And this is why they're trying to get rid of words such as uncle, aunt, mother, father. I think they're trying to destroy traditional values and our concept of family more than they're trying to protect certain identity groups. Anyway, it goes on. Soon it'll be possible to assert continuous surveillance over every citizen and maintain up-to-date complete files containing even the most personal information about the citizen. Which, yeah, that's pretty much social media. These files will be subject to instantaneous retrieval by the authorities. And all of that has come into fruition. So he's talking about America's role in evolving a technotronic era. And something I mentioned yesterday, and this bears repeating, Edward Bernays, who wrote Propaganda, is the great nephew of the first CEO and co-founder of Netflix. And if you follow Netflix, you know everything on Netflix happens in the news a year later. Netflix is there to soften you up for the propaganda. So it's pretty obvious in your face how this operates, how this whole thing works. And this was published in 1970. And again, this is what we're in right now, Fourth Industrial Revolution, total surveillance, and they don't have to fight you for it. This is why I don't think there's any sense in being so vaxophobic. Conspiracy theorists are all now vaxophobes. But look, if they really wanted you to inject yourself with something toxic, they would sell it to you as attractive. They would make a lifestyle about it. Look at all the unhealthy things people do because they were taught to do it in the movies. So it would be easy, like think about all the different drugs people do, the things they glorify. Like where I live, they have this tour for Breaking Bad, a show about a meth dealer. And you can actually get in a vehicle that they used on the movie, and you can take the meth dealer's trip around town where he made his deals, where he cooked his drugs. It's like, my point is like they push alcohol. They push so many toxic things, and they sell it to people. They sell people on narcissism as a lifestyle. So they don't have to force anything toxic on you. They want to force the debate because it drives the schism between the non-believers and the believers in establishment media. That's why there's a schism in the thing. If they wanted whatever's in it to be in you and it was toxic, it would already be there. They would already have done it. They would just put the vax juice in the chemtrail mix. In case anybody's still following this story with the recount, it's ongoing and it's not going away. And this is, again, I think it's just going to continue to heat up. I'm going to be following it very closely because, like I said before, Trump's got to be an insider trying to make a martyr out of Ashley Babbitt when she didn't even die. So they're playing on the masses. So I happen to think that if it is rigged, then it was written in the script to be rigged, to generate outrage, specifically for manipulation, like what they're doing this summer. Another whistleblower funeral director calls the COVID agenda a complete hoax and a farce. Yeah, you would think that the funeral directors would be raking in the dough. They would be making a ton of money. It would have been their best years ever. Not the case. Do you remember that story about the 33-year-old coffin maker? Didn't make any sense to me. We were talking about 33-year-olds. So 33-year-old coffin maker who, for some reason, wasn't doing that well. It's a pandemic. You'd think he'd be doing very well. But luckily, God sent him a gift. 33-year-old coffin maker in Indonesia becomes an instant millionaire after a meteorite falls through his roof. This is November 2020. A 33-year-old coffin maker from Sumatra caught a 4.5 billion year old meteorite. Landed on his roof. He claims it was warm, if you want to believe that. But yeah, made himself rich. And my problem with the story, a couple things. One, he should have been doing well. Why wasn't he doing well, given that he's a coffin maker? You'd think he'd be in high demand. But two, this story came out a couple of days after we had a live stream where we were talking about the first meteor to ever strike somebody. And this was 1965 in Alabama. So in this case, a meteor fell through a woman's roof. I believe it was 8 pounds. It bounced off of the radio, and then it hit her on her hip. You can find a picture so you know it's real. And in the picture, she's holding the meteor. The mayor's there. The chief of police is at her house. And then you can see the doctor, and they're showing the wound where the meteor hit her. And of course, it's real, I guess. And this is the thing. I could probably point out a few things that would make me call this fake. But if you believe in moon landings, if you believe in orbiting routers and space stations, then you have to believe this because it's coming from the same sources. If you believe in falling rocks from space, if you believe in meteors as described, then this is part of your paradigm. Like, this is your religion. Like, you have to accept it. This is a myth. This is one of your foundational myths. The first time a meteor ever hit somebody. This is like as big a deal almost as the first man walking on the moon. So you can't opt out of this. If you're going to believe in what they tell you with the establishment science and media, you're not able to cherry pick what verses you do and don't agree with. So I'm just glad that I don't have to stand by this ludicrous nonsense. And I brought this up last November, and a few days later, a 33-year-old is the second person to have a meteor hit his house. And it felt like it was a joke. Someone called in the other day and they brought up the moon rocks, and I'd said that they were made from petrified elephant dung. No, it's petrified wood. And this is 100% fact. It's 100% factual here that the moon rocks that were given to the Dutch National Museum were just petrified wood. And look, signed off to commemorate the visit to the Netherlands by the Apollo 11 astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Edwin Aldrin Jr. So here you have them at the international exhibition there. Moon rocks. And it's just petrified wood. So here you have evidence that they were on the moon, and it's not evidence. So what makes you think the pictures are real? This is why I can't believe in this stuff. Because the evidence doesn't support it. All they really have is peer pressure. They call you dumb because you don't believe. Well, ask any moon landing believer. Are moon rocks real? Have you seen one? Can you go see one? 90% of the people who claim that they've seen the ISS or they defend its existence have never seen it. So that's another thing too. Why the dishonesty? If the truth is on your side, why would you have to lie? And I find too many of these defenders of establishment media are absolutely forced to tell fibs to hold it together. And like, why would you lie on behalf of your abusers? The liars in media, all right, here we go. I got a meme here to show you. This is perfect. This actually explains my perspective. If viruses could really if they could really manufacture viruses, they would have used them to prove their germ theory by now. There is no virus. I agree with that. The meme has Batman slapping Robin. Robin saying, they made it in a lab in Wuhan. Batman says, no, there is no virus. This is a perfect example here of a guardrail. So the main story is pandemic. The truth is, there is no pandemic. It's an infodemic they're trying to control. And this is a false cover. But, so you don't arrive at that conclusion, which is the truth. They put up guardrails. And the guardrail is, okay, well, maybe it wasn't exactly from a bat. It came from a lab. So that story keeps you in the mainstream universe of ideas. It doesn't cause you to question the whole premise. And that's what we've done. I mean, we at this channel, we rejected the premise essentially from day one. You know, are we looking at a pandemic or are we looking at a war game? And one of the things about this is that the fact that there's so much predictive programming tells you that there's nothing spontaneous, random, or organic about it. It's completely and entirely a script. Let's place a clip here. This is your hologram in chief.
An assault on who we are as Americans. For make no mistake, bullies and merchants of fear, peddlers of lies.
Anyway, he says something about the Civil War. If you don't agree with me, you're a Confederate. And then what's his name? Fauci said, if you don't agree with me, you're attacking science. Oh, attacking me is attacking science. The arrogance. Someone sent this to me today. This is the COVID-19 Great Reset Manual. Take a look. There's a book here.
Just pick this up. It's on Amazon. I hate to give them more money, but we need to know how the enemy thinks. I'm just reading a little passage right here. I've just started reading it, just in the intro, and already they're making it very clear that they have no intention of ever allowing us to go back to normal.
Oh, no way. This is the new normal. After that launch the other day, the flight on the parabolic flight that Branson took, they come back down, and there's a performer who sings a song called The New Normal. And this is all very important. The music that goes along with these various psyops, it helps to tell you the story. Also, does anybody else find this strange? Flying in an SR-71 jet, you have to wear a helmet. Flying in a space jet, you don't have to wear a helmet. What's going on? We have a few moon theories here. That son of a says everything was white on the moon. Post Globe says maybe the moon used to be a giant tree. Posel says the moon is an extraterrestrial ship that broadcasts a frequency that keeps us spiritually drunk. I've heard that it's hollow. In fact, there was one conspiracy researcher, very respected if I can find it, who insisted that he saw crystalline structures, like mile-high towers, emerald towers on the back of the moon. And then someone else had actually gone through the same photos, and what they found was, no, you're looking at front screen projection, and those towers are in fact just the stage lights. Okay, I have a book here. Nobody Died in Boston Either. I'm going to be going through. I wanted to go through a lot of these psyops that connect with the Batman franchise. And so for example, the Boston bombing and the Sarnoff brothers. His name is actually Joker. And Christopher Nolan, I found some interesting links between he and his art director and the city of, or the town of Sandy Hook. All these connections are things we're going to be exploring here in the very near future. I have a series of videos I want to do on the meta-scripters, where as we have focused on Kubrick, I want to focus on several other directors, writers, graphic novelists, and see if we can get a bigger picture or clearer picture of what we're looking at here, because the story is being told from many different fronts. The news, the entertainment, the music, but it's been in our faces this entire time. Some of these, I won't say coincidences, but these, some of these staggering bits of, I don't know, we'll say coincidences between the releases of the dates these movies are released, and real world events, consistent patterns across decades, movie after movie, by the same directors. There are some stories here that are being told that are just simply irrefutable. As I had said earlier, there are celestial alignments that connect 9/11/2001 to the George Floyd event. Tyrone says, dip into the work of Umberto Eco as a meta-scripter emeritus. I'll take a look, because this idea of a script, an overarching script that is sort of guiding the course of human events, that's the big conspiracy. And people will say, well, how can you have people carry out conspiracies that won't be completed in their lifetime? Like, some people find that hard to believe. But I think it makes more sense, I think, when you take into account the role of mass media, not as a bunch of independent agencies reporting and they're all trying to come to a consensus, but rather as media has been monolithic from the very beginning. And that's one of the key takeaways here. I say it's the de facto state church. And that's why you have it. The media conveys everything that you would have got from your churches, your religions. You get your religion. You get your fear of God. You get your everything now that you would have received from your religions and your churches from your TV. They just replace it and they dress it up with science, but it's the same templates. Someone posted this. I have to find out what movie it's from. In fact, let me find it in Discord. History will follow the course we have set, Earthman. I got to find what movie that's from. I believe it was a film that had one of the actors. I'm going to get it here, but anyway, it was about this meta-script concept of an alien race, a higher intelligence guiding human affairs. And I don't leap to suggest that there's some kind of superhuman intelligence, artificial intelligence or otherwise. I don't make the leap to aliens or anything like that. I tend to think that we're looking at human beings who are in control of a technology that is far more sophisticated than the public knows. I'm going through Discord to see if there's anything else that I've missed. I mean, we have so many links in here to go through. I referenced this earlier if you haven't seen it. If you look at the shelves at your grocery store, look at the cover of Time. This is very important here. The cover of Time right now says The History Wars. And it has 1619 and 1776. And of course, again, this is pitting Trump and Kaepernick, but also Western chauvinism and the New World, post-reset world against one another. And I think that's ultimately what we're looking at here. The post-reset is specifically, this worldview is specifically aimed at, I think, eliminating a lot of the things that Americans take for granted. Concept of individuality, property ownership. You know, getting rid of property is a big thing that they talk about at the WEF. You will own nothing and be happy. But also, I've been thinking about pronouns. Because if you're attacking individuals, wouldn't it make sense that now the individual is referred to by a pronoun that you normally reserve for a group? Like, is that not confusing to say they when it would make more sense to say something that would refer to an individual? I think a lot of what we're saying is about effacing our individuality. I mean, removing your face by covering it with a mask. You know, beyond the symbolism, beyond the fallaciousness of it as a medical device, I think there is that, the removal of the human, the face itself. It's like turning you into a robot. Eyes wide shut. And, you know, when we look into the symbolism of the mask, this is another thing I want to point out really quick. I've been studying Kubrick's works, and in Eyes Wide Shut, it's all about the mask, right? These Venetian masks. But in 9/11, if you look at Ground Zero, because of the... Let me bring this up, because this is all connecting. So after 9/11, you had the first responders having to wear the masks because of the demolition. So you have that. Then you also have masks at the 2020 Corona event being worn. Well, Kubrick has his fingerprints all over 9/11 and all over 2020, you know, this Corona thing. But the masks are a consistent thing, whether it's Eyes Wide Shut, 9/11, Corona. But the use of these masks, I think, is part of the bigger story. Could say it's our collective initiation into this new religion. And I also think the name Eyes Wide Shut is kind of giving away something about how our subconscious mind is always there receiving all of this programming, but it doesn't refute it, doesn't call BS. You know, our eyes are wide shut in that sense. But again, looking into the work of Kubrick in particular, and this is from chartword.com, he talks about the use of masks. Like, look, the tremendous amount of dust created by the collapse of the Twin Towers necessitated the first responders wear the masks. Goes on about Stanley Kubrick's movie Eyes Wide Shut. And this came out before Corona. However, in the Space Odyssey 2001, it starts off with a corona and a monolith, and then it goes to another scene where you have an individual named Floyd talking about an epidemic as a cover story. So many elements in 2001 Space Odyssey actually foreshadow 2020. And all of this that I'm bringing up here might explain the phenomenon of currency, like the $20 bill in particular, that folded up kind of suggests foreknowledge about certain events. So people have noted that the folded 20 creates what looks to be the Twin Towers. burning. Well, how would any of this make sense? How would anybody have any kind of foreknowledge to make this? And then how did this even leak? Well, this connection between the $20 bill and the ritual event of September 11, 2001, also relates, like 9/11 does, to the George Floyd event, which was kicked off by what? A counterfeit $20 bill. So you have a connection here, Twin Towers, Twin Cities, and of course a counterfeit or a twin. And even the number 20, the word 20, means twin tens. So Twin Cities, Twin Towers, and then of course the $20 bill with a 9/11 connection. Again, George Floyd, 8:46, sunset, 8:46, 9/11 kicks off at 8:46. So many overlapping connections here between these two events. Even the name Derek I talked about earlier, like Chauvin is for chauvinism. But the name Derek was made famous by a hangman, an executioner, who was credited with having hanged 3,000. So think about it. I can't breathe. So here's a guy. So this is the name of one of the most infamous hangmen of history, Derek. In fact, part of the gallows and part of the crane, a crane today, is called a derrick, based off of this guy named Derek. So for a guy named Derek Chauvin to essentially hang somebody, that was a 9/11ing of America. And all the symbolism and everything else just underscores this. Again, having him in court on 9/11, layers upon layers of insult heaped onto this stuff. Jordan says the NHL hockey goalie just died, had a Joker helmet. And the other team's goalie had an Elvis helmet. Oh, had a goalie named Elvis at the time of his death. Okay. Well, Heath Ledger, death faker. Elvis, what's the connection between Elvis? I'll dig into that. Tominoid says Full Metal Jacket was released on September the 11th in the UK. That's correct. Oh yeah, Kubrick's films in 9/11. He gives it away. He tells you that he did Apollo 11. He also told us he did 9/11, and then he helped script Corona. And in all likelihood, I think that there's something else coming that he had a part in. In fact, tomorrow, actually, today's the 15th now. It's after midnight, but okay, keep an eye on July 16th, because again, that's the release date for Eyes Wide Shut. It's the crash date of JFK Jr., and it's the date that Apollo 11 started. That's the day they took off. And of course, the name Kennedy figures prominently in all these things. Tyrone says, World Trade Center Oliver Stone movie is about another huge reveal. It was shot at Manhattan Beach, California. I may have to rewatch that, because to me, it looks like Oliver Stone is running damage control for the JFK hoax. So, the Jeff Bezos launch on the 20th, we have to keep this in context. It's following the Virgin Galactic. And this is insane when you get into the symbolism here, but Virgin Galactic is clearly the goddess. Now you have the god. And also note, when Elon Musk was at Branson's house, which Elon Musk went over to Branson's place before they took off, he was wearing a shirt that had Apollo on it. Elon Musk popped into Richard Branson's kitchen in the middle of the night before the space flight. Now, there should be nothing tremendously shocking about Apollo on the shirt, but I'm just showing you here that this is all symbolism. It's all interrelated. And I'm keeping an eye on this particular launch just because, like I've said before, we're seeing 1969 replaying in many ways. 1969 as a template for this summer. So I'm expecting to see more. I'm still waiting to see what happens, what is going to happen this summer that's commensurate with the Charles Manson killings of 69. And the significance there, of course, is the Charles Manson event was an attempt to stage a race war or a psyop to kick off a race war. So just something to look forward to. Tyrone says the $20 bill is supposed to have been altered to have Harriet Tubman's face on it. Racist Jackson replaced by the Uber slave emancipator. Yeah, I heard that they were going to replace it. And this cashless society talk is very interesting to me as well. Like, you know, how when the COVID started, they immediately went into, well, can we even use currency? I had seen articles saying that the virus can live on cash for 29 days. And this is all, of course, look, coronavirus can remain on paper currency for 28 days. Is the science still settled on this? Like, is this still something that's supported? That it lives on money? It can survive on phone screens for 28 days. Think about all the selfies taken in hospitals by the people who get their vax or the people who caught COVID. All these people in hospitals, the dancing nurses, all these dancing nurses recording their performances for TikTok. Well, they're all using their phones, and I don't think they're covering their phones in hand sanitizer. Like, if you want to believe any of this. But, you know, those of you who follow this channel and other channels who pay attention to this stuff know that, no, you just look at the Economist cover from 1988, where you have a phoenix atop a pile of cash. And it's basically carrying a Bitcoin or something symbolic of that, I believe. But get ready for a world currency. And, you know, on the 33rd anniversary of this magazine cover being put out there, Bitcoin was valued at $33,000, and Satoshi was said to have been the 33rd richest man in the world, if you want to believe that. Tyrone says, viruses presumably needed warmth and a solution to live in, as it's an organism. A dollar bill provides neither. Well, that theme is actually pretty big in The Division by Tom Clancy. There's a game inspired by this, and this all ties in to this dark winter talk. And this is all very significant for the following reasons. One, Tom Clancy wrote Some of All Fears, which was basically about 9/11 before 9/11 happened. So he's one of the meta scripters. The dark winter drills, which had to do with EMP lockdowns and pretty much, I think, what we saw last year, those were being rehearsed, or rather drilled on, before September the 11th, so 19 years before. But this dark winter drill, and it was an exercise, but it coincides with this Tom Clancy story. So here it is. Operation Dark Winter was code name for a senior level bioterror attack conducted in June of 2001. And it was all about widespread smallpox attack on the United States. So they were drilling for an outbreak. They were drilling for this right before 9/11. So that's why I'm saying it's significant when you see phrases or memes like Dark Winter being pushed, and when it has some sort of precedent with predictive programming and drills. So anyway, one of the themes in the game is that the cache is now contaminated. And again, all of this is just more to support the notion that the propaganda, the entertainment, it's all there to soften you up for the news. And also you'll see here the symbol of the phoenix is really prevalent on all of these things. And the phoenix, burn it down, build back better. That's your basic reset symbol. You might even call it the MO of the elite. You know, the phoenix perfectly encapsulates that, because what we're seeing, I think, is a systematic use of revolution. And then if you look at the 2012 Olympic ceremony, and this is fascinating. We were talking about this the other day, because the 2012 London Olympic ceremony had this display of a burning man. Now, I mentioned earlier how you see these symbols used together. Burning man, phoenix, king, Christ, 33, corona. So 2012's London Olympic ceremony had a burning man, and the burning man turned into a corona. So you have this massive flaming human on the ground, like man shape. Then it becomes a corona when this man and woman light the thing. Well, the closing ceremony had a big burning phoenix. Of course, this is 2012. And then at this event, Lady Gaga sang Imagine, which is, I would imagine it's the emblem, or rather the anthem, for the post-industrial or post-reset world, this fourth industrial revolution. The idea of no nations, no boundaries, nobody owns anything. It's this utopianism run amok. Lean Dion says the next Super Bowl will be in Phoenix. Zareth says Phoenix is on the 33rd parallel. Oh, another thing too about the Burning Man thing is that the Burning Man festivals or ceremonies started in 86. You had 33 of them because the last one was in 2019. They canceled 2020's Burning Man, which happened in a place called Black Rock. And you'll see Black Rock, black stone, black cube, often used in these same symbol sets. But anyway, 33 Burning Man festivals. Also, in 86 and in 2019, both of these years, you had 33-year-olds set themselves on fire in front of the White House. What do you make of that? And then in 87 and 2020, you had the Black Monday market crashes. So the 2020 Black Monday market crash happened the Monday after they declared a national emergency here in the States. Right after the pandemic was declared, we had the market crash. And here's another side note and another connection between the news and entertainment. So Black Monday is actually a TV show called Black Monday. Season 2 debuted March 16th, 2020. Black Sunday, Season 2. Now the significance is this. Black Monday is about the market crash in 87. So Season 1 was about the market crash in 87. And so is Season 2. Well, Season 2 starts on the second market crash called Black Monday. And again, 33 years apart. How do you have a TV show about a market crash occur? Look, Dow and U.S. stocks plunge again March 16th, 2020. Also, you have the show known as Black Monday. This is insane. I believe one of the actors in the show actually commented on this strange coincidence. There were some other coincidences about it. In fact, Dow plunged 2,997, or about 3,000 points, very close to a 9/11 number. Commenter says, I can't imagine what the opening ceremonies of the Tokyo Olympics will have. Yeah, we'll have to watch that. I mean, the Olympic ceremonies, the Super Bowls, these are these events where they kind of tell us their game plan. So if you want to know what the zeitgeist has, what they're constructing in their meta script, because it's all constructed in advance, well, that's the way to do it. You watch these big events where they communicate it to us. Oh, this is nice from World Economic Forum. And I have to mention this again. Their logo is quite obviously featuring the 666. You have the line going through the O's, making sixes. Or if you wanted to nitpick, the O is the 15th letter, 5 plus 1 is 6, so there you have it, 666. Does capitalism need some Marxism to survive the fourth industrial revolution? I think it just needs the AI. And look, this is where they're going. Because I brought up Grimes talking about AI and the World Economic Forum and Gaia. This is clearly what's happening next. This idea of, look, the promise of responsible artificial intelligence. This is where it's going. AI is code. 19. 1, 9, A is 1, I is 9. Everything that they do that moves this world forward, every major transformative event that takes us by surprise seems to have that code. So, for example, Pearl Harbor was actually called Operation AI. 9/11 was a Pearl Harbor-like event. PNAC even called for a catalyzing Pearl Harbor-like event where they probably planned 9/11, or 9/11 had 19 hijackers. There's your AI. 19 years later, COVID-19, another AI. And before COVID-19 actually broke out, there was a comet that had passed over called C-19. And some had believed that this comet, which is called Atlas, had broken apart and that maybe the virus came from space. Sounds insane, but then again, in August last year, Putin came out with the vaccine for COVID, which they called Sputnik. And incidentally, on the same day the vaccine came out, a movie Sputnik came out of Russia about a virus from space that comes down with the cosmonauts. Only in this movie, the virus is this thing that evolves inside of you, and you enter a symbiotic relationship, and then you become addicted to adrenochrome. It says here, the creature doesn't feed from what its host eats, but it eats... Well, here's what it says. It says, the creature shows itself to its victims to augment their fear, which makes the human brain release cortisol. This is where the alien obtains its nutrition. Just bringing this up because virus from space, C-19, not that far-fetched if you go by their science, and they put that out there in the science fiction. Again, Sputnik, the movie about a virus from space, came out the same day that Sputnik, the vaccine, came out. These overlapping narratives, it gives away quite a lot. Here's a quick note from your leader, again, Klaus Vader, regarding cyber polygon and this great reset. These people are either, I don't know, are they actors or are they psychopathic? But listen to this.
Pay insufficient attention to the frightening scenario of a comprehensive cyber attack, which would bring to a complete halt to the power supply, transportation, hospital services, our society as a whole. The COVID-19 crisis would be seen in this respect as a small disturbance in comparison to a major cyber attack. To a major cyber attack. To a major cyber attack.
All right, so they sit around playing these board games. Like I think they played Risk a couple years ago. They called it Event 201, where they just planned the takedown or the shutdown of the world. Well, they've planned it again, so it's coming. Now, are they going to shut down the internet? I don't know how they can do it without breaking the spell. Maybe in certain regions, maybe an EMP above Seattle. An EMP does seem to be in the cards. Just a heads up there, electromagnetic pulse. And the idea is a high altitude detonation would cause widespread blackouts. High altitude. And it'd be easier to fake. If you don't have to fake the nuke on the ground, you don't have to kill thousands or hundreds of thousands. No, you just kill a few crisis actors, do a light show in the sky, some commensurate explosions on the ground, but it'd be easy to fake. All right, this is Auto Hoaxer Revolution by MVP. Thanks everyone for joining. Subscribe below. Get on the notification. We do premieres of the previous night's live streams in the afternoons, and voicemail line is always open. And also, I will be reading everything posted over at the forums. So thanks again for joining tonight, and this is MVP.
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it. They're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
Auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
We've taken over auto-hoax. The term auto-hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that, no, actually, we were right. We wanted to do it this way.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto-hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Auto-hoaxer. Auto-hoaxer.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto-hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto-hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to the line media.
The auto-hoaxer revolution.
Life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up until the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. But a waste of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is bliss to me. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your life.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them.
Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These impulses are overly used over innocence. They're trying to condition us to a new norm with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance has got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent, and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. But they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus. If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from, all still Leviticus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane, infinite plane. Doing my thing, do my thing, do my thing, do my thing. Infinite plane, yeah. I live on an infinite plane. I live on an infinite plane. They telling me different things. That's supposed to be pulling the strings, but I know they playing the games. Since I found out today, I live on an infinite plane. I ain't playing no games. I'm on a different plane. I live on an infinite plane. Yeah. I know the news is fake. They're trying to choose my fate. I know the views is fake. They pushing the global stage. Fake news on the radio wave. All the hoax, the whole world is a stage. Body double like I'm Saddam Hussein. Doing my thing. Don't want the fame, just trying to make change. They took down my page. But an infinite gang, infinite plane, playing no games. Infinite gang, we ain't playing no games. Infinite plane, I'm on an infinite plane. Infinite plane, the world that I live in is strange. Cause I'm on an infinite plane. I'm doing different things, yeah, I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. I'm on an infinite plane. Stay with the infinite gang. Supposed to pull the strings, but they can't cover the game. I'm on the infinite plane. Infinite gang, that's me on mode. I stay more play. Infinite plane society, yeah, man. All I do is black roll out, yeah, just do it, man. Can't take us down off the shit, man. You shake that, check the stats, man. And do it, man. Take the word of flat, man. Grow up the whole man. Take it down on shit right now, man. Shit, satellites are not real, man. I think satellites are real, man. I don't even know what the fuck it is, man. How about the news and shit, man? They already got it, man. I'm telling you right now, it's all the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. All the hosts, man. Shout out, what up, bro? Tim out, man. What up, bro? Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm up.
Purchase your tracks today.
Restless people run in circles, chasing the dream, chasing a dream within a dream. it doesn't mean a thing. No, it doesn't mean a thing if you ain't got bling. If you ain't got bling. They're asking me, what do you do? What have you done for me lately? What of love? What about love? Where is the love? Everyday love. I live in a world where it's so cool to be fake, where narcissism is all the rage and crazy is sane. Crazy is sane. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. Look at me, I'm virtue signaling. I'm posting backsies in my masky. I'm posting backsies in my masky. I'm bowing to the plastic gods of celebrity. World stage actors wearing maskies. World stage actors wearing maskies. They're posting backsies in their maskies. Posting backsies in their maskies. Where down is up and up is CG. It's like a Photoshop reality. What of love? But what about love? Where is the love? I live in a world of a scripted tragedy, with people dying everywhere and believers who believe in the insanity. It's no conspiracy. It's no conspiracy to survive the dying breath of our humanity. We got to breathe. We got to breathe. Just breathe. What of love? Have no fear. What about love? No fear. Where is the love? It's here. It's right here.
Marshall on Highway 247. Sun comes up, I start working. When it goes down, that's when I usually stop. South of Marshall on Highway 247.
Forgive me, I can't stay home. I'm going to the lake, gonna paddle my boat. Had enough Netflix for 1,000 lives. Walking around the food don't satisfy my mind. Dancing nurses are boring me, wasting millions in PPA. No one is in the hospitals, you see. Must be practicing the dance routines. News keeps saying the war zone is real. They left out the facts, there's no one to heal. I'm so tired of World War III. Now we have riots in the streets. Better wear your mask, boy. Get somebody sick. Stay out of the sunshine. Find a TV show to pick. Don't worry about your money, your drug check's on the way. Your COVID ID's coming and the vaccine's here today. You'll get your vaccine and your COVID passport too. They're selling us all doom and gloom. Are you buying it?
Hey, what's happening, people? Celebrate good time. We're gonna have a celebration tonight. Chief Crow has hit 1K. Who do we got hanging out, chilling? What's up, Osher? Space Religion. Tom Buddhas, TLC IV. Flaming Penguins, all up in it. On fire, Penguinati, happy face. Oh yeah. We're gonna get this party started here. I got a few songs for you tonight. Thanks for hanging out, AJ206. Earth spinning around with the buildings upside down. Yeah. So, much love to y'all. Hopefully we got this sound. Y'all hear this? Is there sound? Let's get ready to rumble. Somebody else dropping in here. Hey, we got No Despair Bear. Hey, what's happening? Leon Dion. All right, everyone's chilling in the Chief Crow live stream. 3 used to be cool. Now it's all about the 2.
is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind. The edge is in your mind.
hey. Hey, thank you. All right. That song was called The Edges in Your Mind. And got a little foot drum here. Banging on some drums with my feet. I'm just a one-man band, yo. Yeah. And sharing this too. Hey, thanks, No Despair Bear. Shout out to No Despair Bear for sharing. All right. Eel 03733, The Missing, Osher Space Religion, yeah, Leon Dion, One Man Band, wow. Matthew Northey, shout out y'all, all you beautiful people out there. Hey you, thanks for tuning in, y'all. We got 21 people tuned in right now to Chief Crow. Hey, check this out. So my guitar sounds like a guitar, right? But I got this thing on here, switch it. Now watch, listen. How about that, huh? You guys hear that bass octave? I got a low octave coming out of that. Drop it even more. Thanks again for tuning in. Trying to do a different set of songs for y'all. Something different. You know, I usually put in that space is fake and where's the curve and auto hoax and all that stuff. But tonight we're doing some other songs. Because it's a special celebration. It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Yeah, so get your corn dogs out. Grab your lattes and your corn dogs and your beef cakes. Get your hot dogs all ready, because we're going to have a pizza party, you know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, volcanoes are fake. All right. So, that one guy, he's trying to do a GoFundMe to go to space. And Jake the Butthole, he's supposed to go fly to space or go underground or go to Mars and eat a bunch of drugs, whatever. But, you know, I think we should all just go to Antarctica. Storm Antarctica, people. The penguin will be man's new best friend. This is a search for the edge. A new age of discovery. We will head south in search of new land. I have the need for freedom to explore far lands and sail the seas. Go beyond the edge of your mind. We have the very best sleeping bags. I am a man from Earth. Antarctica expedition. We will head south. Will we hit a dome? Probably not. Probably find more land. So come along and ride on a fantastic voyage. Slide, slide, slippity slide. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Pioneer people with pioneer hearts. A renaissance of exploration. The new age of discovery. A romantic frontier. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. Antarctica expedition. The penguin will be Dan's new best friend. Antarctica finest granola bars. Hey, hey. Another shout to everyone on the live stream. Thanks for hanging out, the toast. Lickety split. What's up, brother? Hey, hey, hey. Lickety, lickety, lickety split. All dumb shit. Press Infinite. Oh, yeah. Synchro. The Missing. Shaka Khan. Lickety split. Yeah. X322. What's up, Tim? Hey, hey, thanks for mirroring this stuff. Mirror. Is it mirror? Or is it mirror on the wall? Is it who's the greatest? Oh, man, I must be infected with the Mandela virus. Oh, no. Did Tone Loc die? Is Tone Loc dead? I think Tone Loc from Blank Check might have died, but he really didn't. Hey, what's up, Karen B? Thanks for stopping in. Oh, yeah, shout out to Karen B for putting all the celebrations together and making it happen. I'll be playing a live set in South Carolina at the Solar Return Celebration. South Carolina, March 27th. So everybody come on out. It's gonna be a celebration. Oh yeah, Penguinati all up in it. Yeah, so everyone's here. All good, beautiful people. Gonna get down with it, you know. I think we got a couple more tunes. Done. Exit the dome, new lands to roam. That was the line. I mumbled that one. All right. Okay. It's a pretty cool little bass octave, right?
Play some more tight riffs for you, man. This one riff, now my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this. Yeah, my brother played a riff and it went like this.
That's called My Brother Played a Riff. All right. Here you go.
It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Now you're out of breath. Everyone's gone totally retarded. Auto believing everything on the TV. Yeah, 33 with a double E, yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. WWWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Just like Tuttle Puddle, but the R is the S. WWWWF. Now you're out of
Got a little turn in the corner. Hey, that was Mask of the Beast, brought to you by Fred Meyer. Oh yeah, hey, James in Germany. LOL. Charlotte and Paul, Flatastic, Synchro. Tim Osmond, shout out to Tim Osmond. That was a good chat we had on the phone earlier, bro. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Brian Stapley, what's happening? I'm gay. It's a happy time. It's a happy gay time. It's a happy cucumber cheeseburger. Happy. It's a happy time. What's up, Brian Staveley and Osher and Infinite Jack and Lickety Split and dumb shit there with the mushroom head and the Leon Liam with the missing and a Lilith and the Beast Man Lee. Channel of Craft Reefs. Oh yeah, everybody here. Everybody here with the diaper face on. Everybody breathing, everybody here, everybody's chilling in the live stream. Yo, we're having a party in the live stream. Matrix party. It's a Matrix party. Chilling on the phone, chilling on the keyboard, all alone. With the cucumber and the cheeseburger. You got a diver on the face and a guitar flame. Everybody chilling on the computer. Matrix party. Everybody get down. No, seriously, did Tomo die, or did he not? Because I'm telling you, man, Tone Loc from Blank Check.
He's like, get that kid. Yo, get that kid over there. He took my boss's check. Get that kid. He's like, Ace, the boss is gonna kill me, Ace.
And he's in Ace Ventura 1.
They were doing the wild thing. Funky Cold Medina.
Tone Loc in it. Ain't no joking it. Wheels in the spoken it. Spoken word. Turds flying out my mouth. Spitting and shitting. I got the sharks. Gonna put it on the charts. Number 1, number 2. Hey, AC Slayer. Shannon Jones. Oh yeah. Yeah, Tone Loc from Ace Ventura, Lickety. Right? He's sitting at the office chair there, and Ace is trying to, he's like, do you have any banaka? Talking with his butt cheeks. What's up, the toast? Yeah, Stephen Schmidt. 33, 33 is cool, but I'll tell you what, it's all about 2. Meditate on the 2. Having a gay old time here. Cucumbers, cheeseburgers, everybody. Oh yeah, we got the Flamin' Penguins. Having a gay old time with the Flamin' Penguinotti and the cucumber cheeseburger. Check it out. Check it out now. I'm gonna tune back up. There we go. So this is the 1-year anniversary of the last flight that Mad Mike ever took. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Mike. All rocket men go to heaven. And Mike, man, he's a pretty far out guy. I was honored to play his party in Las Vegas. And I made a song for him. Got to play it at the party, hang out with all the Penguinotti folk. Met Chris Pontius, got to see his beautiful art. Got to meet Nathan Thompson. And yeah, hopefully I'll see all y'all March 27th at the return celebration. The return, the moon and the sun, the spinning in the sky. South Carolina, they're probably gonna have to give me an anal swab before I get on the plane. So, I'm taking one for the team, okay? Same team, right? Right. We all, you guys better get anal swabs too. Just anal swab yourself, I'm gonna fly to South Carolina to play tunes for all y'all, so all y'all need to get anal swabs too. If I'm gonna get an anal swab, we can get a double anal swab. I mean, they have Q-tips on both sides, right? So we can do that double thing. You know what I'm saying? Just boom, 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 boom. Anal swab each other. Anal swab each other. All right. So this next one here is gonna go out to Mad Mike, and just want to give a shout out for everyone that is hanging out here in the Matrix party, the computer, the bowling alleys of your mind, the tainted swabs, the cucumber cheeseburger, the tainted swab. We got pancakes and rockets. I swear I saw Jesus. His face on a pancake, and then I realized it was Mark Sargent. I was at McDonald's, and I was got a pancake, and I saw Mark Sargent on the pancake. Yeah, if you look close enough to the moon, you can see the map, and it's Mark Sargent's face in the map of the moon, the spirit of the rainbow swab sticker. Everybody better be triple masking out there. How about the mask, right? Jim Carrey mask? Boo! Boo on the mask. Hey, commercial sound and video, what's up, bro? Oh, yeah. Don't swab me, bro. Leon, stranger, yeah. All right. Check it out. Go.
Man, I get so high, out of sight. Man, sonic boom, put yourself through the plasma moon. New age of exploration. Midnight, infinite land in chaotic creation.
This is the part of the song I always thought like Mad Mike would be all drinking some whiskey with a fat chick out in the trailer, out in the desert. He's like, hey, check it out. This guy wrote a song about me, right? He's drinking with some fat chicks. And then it gets to the end of the song. And he just starts doing this sexy dance for the fat ladies. And they just be getting it on. Right? Mad Mike getting it on. Getting it on up in heaven. He shot his rocket up to heaven. Psychedelic supreme. He's banging all the fat chicks in heaven. Somewhere far away. Drinking a fat chick in heaven. Drinking some whiskey, doing a little dance. Oh yeah. Hey, that's Mad Mike. Shout out. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. Shout out now, King George. All right, True Life Media. Do Where's the Curve? Shannon Jones. Tim Osmond. Hey, hey, brother, everyone hanging out. Overthought. Yeah, Mad Mike. What a cool, weird, awesome dude. All right. I'll try to do Where's the Curve with my one-man band set up here.
people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappearing soon, they reappearing soon. The horizon line is flat, sands and sky looks the same through the lens of my senses. At peace upon the Hey, sunrise is the place. The moon makes light so cool at night. The luminary, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth. Where is the curve? Where is the curvature? Where is the Where is the curvature?
there? Where is the curve? Yeah, so I want to thank y'all for coming out tonight, hanging out in the Matrix live stream. Shills versus Shills. Whoa, it's Shills versus Shills, everybody. Hey, hey, hey. Shout out to Shills versus Shills. Yeah. Thirst for Truth. Hey, brother, what's happening? Dan the Waterman. Woo, woo. Hey, Nathan Thompson might come and hang out on his little Clown World tour, so we'll have to have a conference with Dan the Waterman and Nathan Thompson and work it all out and do some math equations. Yeah, Michael Shiva, what's happening, brother? Lilith, hey, hey, Goat Clips. All right, so hey, in the description of this video, I think I put the link for my new channel. I got 2 strikes on this channel, so I'm sure they're probably going to delete it any day. So I got 2 strikes on it. So go sub to my new channel, and we'll be doing more live streams and stuff like that. Yeah, so I'll try to do maybe one more for you guys. Let's see here. What's up, A-Slayer? Rosie Finn. Copacetic, brother, what's happening? Flat Plain, Oregon. Hey, hey, what's up, Oregon, brother? Let's throw a party here in Oregon. Where you at, bro? Let's throw a party, bro. Yeah, hey, we got all the good people here. You know, the music, it brings people together, you know. I know we're all in different tribes. I know everyone is a shill tranny. I know we're all just a bunch of gay shill trannies. And, you know, we're all just a bunch of Loch Ness monster shill trannies. And, but it's all good. We can all hang out in the Matrix party and have a good old cucumber hamburger time with, you know, Bumblebee tuna. Here we go. Oh, we got some requests here. Let's see here. COVID 1984. Man, I don't even remember how to play that one. It's like COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Bend you over like a whore. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. COVID 1984. 4, 3, 2, 1. Is the other verse? I don't even remember. So, go into my grandma's house. Shut it, shut up, cover your mouth. Soap opera dynasty bullshit. I haven't played that one. I don't think I've ever played that one live, so I don't know the chords, man. I can't remember the chords, dude. Chord H. Do a cover of Earthman. Hey, TLCIV, it's Teddy in the house. Earthman, Earthman. Bodies World meetup in March. Yeah. Tell you what, boy. We got a flat earthworm in the live stream here. We got TLCIV, you know what I'm saying? He's earthworming it. Oh, yeah. Man, we got 59 people in the chat. What's up? I just love seeing all the different tribes in here, you know what I'm saying? Everyone get along, you know? I mean, fuck it, you know? Shit, let's all just hang out, you know? Party at my house. Slam dunk barbecue, you know? We're gonna have a slam dunk barbecue. Should that be it? Should we do the slam dunk barbecue? I'm in a cult. I'm not in a cult. I'm Alex Jones. I'm at the Grove. It's a real deal. I'm on TV, the web stream, the internet, CNN, NBC, LeBron James on Fox Sports. Everybody, you know, I'm a dork. I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, and the holy sneaks. I wear this. Wait, check it out. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, fucked it up. I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak. I'm a 33, my nigga. Charles Manson, Rance dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch. Does anybody have a conch? Anybody want to? Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Go wow 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 wow. Rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike. Wow 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 wow. Squidgy weedy weedy, squidgy weedy weedy weedy, squidgy weedy 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 boy. Make the Benjis, the limousine with peaches and cream. You make that dough, the symbol show. Euthanasia, Blue Ranch with the water world. Nightmare hippie girl, Fepe Penguin. I got the VIP cause I'm a 33, my nigga.
important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 481, a bunch of important numbers. 5, a bunch of important numbers. Number 9, bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. 22, a bunch of important numbers. 2, bunch of important numbers. Bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. A bunch of important numbers. No way, I'm not in a cult. 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 Wait, cults are cool. I'm in a cult. 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 It's fucking cool. I'm in a cult. I wear a kilt. I have a quilt. We make quilts. We're in a cult. We make quilts. It's fucking cool. I wear a kilt. I have a cloak. It's freaking sweet. I'm in a cult. Yeah, cults are cool, man. What's wrong with a cult? I think they're sweet. You have a fire. We all sit around the fire. Wow. Get visions of rainbow swastikas all up in the fire, you know what I'm saying? Get them visions. Yeah. Got visions, baby. All right, we're gonna finish this off with a gospel tune for you. All right. We're gonna go out on the cultish gospel song. Why would anybody have a minor chord harmonica? What are we, from the UK? All right, gonna finish this off with a sweet little tune. There's hey, once again, shit, guys. Fucking love y'all. Love y'all for coming, hanging out, being here. So-called Mexicans are the tribe of H minor. Lickety split got the H minor out. Hey. Hey. Shout out to all my cult members. Here's a little spiritualized song called Shine the Light.
as can be. Lord, shine a light on me. on me. Lord, shine a light on me. Lord, shine a light on me. Yeah.
Hey. Haha. Once again, this has been Chief Crow giving you some of them flat earthworms. Yeah, you can get baptized in the Colt. Colt 45 or 2 zigzags, baby, that's all we need. You can go to the bar, pick the bar, smoke that tumbleweed. The man wanna burn, we can take our turn singing them dirty rap songs. Stop and hit the bone like Cheech and Chong, sell teeth from here to Hong Kong. Yeah, finish the night off with some Afro Man. Thank you so much for hanging out. Remember to check out in the description, I have a link to my new channel. Like I said, I got 2 strikes on this one. I don't know how much longer it's gonna last. So, sub to my channel. And, yeah, celebrate good time. Diet Pepsi. If it's irresistibly, hypothetically, and come on, says a bit about it, go get it, got a good bust a bucket, bust a bucket. Yeah. Solar return March 27th, if any of y'all out there, South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, East Coast area, come on out. And I want to thank Flat Plane Oregon X322, The Toast, Impress Infinite, Thirst for Truth, Blake O'Rye, 6119, Leon Dion, Osher, shout out Osher! Much love, y'all. I think I might have figured out this live stream stuff, so hopefully I'll be back soon. Peace. 2. March 27th, Crystal. Okay, not March 20th. March 27th. East Coast. Hey, Tim Osmond. Thanks again, bro. Shout out to Tim Osmond, Infinite Plane Society, Penguinati. Check out Infinite Plane Radio, y'all. Best stuff out there. Infinite Plane Radio. 2. Peace. 2 up.
For as long as I remember, my mom never was able to surrender. Yet if this shit keeps going on, I need to find me 24/7 bartender. Society's now so far astray that they love the masses to which they pray. Total fanatics liking all that which treats them like prey. They can't stay away. And if you dare to say out loud that for this state you got nothing but doubt, your peers will make sure you experience serious cash flow drought. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not setting freedom for feeling secure. They co-opted every venture of the human soul, all the while marching towards that fucked up end goal, selling communism and laying out some psychological ground. Kids being propagandized and molded since early playground, killing the feeling of self to suffer for the greater good. This fairy tale even most leftists never really understood. Doesn't matter, now we're all wearing the hood, lost the faces wherever we stood. Music's now about selling drugs, coma, drinking and sex. CA's been given hippies hugs, drawn upon the hacks. Band's been manufactured, branded, used and suicided. Lead the counterculture, ensure it's divided. Bent over idols, raptured on TV for a fact of tragedy. Fake reported real is a new spaceline melody. Journalism's now nothing but a mere parody. You need an auto hoax to retain your sanity. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not setting freedom for feeling secure. It's all fucked up wherever I look. Children have no interest of reading a book. School hammered it out of their little heads, having them learn useless shit shit, bought to be dead. Listen and repeat over and over again. No wonder they close their minds according to plan. When parents ain't there and the state plays its game. No brain, no shame, every dictated curriculum is lame. In 1984, all were laid out what 2020 would actually do. Just a little late, we've been overdue. The street was paved long ago when the federal dirt got its go. Total control brought to a wider scene, delivered by the screen. A hijacked financial system at the base for the greatest scheme. In the halls of mental asylums echoes what critical voices scream. Division is on every level, but have your dream. Allopathic drug dealers, botchers and psycho rapists thrive. The thief management of the road that healthcare does drive. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society hurt. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not selling freedom for feeling secure. Retirement provisions co-opted by father state, making sure no one really owns any real estate. Mandatory payments directly subtracted from the loans. No questions asked, like they're all just drones. The taxation is theft, knows even skull and bones. Secret societies infest all campus life. You'd have to be corrupt to join such a half. Members to compartmented the murder crew. Students specialized to lose a broader view. Concepts meant to divert in disguise. In the end, no one's able to theorize. Same goes for the heavily censored interwebs, where J-Tricks, trolls and agents set their traps. To lure in the lab minded to the dumbest theories, meant to be laughable issues made up of fallacies. Government guard-rating its sensitivities. The black sheeps in the herd, the crazy ones which society had. Not playing along with the absurd, able to see what was to be obscured. Not selling freedom for feeling secured. Society's being divided on every level they can. Fear is spread by virtually all me over all my lifespan. Countless narratives being laid out to create illusions. Nobody being allowed to come to sensible conclusions. Economic hitmen used to force the wanted solutions, further extending control on people's confusions. Painfully evident if only ever thirst for, admitted and swept under the rug like pedal gore. Yet the sheep can't see the world's a stage. Smurf level blue pilled and caught up in rage.
It's like, we're all going to die someday. And if you're going to pick some place to die, then why not Mars? Okay. If we're born on Earth, why not die on Mars? Seems like maybe it'd be quite exciting. But so I think given the choice of dying on Earth or dying on Mars, I'd say, yeah, sure, I'll die on Mars.
Forgive us our sins, for we ourselves forgive everyone who is indebted to us, and lead us not into temptation.
And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
There they go. Wait for the sonic booms.
Right now
them all. Death to them all, we are seeking. They're gonna lose it all. Babylon is going to fall. The beast so gone with the ball. May she rest in pieces. May she rest in pieces. We'll not see through space or fly through the Milky Way. Not unless you are on some kick-ass drug. One that always blows out, oceans can't curve around a ball. Stars always stay on the same course year after year. Einstein was a turd. Hawking is a fraud. NASA is a hoax. Coriolis is a bunch of gold. Take a look with your own eyes. It's the end of the ball. You know they're gonna lose it all. Babylon is falling. Letters reload everywhere. There's no room for the ball. Requiem for the ball. It's all over now. Babylon is going to fall. Babylon is falling. May she rest in pieces. May she rest in pieces.
I'm in a cult, 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 I'm in a cult.
I'm at the Grove, Bohemian. I drink the juice, the chocolate milk, the holy cow. I wear the sneaks, tip of the beak, man, the 33. Charles Manson, ranch dressing, goat heads with the number 9. It is so divine with the holy grail, shape of the snail, the Fibonacci, sound of the conch.
Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike goes. Third eye rainbow swastika in my pine cone like a dirt bike.
43.
A bunch of important numbers.
3.
A bunch of important numbers.
42.
A bunch of important numbers.
481.
A bunch of important numbers.
5.
A bunch of important numbers.
0.
A bunch of important numbers.
9.
A bunch of important numbers.
23.
A bunch of important numbers.
7.
A bunch of important numbers.
11.
A bunch of important numbers.
11.
I'm in a cult. 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 I'm in a cult.
Ready, real.
CIA be lurking, I be in the turban. Little ones stay cursing, older ones out twerking. Talking about lack of education, streets are always dangerous. Bluetooth speakers playing, do you really hear what they saying? Do you know what that mean? Are you down for the team? They speak through signs and symbols, you can learn about these things. Live by 9/11, club of 27. Once you think that they in heaven, nah bruh, it's a legend. It's all according to the code. Them Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in a Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto close. We call that an auto hoax.
Man, what you trying to prove? Don't you know we've been around the globe and been to the moon?
Get it, that's an auto hoax.
You're tripping, times 2. What about the shootings that they always cover on the news?
Real, that's an auto hoax.
They don't move, we will make the way. Let it spray, right reality like an AKA. Let them know we don't play. They live like life's a party, but it's really like a breakaway. Meditate, focus your attention on your better days. You know what I'm talking about. Don't let these slimy narcissists, antichrist out there turn you out. Freedom of speech is actuality. That's why the truth must spread by word of mouth, word of mouth. It's all according to the code. Damn Illuminati with my mind, body, and my soul. That's why they snatching bodies, everybody in the Holly Grove. Deception is a hobby, switching roles with the auto clone. Let me turn on my auto hoax. Not even a proven fact. The floor curves into a spinning ball, and you can test for that.
Globe is an auto hoax.
Man, you must be trolling me. Scientific theories aren't what they are shown to be.
Yup, that's an auto hoax.
So what you're saying is you don't accept the claim that's missing proof, then you label it.
Exactly, it's an auto hoax.
Wow, sports is scripted by the number code. What do I really don't? Let me turn on my auto hoax.
Squad.
Let me turn on my auto hoax and look this stuff up when I get home. Cause boy, I tell you, these kids today is tripping. I ain't tripping, he must be tripping. Cause I am not tripping, not one little bit. I know my things, I know my shit.
Yes, mama, I know that it's late, I'll be safe, mama. I'm not going nowhere to escape the law. I'm just going outside for my daily walk, and it ain't the law to wear a mask at all. Oh my God, police might hit me with their raws, throw me to the ground with no just cause, so the post will go viral with no applause. Well, it's a blast from the past and the race for the cash, just like Doug Dimmadome. Just no wait, that might be subliminal. Lions in the skylight, pure grade chemicals. No, I'm not feeling them. At the bare minimum, I'ma get a minigun and open fire till I say a fall in a million. I know the weight scratch that I meant to say a billion, a trillion, a zillion. No, they ain't killing us. Don't know how to get it done for sure, cause the fit they have inside is straight venomous. All we want is freedom, but they always trying to catch another case like the gang leader's name was a Gilligan. Fuck your authority, but then accordingly, damn. They got weapons, we got guns, like we driving. What's the plan? All I'm saying, we in the jam, go ham. But we steady, watching the office, look, it's time to take a stand. Look, I see the bricks, but I need a shotty. Vengeance for all them bodies. I auto hoax my Gunny. Reparations on me, you're right.
Insidious lies that spoon-fed. We broke the spell. Now I see red. We're manifesting reality. We have the eyes to see. We're coming in with the sickest of strategies. Never been able to ponder the truth. Spilling our secret anatomy. See through deception and fakery with peer-reviewed mockery. Who are these people that talking to me? These people, they more like sheeple. They're like cocaine fiends, just strapped in, flapping their gums. They're looking all over the floor for a piece. It's time I get venom out your minds for least. That's right, we got you off the hook. You're looking a little bit shook. Take a good look at the game for the reasons I stop believing the demons. Grab your Glock, it's hunting season. This ain't the life we wanted. Insidious lies that spoon-fed. This ain't the life we wanted. Insidious lies that spoon-fed. We broke the spell. Now I see red.
Don't fuck with your deception, keep it real, that's a profession. Like the whole world is pretending, found the truth around the penguin. Get a gang on with a blessing, all the other gang is stressing. RPSC on a nesting, only real one's gonna get this. Like fake ones don't accept this, they can miss the message. Timbuktu got bodies, yeah, find them in our wreckage. Auto host a message, squad are represented. Killing you with knowledge, yeah, the oppa's getting deadly. Oh, you're so affected, cause we're so effective. Let go of your worries, yeah, the whole thing is a sinner. We got it and we get it, offering refreshment. Level up your conscience, yes, honestly the essence. This wave is uncontainable, facts are undebatable. You lanes are unrelatable, give a fuck about saving you. We could keep on playing you, you just keep complaining too. Game is unescapable, unless you're with the gang or no.
Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. 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 Fucking with the penguins. Yeah, with the penguins. I'm coming with a vengeance, trying to make you come to your senses. Forget the general consensus, just pay attention. The thought has paid for good intentions. I'm clenching my back wrenching, representing only the most superior independent media. We got that real shit fucking encyclopedia. We're bringing an end to this mass hysteria. They wanna know why it's so serious, cause you must be delirious. If you're still believing stuff, get a grip and show some evidence for your bold claims. We don't play no games, we stay relentless, exposing those events. Quick DIPS are making an entrance, button doors down cause now's the time for interventions. Did I mention we're affecting so many men across the spectrum? We stand out from the crowd, we don't blend in. Steady gaining tremendous momentum, there's nothing close to resembling. Check the emblem, it's a penguin, not a gremlin. Just letting you know you're on an infinite plane, it's never bending. We strike like 10 pin, killing all fears and breaking the tension. Gotta know the Hawks army, digging deep in the trenches. Come and join in, be adventurous. Quit being so sensitive, forget the censorship. We ain't telling fibs. Messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. We're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. You're messing with the penguin. Messing with the penguin. Fucking with the penguins, yeah.
One of the things that I like to analyze with all these events is, you can analyze what you don't see, the actual victims. You don't see any evidence of real mass casualty, the victims, the crisis actors. You never see tears. I haven't seen a single tear yet. Nobody cried, nobody died at any of these events.
life in some kind of Orwellian fiction piece. It's disastrous. Did we ask for it? 41, but I'll be waking people up till I'm in my casket. Get a grasp on it. We get up and tear the mandated mask off it. This fake ass reality, they're draining your energy. Come with me, we're bringing the synergy. From here to infinity, we're sipping the Hennessy, spitting the heresy. You're blindly following enemies. For the weight of your life, why do you let it be? When you play with fire, kids, eventually you always end up getting burned. That's what I learned. Lesson taught is a lesson earned. Like seeking the knowledge we speak of is blasphemy. Speak with conviction and blame the oligarchs for authoring history, controlling the minds of the masses, scrubbing their minds with their classes, indoctrinating a nation to keep us sedated. Waking up in this communist paradise, wearing masks with some sort of parasites fit for your lives.
Still in heaven, your mind is a loaded weapon. They want to control your possessions. They're selling Armageddon. They want you begging like a peasant. Man, I tried to tell them.
Condemnation before investigation is the admittance of your indoctrination. It's blatant, you're a willing participant and a hypocrite. I'm partaking in mass shaming. Yeah, I'm different. These imbeciles are only used of innocence. They trying to condition us to a new normal with constant repetition. Cognitive dissonance has got this fool tripping. Now civil war's imminent and BLM is a stimulus. People acting belligerent when now's the time to be vigilant. Why they didn't put COINTELPRO on the syllabus? If you think that you came from a monkey, then you're primitive. Them idiots are thick as fuck, thinking they came from Australopithecus. I'm sick of these frivolous rituals and the ways that they try to belittle us. Coronavirus is an anagram for carnivorous. It's ridiculous. So now we meet at a paradox to which most are oblivious. With the nations of ignorance, no, it don't make a difference. I stay vigorous, chilling with syncretists, ever ambiguous with my gibberish. There's no such thing as a coincidence. This place is so magnificent. The possibilities are infinite. I'm just an insolent immigrant, freeing my mind from imprisonment, using my voice as a blunt instrument. These 808s are so militant. Now I've got myself in a predicament. I tell myself I'll be so hesitant. I strive for excellence, immune to the pestilence. I'm a perfectionist, show proper etiquette, or I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit. Big bro's omnipotent. Big bro don't give a shit.
Water doesn't cook for fuck, they give a vacuum, ain't ever thought it's fake. Telling you about spins and orbits, old vanities like little hobbits. You've never felt the orbital speed, there's no way you could stay on your feet while you're blasting in every direction. Your thumb would need a redirection. You've never ever thought about this, just accepted it, that's the way it is. They've taken your mind to crawl to the rod, indoctrinated it with a foreign thought. Talking about their imaginary friend, helping the masses to make light bend. A concept for water on the ball, like it could stick to a wall. Vast bodies of water won't ever display the comebacks that the globe would portray. They clearly admit that ability, no way to form that kind of stability. And before you get off on your water drops, you have to know a thing about the ocean's tops. Cause they got waves rising and falling, destroying your fallacy about surface tension. In fact, why you would even mention. But gravity, you rush to say, a giant law with a role to play. Substitute of Abrahamic thought, result of adjustment to a dying God. You already have a Babylon 2.0, a fucking update here to run the show, and you don't even wanna know. It is the same old glorification of the guy. Roman gods are above, they never die. And the theme's one hell of a genius thought. Gravity is still unproven and a fraud. And look at the theoretical black holes. They've taken money and debt and their goals, presenting now pretty graphs and sheets to mince logic while at feeds. By virtue of an object's mass alone, no attraction to its center was ever shown. Mathematically doomed and believed. Many generations got deceived. CGI is the best out of space you get, and they fail like 500 years yet to show you a spinning ball with water on it while itself shooting in elliptical orbit. Avoiding A360 pan at all cost, moon landing dead or unfortunately lost, unable to evidently prove the ball. It's the mechanics of the force wall. everywhere, apparently making everything is fair, giving you uncountable objects in orbits, a random universe of chaotic movements. The earth shooting in every direction, couldn't have thought out a more alien fiction.
Everybody know Mr. Raj came through the door and sang It's a Beautiful Day in the neighborhood.
Well, I used to be unaffected. Didn't care if the fish had braces, only knew that it could save us all. What is real, I don't know, hard to understand. There used to be a cornucopia in my pants. Epic man, shift us to the new timeline. Epic man, bring me a giant check next time. Well, trouble ain't what people don't know, it's what they know. That ain't so, said the OG Crescent's acting Marlboro man. It's a miracle, it's true. I know my memories ain't no fool. I seen the Chinese dude get mowed down by the tank. Seen it on TV, eating baits and smiling. A double bind that got your mind in, and a tasty cup of noodles for your soul.
South America, and that's what made me realize, whoa, South America's like 1,000 miles over. And again, it moves more after that. It's even further than 1,000 miles. And I'm just guessing, it's just way over to the right, way over to the east. And where I come from, I believe I'm still where I come from. I believe this reality is indeed in flux. Absolutely. We're going to talk about flip-flops as well.
Well, what will you do when you find out you don't exist? You've been faked out. No gold notches, no box of chocolates in this neighborhood. Well, I was there, man. I ate the Fruit Loops. And I seen that movie with Tom Cruise. Please don't take these precious memories from my heart. Ed McMahon, go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon, go ahead and leave the gaslight on. Ed McMahon, go ahead and leave the gaslight on.
Get into a little phrase that I like to say, called everyone knows, because it seems to trigger the trolls and deniers. And they literally go around and, these Mandela effect deniers will go around and they'll make videos about how Brian Staley goes around and says everybody knows and we are the best. We're going to talk about that today. How we are the best, everybody knows. And you can put the two together and it says everybody knows we are the best, right? Fucking double bang for the buck, you know what I mean, baby?
So these guys, this group, they call themselves the Infinite Plane Society. Sometimes there's a lot of penguin usage, right?
They actually know how to do spiritual warfare online. They're good at it, they're trained in it.
IPS is just sharing the truth.
Yeah, respect to the Infinite Plane Society.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer.
The Auto Hoaxer Revolution.
Auto Hoaxer. Auto Hoaxer.
we've taken over auto hoax. The term auto hoaxer was meant to attack people who jump to conclusions too fast. Until we realized that no, actually, we were right to do it this way.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxing really has to do with a very tight grasp on the facts of reality. Auto hoaxing is based on logic, and automatically believing what you see from your media sources is actually the opposite of logic.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Auto hoaxer. Auto hoaxer.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
Legitimate auto hoaxing is the only legitimate threat to the mainstream stranglehold over mass perception. The auto hoax meme, the auto hoax concept needs to be mainstreamed, and I think more than ever people will understand it when it's explained properly. Because what we're talking about is shifting the burden of proof back to online media.
The auto hoaxer revolution.
A new sky of full of little signs don't stop breathing. Everything that's wild. I thought I felt it all, and I felt the rain being washed clean and dry by the sun's cracks opening. I think you knew, and I think that you sent them watching it from late, just like to sing a new call of courage to wait anymore. I know the way to always running. I'll be there watching if you were giving up. Breathing your sighs, make them chime off the sweetest notes. I thought waiting wasn't forgetting. I tell myself it's better than life regretting. I feel my arms around you today. I think you sent them to pick me up in that same way. Leave up tonight so for us if you're ready. I know the way to always running. There's a tunnel ahead and there's a light around. Tight as you ready. And if you're coming to find it, I'll just let you down. I'm tired this way. Always running. Always no more blending of the memory between what was real and what I wanted it to be. I see your way growing, dancing on the same wave. Closing eyes and let go at your rhythms roar. You don't have to only imagine. You don't have to only imagine. The whispers say time makes you numb. I know the way to always running. There's a tunnel ahead and there's a light around. Tight as you ready. And if you're coming to find it, I'll just let you down. I'm tired this way. Always running. Always running. Always running.
And I was just a boy sitting on these stones, thinking of things that I don't really know. But I don't want to slip into these collars, oh, just to live in the real world. And everybody here seems to sing their songs. I hope one day we can sing along. But I don't want to slip into these dollars, oh, just so I can buy some nice clothes. I'm on my way home, I'm on my way home, to a place I know, I'm on my way home, I'm on my way home, to a place I know, And working every day seems to take my soul. I hope one day I don't get too old, 'cause I don't want to flip in all these burgers, oh, just so I don't sleep in the cold. And sing about the waves and I sing about the sea, 'cause they've always been good to me. And I'm just gonna slip into the sun and go back to where I was grown. I'm on my way home, I'm on my way home, to a place that I know, I'm on my way home, I'm on my way home, to a place that I know, I'm on my way, I'm on my way home, I'm on my way, I'm on my way home. Oh, they gave me a gun and they told me to run to a place I didn't really want to be. Oh, they gave me a gun and they told me to run. Little darling won't go away, set me free. Oh, they gave me a gun and they told me to run to a place I didn't really want to be. Oh, they gave me a gun and they told me to run. Little darling won't go away. I'm on my way home, I'm on my way home, to the place that I know. Silence, undercover sadness, broken static turned to madness. Caught yourself trying to keep your cool, but it's long gone. Tossing, turning, but you're tired. All the secrets have expired. On the wrong end of a bad deal, and it's hard. Keep on knocking, but the door don't open. Try to stop it, but the hurt keeps going. With every breath, close your eyes. Yeah, I've been on your side of a broken heart, of a broken heart. Telling God you don't believe him. Now the scales don't look too even. But no one's seeing what you see, and nothing says what you mean. Oh, no, no, no. Keep on knocking, but the doors don't open. Try to stop it, but the hurt keeps going. Have a breath and close your eyes. Yeah, I've been on your side of a broken heart, of a broken heart. I've been down, I've been real far down. I've been down where you're standing right now. I've been down, I've been real far down. Keep on I'm knocking, but the doors don't open. Try to stop it, but the hurt keeps going. Asking Jesus for a sign, oh, to get it off your mind. Of a broken heart, your broken heart, yeah, your broken heart, your broken heart, your broken heart. Trying to make it work, and you're trying to make it right, but every dream you made never came to life, and now you all alone as you lie there awake at night, trying to find the strength for another try. Listen to something I have to say. Feels like you're far away. Do you feel afraid? Can you feel your body shake? I know nothing's forever, so give it something or let it break. Do you feel afraid? Can you feel your body shake? You're trying to build a home, and you're trying to be at peace, but everywhere you go, there's something else to grieve. So why don't you take your love and bury it in the ground? You have to let it go, don't turn around. Listen to something I have to say. Lately it feels like you're far away. Do you feel afraid? Can you feel your body shake? I know nothing's forever, so give it something or let it break. Do you feel afraid? Can you feel your body shake? Listen to something I have to say. Lately it feels like you're far away. Do you feel afraid? Does your body shake? I know nothing's forever, so give it something or let it break. Do you feel afraid? Do you feel okay? Listen to something I have to say. Lately it feels like you're far away. Do you feel afraid? Can you feel your body shake? I know nothing's forever, so give it something or let it break. Do you feel afraid? Can you feel
dreamed of becoming one of the birds and fly up high to the sky over the mountains, over the deep blue sea. One day she woke up with wings to birds waiting by the window, ready to fly and make her dream become reality. Together they fly far away from here, up high to the sky. She's one of them. She's the crown queen. The white-tailed eagle of the seas. We've all been searching in the dark for our light, for our spark. We've all been searching in the dark for our light, for our spark. We've all been searching in the dark for our light, for our spark. We've all been searching in the dark for our light, for our spark. It's all just in your head. Heaven is a state of mind. Hell is a place you find yourself in. When you're looking out instead of in, you won't find yourself where you've been looking. 'Cause we've all been searching in the dark for our light, for our spark. We've all been searching in the dark for our light, for our spark. There may be dark times ahead.
days we keep wasting colors. Maybe we should let this go. We're falling apart, still we hold together. We've passed the end, so we chase forever. 'Cause this is all we know. This feeling's all we know. I'll ride my bike up to the world, down the streets, right through this city. I'll go everywhere you go, from Chicago to the coast. You tell me hit this and let's go. Blow the smoke right through the window, 'cause this is all we know. This is all we know. Never face each other, one but different covers. We don't care anymore. Oh, two hearts still beating on with different rhythms. Maybe we should let this go. We're falling apart, still we hold together. We've passed the end, now we chase forever. 'Cause this is all we know. This feeling's all we know. I'll ride my bike up to the world, down the streets, right through this city. I'll go everywhere you go, from Chicago to the coast. You tell me hit this and let's go. Blow the smoke right through the window, 'cause this is all we know. 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 I'll drive my bike up to the road, down the streets, right through this city. I'll go everywhere you go, from Chicago to Tahiti. Tell me hit this and let's go. Blow the smoke right through the window, 'cause this is all we know.
this foolish pride. Turn around, I won't back down this time. I'll say goodbye. I will use the sweetest words, but I can't change my mind. It's now, and I'd be lying if I told you that I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I just ask you, please, don't forget my face. I'm just asking, please, always say my name, my name. I don't know, I didn't think this through, but I'll be fine. This is just me. I always do these things, and maybe I'll change my mind. You know by now that I never make sense, but I'll win somehow. Please lock your doors. Don't let anyone in until we come around. It's now, and I'd be lying if I told you that I'm not scared. I just ask you, please, don't forget my face. I'm just asking, please, always say my name, my name. And everything I've done and everything you said, nothing matters now. And all the tears we shed and all the nights we shared, it's long gone now, long gone now.
Even if you leave, you remain my precious dream, my dream. Even if you don't, you remain my second home. Even if you leave, you remain my precious dream, my dream. Even if you don't, you remain my second home. Hey, what should I say? And now I didn't ask you how you survived all these days. Now it's your time. Say yes today. Even if you leave, you remain my precious dream, my dream. Even if you don't, you remain my second home. Even if you leave, you remain my precious dream, my dream. Even if you don't, you remain my second home.
River knows it sets me free. The blue sky, she brings me in, she gives me wings, yeah. And I don't care too much for words, I'm always saying the wrong thing. You can't take back a song to sing once you sang to her, yeah. The river knows it puts me at ease. Fire burns and we'll drink in turn if we just believe. Singing, I don't worry, no, no. Yeah, the morning comes like it has 1,000 times before. Singing, come save us. We thought to give her everything, but only because we know there's a place where we lost their sting. Come save us. We thought to give her everything, but only because we know there's a place where we lost their sting. Yeah, gentle flow to the farthest sea. Well, take my troubles, sweet river, come and set me free. Yeah. And when I was young, I used to believe. Faith has left me blind and wandering, singing, come save us. We thought to give her everything, but only because we know there's a place where we lost that sting. Come save us. We thought to give her everything, but only because we know there's a place where we lost that sting. Oh, your sweet sting coming up and over me, singing. I've been waiting for a long, long time, but only for one word of wisdom. She's gonna save my soul. Yeah. I stumble on the one thing true. Well, yes, I guess I do. The worries of an old soul be gone. I'm gonna keep it loose, she said. I've been waiting for a long, long time, but only for one word of wisdom to save my soul. Even just I stumble on the one thing true. Yes, I guess I do. The worries of an old soul be gone. I'm gonna keep it loose, yeah.
In the street. Has it really come to this? Do I really gotta leave? Oh yeah, well I ran out of money and my boss fired me, and I don't have a job, but the job's what I need. Yeah. And my new place is a mess. This apartment is a wreck. This ain't who I wanted to be. I look like a monster and I feel like one too. Oh, you never call my phone anymore. Yeah, I never touch my phone anymore. Love makes it so hard to be the one you want, because I never know what I'm supposed to do. It's like I'm 800 miles away. You're forever today. On my mind and my spirit drop levels. It's true every day. Yeah, yeah. saw the gold. The air is full of words, an empty mind and soul. The hell of the rest of your life. Everybody knows your frailties, but nobody knows who you are. Are you trying to be someone else? There is too much to confess. Enjoy the ritual of the fair. Come on stage everywhere. So I don't know who killed your mouse. No, there's no shadow of your past. So have another dream in life. I'll be the next victim I is. So I don't know who killed your mouse. Now there's no shadow of your past. So have another dream in life. I'll be the next victim I is. Anticipation and belief is all it is to me. I'm a man walking these streets, hitting the clouds, legs on the beat. Now I know that if we say goodbye, it is easy. Now I know that if we say goodbye, it is easy. Anticipation and belief, it means nothing more to me. And when my mind is gone, my head feels weak. I've walked so far, I've got numb feet. But it is what it is, oh it is what it is to be here and now, here and now. And it is what it is, oh it is what it is to be here and now, here and now. I need a new start. I need a new start. I need a new start. That if we say goodbye, a new start. It'd be easier, it'd be easier. I need a new start. That if we say goodbye, a new start. It'd be easier, it'd be easier. I need a new start. Say goodbye, new start. It'll be easier, it'll be easier. New start. And if we say goodbye, new start. It'll be easier, it'll be easier. I need a new start. Anticipation and belief is all it is to me.
Maybe the beach could be our place if it is raining. I know you don't like the cold, but I do. maybe winter sooner than anticipated. I know you don't love the snow, but I love you. And maybe it's harder to let go than we wanted. I needed to hold on longer to you. And maybe it's ghosts from your past that keep haunting us. But maybe it's better if you see them through. But will you stop the car to wake me up? And I feel silent and I'm through. And you walk me home, but I feel alone after miles of this blue sky. It's hanging over, but I'm alright. And maybe one day I'll be fine instead of blue skies. 'Cause I feel like a storm tonight, and blue don't feel right. And maybe there's better things than what you want in New York. I want you to let me change your mind and stay. But maybe if you could read my mind, you'd see it's killing me. And maybe I'd be better off that way. But you still stop the car to wake me up. And I feel silent and I'm through. And you walk me home, but I feel alone after miles of this blue sky. It's hanging over, but I'm alright. And maybe one day I'll be fine instead of blue skies. 'Cause I feel like a storm tonight, and blue don't feel right. Blue skies, blue skies, blue skies.
Are we at the start of things? Or have the tapes inside run out? Feeling your energy. Hold you close to me, you're around. And as the wheels start to turn, you're all that I learned. One day we'll be there inside. Begin and take first flight. Are we at the start of things? Or have the tapes inside run out? Feeling your energy. Hold you close to me, all around. What's the same? Does it remain? The feeling once shared, you always change. From name to name, body the same. Take off your clothes and we start to play. You pull me in and let me go. Where do I stand? What do I know? And try again and try for hope. For what it's worth, I don't let go. Are we at the start of things? Or have the tapes inside run out? Feeling your energy. Hold you close to me, all around. Are we at the start of things? Or have the tapes inside run out? Feeling your energy. Hold you close to me, all around. Are we at the start of things? Or have the tapes inside run out? Feeling your energy. Hold you close to me, all around. Are we at the start of things? Or have the tapes inside run out? Feeling your energy. Hold you close to me, all around.
Falling when I am broken, you pick the pieces up again. This pouring rain will drench me, but faith will never come to end. You never have failed me. When I turned away, you found me. Undying love is real, and because of you I believe. God, I can feel your presence. Help me live from the inside out. Lord, help me become stronger. Through you I can do anything. You can move the winds and waves and softly call my name. I wanna be just like you and live unconditionally. To help the brokenhearted and listen to the weak in need. Undying love is real, and because of you I believe. God, I can feel your presence. Help me live from the inside out. Lord, help me become stronger. Through you I can do anything. You can move the winds and waves and softly call my name. You can kneel, take me up near and breathe it in tonight.
What you gonna do with your time? Expectations weighing heavy on your mind. 'Cause it's a long, long old time holding up someone's pride. If you don't really care much at all. No, I don't know where we'll find ourselves in 10 years' time. All I know is the sun burns low and we're doing just fine. We're doing just fine. Doing just fine. Travelers with rucksacks and soaking hair stood with their dogs and tents and sleeping bags, waiting for the last train home. And the families were laughing and crying and screaming and stealing sweets from the refreshment stand. View from my windows telling me to quit and make plans. 'Cause it's a long, long old time holding up someone's pride. If you don't really care much at all. No, I don't know where we'll find ourselves in 10 years' time. All I know is the sun burns low and we're doing just fine. Doing just fine. Doing just fine. Daydreaming kid, what you gonna do with your time?
say you're happy, you say you're good, you seem certain you are pure, you are sweet, you are salty, you have talent, you have taste, you are self-sufficient, you don't need my protection, you negotiate, you get paid, I only want everything you say.
here before. I felt this aching. You left me torn. Deep down I'm shaking. Hide these feelings, can't let you know that when you left I felt this can't be real, no, I can't show you. How am I supposed to breathe? You're taking my air from me. I'm breaking. How am I supposed to love? You've gone away now, left me aching. I'm at my lowest, you knock me down. I hit the floor now. How am I supposed to be when you've taken my air, filtered me out? Taking my storm, no sign of waking. I wish there was more time for the taking. Hide these feelings, can't let you know that when you left I felt this can't be real, no, still can't find you. How am I supposed to breathe? You're taking my air from me. I'm breaking. How am I supposed to love? You've gone away now, left me aching. I'm at my lowest, you knock me down. I hit the floor now. How am I supposed to be? You're taking my air, filtered you out. Moments passed, time flew on, leaving us behind to find your new song. I wanna know you. I gotta know.
understand you, let me close and take me to somewhere I've never been before. 'Cause you could be the one for me, I'm sure. And I know it's sudden, but I cannot fight it. And I suppose that I just need to say that there's something about your love that I never wanna give away. There's something about you.
Over it. I keep on saying that I'm over it, but just when I don't think I give a shit, I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back. Wasting time. Well, what's the point if we're just wasting time? You and I keep committing perfect crimes, so I'm coming right back. I'm coming right back. I think I love you, think I hate you like some leftover wine, but not really. I think I love you, think I hate you, can you be mine? Not really. to, then I want you. Yeah, I hate you, then I love you. Then I want to, then I want you.
Come up to meet you, tell you I'm sorry. You don't know how lovely you are. I hit to find you, tell you I need you, tell you I set you apart. Tell me your secrets, ask me questions, and I rush to the start. Running in circles, chasing our tails, heads are a science apart. Nobody said it was easy, no one ever said it would be this hard. Nobody said it was easy, it's such a shame for us to part. So I was just guessing at numbers and figures, pulling the puzzles apart. Questions of science, science of progress, did not speak as loud as my heart. Tell me you love me, come back and haunt me. And I rushed to the start, running in circles, chasing our tails. Heads are a science apart. Nobody said it was easy, nobody said it would be this hard. Let's take it back to the start.
Something that might seem strange. Can I tell you something that might mean everything will change? Can I tell you something and it's all alright? 'Cause if I can't have today, then I'll always have that night. tell you something that has the power to destroy everything? Can I tell you something and I pray that it's alright? Cause if I can't have today, then I'll always have that night. Do you remember how we talked about music and meaning for hours and hours? Reminiscing over silly faces and powerful places and a moment how long to be ours. And you just seemed to embrace all that you could do. It was so inspiring, but it's alright, it's all alright. I dream to seize you like you seized the night. And I know that you're out there, and I know that you are listening. And I know maybe you understand, you might have an inkling. And I know maybe you've been guessing, you've been thinking. But no, I understand. You want her, and she's everything. Something that might seem strange. Can I tell you something that might mean everything will change? Can I tell you something and I pray that it's alright? Cause if I could have today, then I'll always have that night.
Come on sudden and I don't know what to do. You come on sudden and I don't think I'll pull through. Cause you're the only one that I'll take anywhere. And if you slow down, I'll be the one to take you home. Take you home. You come on sudden and I don't know what to do. You come
drink is the enemy, but I blame it on my heredity. Take a step back and take stock of the long list of wrongs done. It's no shock to see so many with my name on. I've been doing this for so long. Push it away, away, don't you face it. You got a bad feeling, it's best not to place it. Gotta keep running if you gotta be strong. You're moving to the sound of a slow beat drum and it's pacing you. Oh, oh. Take one long drink of denial, and with practice you won't find it quite so far. You get used to any taste in time. Push it away, away, defy it. Reality bites, but it's easy to deny it. Gotta keep running if you gotta be bold. You're waiting on the sound of a bell that's told and it's chasing you. Oh, oh. It's more mundane than taking it for granted, and you dream how sweet that you still dream. But it's been a while since you set my mind alive. Push it away, away, don't you face it. You got a bad feeling, it's best not to place. Gotta keep running if you gotta be bold. You're waiting on the sound of a bell that's tolled for you. Gotta keep running if you gotta be strong. You're moving to the sound of a slow beat drum and it's pacing you. Oh, oh, it's pacing you. Oh, oh, it's pacing you. Oh, oh.
I've been rambling, rolling, so and so, how free am I? Since I was, I don't know how old, and I'm a rambler till I die, die, die. I'm a rambler till I die, and I feel ill when I stand still, and it's so how free am I? So I take the road when I've drunk my fill, and I'm a rambler till I die, die, die. I'm a rambler till I die, and I'd like to stay with you, but I don't think I can. See, I am just like time, my love. I wait for no man. I've been to these parts before, and so how free am I? I loved you then, I love you more, but I'm a rambler till I die, die, die. I'm a rambler till I die, and I can see your heart is true, and it's oh, how free am I? But I pay the road what the road is due, and I'm a rambler till I die, die, die. I'm a rambler till I die. So won't you come along with me? We've a great big world to see. you and me. We'll go rambling free across the land and sea to sea. Oh, we'll go rambling
can't stand straight, I can't sit down. All this confusion is crowding in and getting so loud.
Inside my head it swims around. Now it's pouring out all the things that I've ever found. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Time won't stop you, will not wait. Know that I have to take this chance before it's too late. Then a thought runs through my mind to be strong enough to shake the fear and leave it behind. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Silence straight up, waiting down. It's more than I believe. Solace confused, waiting round. It's more than getting alone. Silent head is waiting round. It's more than I believe. Silence pouring, waiting all the things that I've been about. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe. Silence is waking me. It's more than I believe.
Everybody's like, love this, hate this, 10 tips will make you rich. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Everybody's like, 5 lies, this is why you have never found a guy. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Do you think it makes the world a better place? 'Cause I think they don't know what they say. Do you think that we should never make mistakes? 'Cause I think that's just a part of the game. They're always telling me to change. I don't think we should be the same. Whoa, don't go. Oh, they say I'm the one to blame. I say maybe they are vain. Long gone.
shut up, shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up.
England is growing on me. It might take a beating, but it's good for me. We've been down in the dumps, but we're heading back. We conquered the world, time to give it back. No one can stop us now. No one can bring us down. No, we're not down and out. Not over or out. No, we're not down and out. Not over or out. You gave me culture and I lapped it up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Gave me a glass to half fill up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. You showed me class through my dad and mum. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Council estate, yeah, bang my drum. Maybe your children won't love you as much as you love them. Don't let your sorry side deride the state we're in. No, we're not down and out. Not over or out. No, we're not down and out. Just working the whole thing out. No one can stop us now. No one can harm us now. We're not down and out. Not over or out. No, we're not down and out. Just working the whole thing out. We're not down and out. Not over or out. No, we're not down and out. Not over or out.
Baby, there's a cannibal calling, waiting outside in a raincoat. Baby, there's an animal falling to the ground. The way you look at me is the reason that I can't sleep tonight. But that's alright. Here we go again. We're making excuses nobody uses. Baby, there's a cannibal calling. Baby, there's a cannibal calling. Will you wait for me on foreign shores with the wind in your hair and the fiercest of roars? Baby, there's a cannibal calling. Wait on me. sitting right in this house of ours. Got nothing to say that can't be said in front of everyone. Baby, there's a cannibal calling. Baby, there's a cannibal calling. Will you wait for me on foreign shores with the wind in your hair and the beer system roars? Baby, there's a cannibal calling. Wait on me, and I know you're not going away. I see it, and I know you're not going away. I see it. Here we go again. We're making excuses nobody uses. There's a cannibal calling that nobody chooses or uses. There's a cannibal
I don't know what it is. When you're near, it's hard to speak. Take a moment of silence and pay respects to your body. It's a miracle mile. From the darkness to the beach, you open up like a violet. Until my third eye rests in peace, and I see bright colors when I'm with you. I see bright colors when I'm with you. 'Cause I don't wanna be a friend, I only wanna love you. I don't wanna play pretend that I ain't thinking of you. When I see bright colors with you, yeah, I see bright colors with you. I don't know what it is. When you're here, there's no one else rotating the palette. Learning things about myself, don't you cover the light. When it suits you oh so well, keep holding the candle. 'Cause I'm just here to watch it melt. I'm just here to watch it melt. See bright colors when I'm with you. See bright colors when I'm with you. 'Cause I don't wanna be a friend, I only wanna love you. I don't wanna play pretend that I ain't thinking of you. When I see bright colors with you, yeah, I see bright colors with you. Bright colors. Bright colors. Bright colors. I don't wanna be a friend, I only wanna love you. I don't wanna play pretend that I ain't thinking of you. When I see bright colors
you. Yeah, I see red colors with you.
Will we beat the heartache? Will we find our home as we sail the horizon in a boat made of stone? Our clothes are torn, broken bones in our flesh, but we have life, we have love, breath in our chests. And there's all of this sadness, but there's all of this hope. We stumble through madness to make it alone, caught in a storm, we rise and we fall. We're hanging on. Will we beat the heartache? Will we find our home as we sail the horizon in a boat made of stone? Into money we're born, but we can't save the little ones. We worry, we're torn between right and wrong. And there's all of this sadness, but there's all of this hope. We stumble through madness